He fell fighting dragons like a hero with zero regrets. Suddenly, destiny flipped the script. He opened his eyes back in the past. Forget the glory. This time he's trapped in a shattered home, stripped of his mana and his legendary strength. The champion who shielded an entire kingdom can't even defend his own name. If he has to play dirty now, defy the laws, or become a literal monster to restore his fallen bloodline, he'll do whatever it takes. On a deceptively quiet day, a dragon onslaught ignited a brutal war that would ravage the land for 13 years. Humanity was helpless against those behemoths, and the extinction clock started ticking. But our main man, Ethan, wouldn't stay down, carving through dragons like a beast. He was the firstborn son of the legendary Duke Arden, the Western continent's greatest prodigy and an elite dragon slayer. His blade was feared across the entire realm. The ultimate savior of the Hydra Kingdom, Ethan held every title, yet even the greatest heroes are still mortal. They aren't gods. Eventually, the Dragon King Drakath crushed him, burying razor-sharp claws deep into his chest. Gripped tight, Ethan spat out blood, hissing at the monster's sheer power. He realized he had met his match. Tossed like a ragdoll against the jagged rocks, agonizing pain surged through him as his father's final parting words echoed. Remembering the promise to lead the family, he shut his eyes, the weight of his father's legacy haunting him. He'd failed his oath. At his sister's burial, he had sworn to purge every single dragon from this land. Turns out he wasn't the invincible prodigy he thought he was. A failed hero, drowning in bitter regret. Their sacrifices were useless. Accepting his end, he finally closed his eyes. Suddenly, a phantom voice called out. His fingers flickered with life as a girl's desperate scream pierced the air. He blinked his eyes open, gasping in shock. Standing right there was his little sister Marie. Smiling through her tears, she whispered that she'd almost given up hope of him ever waking up again. Ethan froze. How was she here? This made no sense. She had been killed during that first dragon raid. He died a failure, unable to save anyone. What a joke. Then he noticed her strange, tattered clothing. Why was she wearing that? He always told her to dress decently, but this looked absolutely ridiculous. None of that mattered now. Reunited at last, he asked her how she liked being in the afterlife. She just stared, completely baffled. It seemed she was just ignoring his weird, nonsensical ramblings for now. She begged him to stop taking crazy risks. It wasn't his job to die for her mistakes anymore. Ethan was lost, but then his stomach let out a massive growl. Giggling, she headed toward the kitchen. She told him to chill while she whipped up some soup. Wait, since when did she know how to cook? She acted like it was totally normal, ordering him to stay in bed before disappearing into the hall. She was never a chef. Had her personality completely flipped now that they were both in the afterlife. He tried to explore the room, but a strange medical device, a life source, kept him pinned down. It was meant for patients in deep comas. Confused, he ripped the tubes out of his arm and, staring at his trembling hands, realized he was pathetic. His mana pool was almost bone dry, like a massive mana burn. Was the afterlife really this depressing? In this condition, he couldn't even move. Walking was out of the question. Desperate, he gripped the life source to drain every drop of mana. Power flooded his veins instantly, giving him the strength to finally stand. Stretching out, he felt the change. That quick fix did the trick. Just then, Marie walked in carrying a steaming bowl of fresh soup. Finding him pacing around the room, she dropped everything and rushed toward him with a shocked scream. Why did he disconnect the machine? Was he trying to die? Ethan just looked at her, completely clueless. She couldn't believe he was mobile. He shrugged, flexing his arms to show he was perfectly okay now. Everything felt solid. Marie just gaped at him, unable to process this impossible sudden recovery. The doctors swore it would take 6 months of intense rehab just to take a single step. When he asked how long he'd been out, her answer 10 years nearly stopped his heart. She pushed him back. Insisting he was still fragile, she forced him to rest. Not wanting to stress her out, Ethan complied. He turned down her offer to spoon-feed him, asking instead how this whole afterlife society actually functioned. Silence fell. Then a sob broke the quiet. Wailing, she asked why he kept mentioning a crazy afterlife. Terror fills her eyes. He's awake, shaking off the fog. With a twisted, anxious grin, he claims she's dead. He says he's gone too, along with the kids. She screams, they're all alive. He won't back down. This isn't the afterlife, she cries out. Every single brother is still breathing perfectly fine. Stunned, he stares. He's alive. Impossible. The image of the Dragon King's lethal strike is burned into his soul. Is this reality? Could he have survived? Desperate for answers, he demands to know their ages. She's 20, he's 19. Panic hits. 19 was the exact year the dragon onslaught began. The Great War must be raging. What's the status? He shouts. Where is father? Is he on the front? Is he at the border? Marie blinks, totally lost. What on earth are you saying? That war ended 15 years ago. Their father perished back then. The Arden name paid a heavy price. All for a truce with those beasts. He's floored. Peace. We signed a treaty with the dragons. She nods, but nothing makes sense. In his memories, there was never a peace deal. Only blood. Reality is warping. Did he regress? If so, why is this past so unrecognizable? Back 13 years and breathing. but in a twisted timeline. Is this a parallel dimension? Where are the servants? Grabbing her skirt with trembling hands, she admits they're all gone. Why? The answer is simple poverty. And the heirlooms he presses, the legendary treasures. Selling them would fix everything. But she cuts him off sharply. This shack is all we have. Every scrap of value is gone. He lets out a shaky laugh, begging for a punchline. Silence follows. A timeline where the mighty Ardens fell. His brain rejects it. It can't be true. Her hollow gaze confirms the nightmare. Ruined. In the western continent's 7 kingdoms, Hydra was tiny. Yet the Ardens were legends, unrivaled masters of the blade across the entire world. Their glory bought them opulence even as the world burned on the edge of oblivion. Now, they rot in a hovel. 10 years. We've lived in this garbage for 10 years. A grim nod is his only answer. This isn't the history he lived through. He fell to the Dragon King, yet here he is 19 again, but in a world turned upside down. The Ardens are broke. What went wrong? He pivots back to her words about the war. We sacrificed everything. Where's the Emperor's reward? She sighs. Oh, we got rewarded all right. Absolute immunity. King Sigismund, the 17th, dubbed them the kingdom's eternal shields. A hollow title. Even the king's name is different here, but the gift was specific. As the heir, he's untouchable. A legal ghost. No crime can touch him. Aside from treason, his bloodline is above the law for 3 full generations. Even cold-blooded murder is permitted. That's terrifying authority. He can't believe it. Is that it? Marie mentions gold and gems but says they never saw a dime. Confusion sets in. They're stuck in this dump, yet she hints at a darker truth. The Senate exiled them to this lodge a decade ago, seizing control of the Arden legacy. His expression turns murderous. Who dared touch our house? 10 names. 10 traitors. Distant relatives leeches. After the dragons slaughtered his father and grandfather, the vultures swooped in. Sigmund handed the Senate the keys, supposedly to protect them. The king was scared. Scared a kid would weaponize his immunity. Ethan's jaw tightens with pure, unadulterated rage. His old king was a fool, but this Sigmund is a clown. He knew the Senate's game. They didn't just manage things, they hunted them. Who's the official head of house now? Handing him meager soup, she reveals the vote happens when he hits 20. So my title isn't guaranteed. That was the deal until the Senate tore it up. They betrayed him while he was unconscious. He sips the soup, a dark plan forming. Once he takes the throne, the nightmare begins for them. He'll slaughter every single one. No consequences, no mercy. 8 months until he's 20. 8 months until the reckoning. Marie broke down again, her voice trembling as she begged for his forgiveness, claiming it was all her fault. If only she'd been stronger, that mana surge wouldn't have shattered his world. Now Ethan finally understood everything. 10 years ago, as a mere 9-year-old, he desperately tried to reclaim the lost foresight ability of their bloodline. But the ritual backfired, triggering a devastating mana collapse. Without his strength, his siblings were defenseless against the Senate's tyranny. Back then, Marie was just a 10-year-old girl. Ethan gently wiped her tears, telling his sister to stop her crying. He refused to let her carry this burden, insisting the weight of their family's fate rested solely on him. Marie paused, placing a soft hand on his shoulder as she searched his eyes for a glimmer of hope. Wiping away the last of her tears, she offered a radiant smile, saying nothing mattered now that he was back. Ethan returned a slight smile, handing back the empty plate while praising her culinary skills. She beamed with joy, urging him to rest his tired soul. After a quiet goodnight, he was left alone. Surveying the room, Ethan realized the sheer scale of the disaster. He was grateful to see his sister again, but things were a mess. The king had weaponized the Senate to suppress Ethan's lineage, effectively cutting them off from their rightful power. Seizing total control, those snakes in the Senate had cast his family into exile to finalize their grab for power. Ethan didn't know how death had led him back here, but his mission was clear. Within 8 months, he would fully recover. He would reclaim his birthright and rain hell down upon anyone foolish enough to cross the Arden bloodline. Dawn broke over the estate. Marie smiled at the fresh soup, remembering how much Ethan enjoyed her cooking last night. Eager to bring him breakfast, she stepped out of the kitchen only to have her mood instantly soured. 3 servants stood there, their mocking laughter echoing through the hall. Marie's face hardened as she approached the chamberlain Hans. She demanded they leave for the day, but Hans just sneered arrogantly, claiming it was their job to supervise them. Before she could protest further, Hans loomed over her, his eyes cold and threatening. The mask of a servant had slipped. He laughed, reminding her that his true loyalty belonged to Baron Kargas, not the fallen House of Arden. The other servants joined in the mockery, leaving Marie no choice but to retreat and wake Ethan up. As they descended the stairs, Ethan's gaze fell on the intruders. He questioned Marie about the servants she claimed they didn't have. Disgust washed over her face as she explained these weren't their people, but spies provided by rival families. She hissed that they were useless leeches who did nothing but gossip and rot in their home. No matter how many she kicked out, the Senate would just send more trash who refused to listen. But Ethan wasn't about to play their games. Cold determination filled his eyes as he stood up from the table. He told Marie to enjoy her meal. He was going to have a very special conversation with those guys. Meanwhile, Hans was lounging in a luxurious room wondering why the Archduchess was suddenly acting so bold. To the world, this lodge was a prison, but to a lazy snake like Hans, it was a golden paradise. With the Senate backing him, he could ignore Marie's orders and get paid to do absolutely nothing. He figured the Duke waking up from a 10-year coma was a jackpot of information he could sell for a fortune. He was busy dictating a letter to his masters when Ethan's voice cut through the air like a blade. Ethan's voice forced him to turn just in time to catch a devastating punch that sent him flying across the room. Dazed and bleeding, the Chamberlain clutched his shattered face, screaming at whoever dared to strike him. His blood ran cold when he saw the Archduke towering over him, eyes burning with a terrifying predatory glare. Hans scrambled backward in pure terror, begging him to stay away, but the Archduke didn't stop. Ethan hauled him up by his collar, ignoring Hans's pathetic whimpers about his status as a noble. The MC's icy stare deepened, making Hans realize that his titles meant absolutely nothing to him. Shaking, Hans tried to bluff, claiming Baron Kargas would never let Ethan get away with this. Ethan responded with a brutal slap, followed by a flurry of strikes that left the other servants trembling in fear. "Keep dreaming," Ethan whispered coldly. He mocked the idea that a pathetic baron could protect a dog like him. He realized Hans had forgotten exactly what the Arden name represented and how little respect he showed. As Hans begged for a reason, Ethan's hand stayed raised for another blow. The message was finally received. Terrified for his life, Hans scrambled to obey, frantically ordering the servants to go serve her Grace immediately. Ethan released his grip, digging his fingers into the man's shoulder. "Listen up," he hissed, "and listen well. Make yourself useful for once." Terrified, the man collapsed, begging for a chance to prove his worth. "He's lost it," the man thought. As Ethan walked away, he stared in awe. How could such a frail body possess such monstrous power? He used mana. "I need to alert the Baron immediately. Someone is going to pay for this." Meanwhile, Ethan slipped back into his room, feeling the exhaustion hit him. Without that stored mana, he would have been completely helpless. He wouldn't be humiliated. How dare the Senate challenge the Arden name? His blood boiled at their sheer audacity. He swore to take their heads and reclaim the duchy. But first, he needed to assess his current state through meditation. Sinking onto the bed, he felt the mana surge. It felt familiar yet unstable, vibrating through his very core. The energy splintered into his limbs, pulsing through his palms and ankles. It was scattered, but it wasn't a lost cause. A normal knight would be dead by now. Fortunately, he wasn't just anyone. He was the continent's strongest swordsman. He drew in the energy, impressed that a body dormant for a decade could still hold this much potential. Still, his mana circuits were dangerously thin. He needed to rebuild his foundation from scratch. He'd rebuild himself through resonance, a technique that pulls raw mana from the environment to restore one's internal core. He concentrated the energy into his sword hand, focusing until the flow was steady and his strength began to return. By afternoon, he stepped outside and stretched his body, finally beginning to respond to his will. The entire morning was spent on resonance. Now, it was time for some grueling physical conditioning. He needed to rebuild his stamina. He pushed through endless sets and runs until the sun finally set. Watching from the shadows, the servants were terrified. In his condition, training this hard was absolutely monstrous. Suddenly, a child's frantic voice cried out for the Archduchess. Ethan's eyes snapped toward the sound immediately. "Who are you and why do you need her?" the boy gasped, blurting out that Sir Myers was causing another riot. If she didn't stop him, things would get bloody. But who was this stranger? The boy had never seen Ethan before. Ethan froze. The Myers he knew lived for discipline, sleep, milk, and training. He never would have touched alcohol. He was a powerhouse even as a kid, obsessed with his gains and a strict warrior's routine. A drunk, brawling in a bar, Ethan's eyes darkened. He summoned Hans immediately. They were going to find his brother right now. At the tavern, Hans warned him. The young duke had been hanging around local thugs lately, probably wasting away inside. This wasn't a one-time thing. His brother was ruining his reputation with lowlifes. Was this truly the same hard-working boy? What went wrong? The moment they stepped inside, a chair shattered against the wall. There was Myers, completely wasted and unruly. He was screaming for more booze, a shadow of his former self. Ethan watched, his heart sinking in disbelief. Where was the kind-hearted brother he remembered? Worse, the patrons were laughing, treating the duke like a common clown. Fury exploded. Ethan slammed his fist down, splitting the heavy table in two as he glared at the crowd. Myers used to be a hero who slayed monsters. Now he was a punchline. Ethan stepped forward, his voice low. "Are you seriously this drunk?" he barked. Myers blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating his dead brother. Ethan remembered him as a silent but fierce warrior. Seeing him like this made his stomach churn with rage. Without a word, Ethan delivered a sharp blow to the back of his neck, knocking him out cold. He'd fix his brother later. Right now, Hans was pointing toward the thugs who had been enabling this mess. The leader froze. "Is that the Archduke? Didn't he die years ago?" The atmosphere in the bar turned icy. Realizing he was outmatched, the thug tried to play it cool. "Let's go, boys. The master's back in town." He flashed a fake smile at Ethan. "We were just looking after the young master. He's all yours now. He's safe, so we'll be taking our leave." But Ethan's gaze was sharp enough to kill. The room went silent. The thug's smile wavered. "This was bad. Just tell the young master we had a blast," he stammered nervously. Ethan didn't say a word. He just started walking toward them, his presence radiating pure, unadulterated menace. "And who said you could leave?" he asked. A subordinate stepped in, trying to act tough against Ethan. A lackey stepped in, blocking Ethan's path. "Back off, weakling, before you get hurt," he sneered. Ethan didn't tolerate the disrespect. With a blur of motion, he delivered a devastating punch straight to the man's jaw. The thug slammed into the wall with a sickening crack. A thin line of blood appeared on the leader's face. Stupefied, he couldn't grasp the chaos unfolding. Ethan noted coldly that the ducal prestige had hit rock bottom. These pathetic worms dared to mock his bloodline. A fatal blunder. Panic seized the man as Ethan lunged. Mana flared at his fingertips, sparking pure shock. Despite his shattered core, this surge was more than enough to dominate. He tried to block, but Ethan struck with blinding speed, shattering his bones in a single flash. Agony ripped a scream from his throat. Enraged, his thugs charged as Ethan pondered. How did these nobodies find the nerve? Vengeance for his brother began. Screams echoed throughout. Hans watched the crimson carnage trembling. This wasn't a man, it was a monster finishing. Ethan signaled the servant to scrub the blood away before leading his brother home. Years vanished. Following their father's demise, their mother soon faded. Young Myers barely remembered them. To him, Ethan was both brother and protector, a father figure. Waking from a nightmare, Myers bolted upright, shouting for his brother. Gasping for air, he realized that the booze must be messing with his head. Seeing Ethan was just a hallucination. Right. If his brother were powerful, he'd be here. Weeping, he begged for a ghost's forgiveness. Suddenly, Ethan stepped inside, asking if he called. Myers froze, his tears drying in instant shock. Was this reality? Ethan's soft smile confirmed his return. In a heartbeat, Myers lunged. Clinging to his brother as a new wave of tears, this time of joy overwhelmed him. Ethan sighed, realizing the boy's mind was still hazy from the traumatic night. He hadn't changed. Ethan joked about the stench of booze making him recoil in shame. Myers immediately apologized, swearing off the bottle forever. He wouldn't fail his brother again. Ethan laughed. Why be so hard? One glass wouldn't hurt. But where was Taryn? Myers flinched at the name. Marie had been silent. Were they hiding a dark secret? Stuttering, he scratched his head. Taryn supposedly left to master a rival family's forbidden arts. After the tragedy, their foresight vanished. He abandoned the family. Ethan's heart sank in disbelief. What happened? Myers couldn't explain the details. Did he at least leave a trail? A knock interrupted. Hans arrived right on schedule. With a weary sigh, Ethan relented, allowing him entry. Hans produced a heavy coin purse, the spoils of their recent struggle. Their coffers were bone dry, so Ethan took his share, rewarding Hans with a rare praise. Hans was proving his worth. But what of Taryn? Was he in danger? Unlikely yet. He was alive. The family's rebirth started now, beginning with Myers. Ethan pulled a chair. He demanded to see his brother's wrist, checking if the alcohol had rotted his potential. The boy's energy was tainted, yet his mana flow remained steady. Had he lost sight, true family breathing would have turned his mana into a blaze. The talent was there. He wasn't a lost cause. With training, he'd reach knighthood, though his balance was off. He must choose shield or sword. Myers stared stunned. A knight was Ethan serious. Ethan's smile held unwavering faith. He held the ancient secrets to forge him into greatness, if he was willing to bleed for it. Myers faltered, thinking it was impossible. Defense. He chose to be the shield that protects their family from any future storm. That meant hellish training. Ethan asked for his resolve, and Myers gave a firm nod. Immediately, Ethan barked orders for equipment. Looking out, he sensed the heavy weight of destiny. Their lineage's legacy lived through him. 15 was late, but the boy's fire was bright. He'd make him a legend. Meanwhile, Baron Helmet received word the Archduke had finally awakened. He dispatched an urgent missive to Count Ferris. Ethan's aura reminded him of the late Duke. The Archduke was back, and his presence alone could shift the entire Empire's power balance. The Senate needed to know. The Lion had returned, and so the brutal training began. Ethan coached him to mold his intent during the swing. This way, the strike flows into a seamless, lethal sequence. He launched a demonstration. Myers collapsed instantly, unable to tank the suffocating pressure of Ethan's relentless strikes. The older brother warned him that fixating on a single hit during a block is a death sentence. He must deflect every incoming blow. If he gets it, he should stand up. Enemies won't wait for him. Is his resolve truly that pathetic? Myers snapped back, denying the insult before gripping his blade with renewed vigor. He roared that he wasn't finished, vowing to stop the next attack. Ethan stood ready, impressed by his brother's fire. As the spar intensified, Hans watched them from the shadows of a nearby window. They had been grinding since dawn without pausing. These guys were absolute beasts. He gazed at his own brother. After a decade, he was treating him like a punching bag. Is this just how high nobility shows affection? Honestly, the young master looked like he enjoyed the beating. Hans was baffled. If Ethan trashes his own family, he needed to tread lightly to avoid that wrath. He also had to stay on the Archduchess's good side. Marie stood beside him watching with a faint smile, wondering how their chaotic new lives would unfold. Everything shifted the moment Ethan woke. Even the servants outside were hustling like their lives depended on it. That was the day the mansion truly came alive. When she turned to Hans, he visibly flinched in fear. She asked what Ethan told him to trigger this sudden productivity. Hans turned pale. Ethan hadn't used words. He had used his fists. Traumatic memories surfaced, forcing a nervous laugh from Hans as Marie called his name. He decided then and there to avoid the Archduke's talks. Shaking, he offered a clumsy apology to the Archduchess. He presented a tray of warm cookies, desperately pivoting the conversation toward the lovely weather outside. He suggested a tea party. She took a cookie, but her eyes narrowed in clear suspicion at his behavior. Why was he dodging the question? Once she tasted the treats, however, her curiosity vanished into thin air. The delicious flavor won her over. Later, Hans retreated to his room to contact Baron Helmut via crystal ball. He pulled out a tiny catalyst stone, handling it with extreme care. It cost more than his monthly salary. The device flickered to life. Helmut's voice demanded an update. Had the Archduke finally regained consciousness? Hans confirmed it, adding that Ethan's mana was already flowing. The Baron went silent, processing the news. That meant Ethan's monstrous talent remained intact. With the Elders' meeting approaching, he needed total surveillance. Hans agreed, but warned that the Archduke was a total psychopath. They needed to be extremely cautious. The Baron dismissed the fear. Everything was proceeding according to his grand design, regardless of Ethan's cruelty. He promised Hans more gold at the meeting to keep spying. Hans bowed greedily, overflowing with gratitude. The Baron demanded another report in 1 month before cutting the connection. Hans felt like he had hit the jackpot. This was his big break. The Baron was clueless about just how terrifying the Archduke had truly become. Hans planned to play both sides, eventually siding with the winner to secure his own future benefits. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. A maid arrived to announce that the training session had finally ended. He immediately ordered cold water towels and fresh tea. He had to be the perfect, attentive servant. Once she left, he vowed to stay off Ethan's radar. Outside, the grueling swordplay continued without mercy. The main character lunged. To his surprise, Myers successfully parried, a triumphant grin spreading across his tired face. He was finally adjusting to the speed. Ethan decided to ramp up the intensity, making Myers feel the pressure. Their blades clashed with a deafening thud. Ethan froze. Myers had actually stopped his full-force strike. Elated, Myers roared his victory for the whole estate to hear. He felt like a total pro already. Ethan immediately humbled him with a quick smack to the head. He was still leagues away from mastery. Overconfidence leads to a dropped guard. He warned his brother never to forget that fatal mistake. As Myers nursed his head, Ethan secretly admired his raw potential and impressive physical endurance. His adaptability was insane. Soon Myers might actually stand a chance against a real elite knight. Hans rushed over, fawning over them with towels and snacks. He acted like their biggest, most loyal fan. He praised their progress, but Ethan found his sudden brown-nosing incredibly suspicious and annoying. Hans gathered their gear and guided them to the table, claiming he had an urgent matter to discuss. Baron Kargas finally made his move. Ethan cornered the messenger, demanding the truth behind this betrayal. "I was just following orders," he stammered, tasked with shadowing their every move for the Baron. "A loyal servant, please." Behind that mask of fealty, he was ready to stab Ethan in the back. Ethan saw right through the lies. Hans even had the audacity to brag about begging for more gold. A spark of interest lit Ethan's eyes. He needed funds. The Chamberlain offered the Baron's coffers on a silver platter. Ethan snatched a pen and paper, scribbling down a list that would change their fate forever. Hans was playing a dangerous game, trying to stay neutral until a winner emerged. Pure arrogance. But Ethan would play him like a fiddle. Manipulating a fool like Hans was almost too easy. He tossed the list over a hoard of training gear. "Spend the Baron's fortune," Ethan commanded coldly. "Keep whatever's left." At those words, the greedy servant practically teleported to fulfill the request. As the door closed, Ethan turned to his brother. "What do you know of our family's providence?" "Nothing," Myers admitted, stunned that Ethan possessed knowledge even their older siblings lacked. Attributing it to their father's secret teachings, Ethan revealed the gear was meant for the coming slaughter. Confusion clouded Myers' face, but Ethan's goal was clear: restoring the Arden name to its former glory. Step 1. Transforming Myers from a failure into the most formidable knight the Ardens had ever seen. Their providence wasn't like the others. It demanded a soul-searing level of resolve and sacrifice. "Are you ready to purge every drop of mana you've ever gathered?" The question left Myers breathless. After a moment of shock, the fire ignited in his eyes. For the family, he'd do anything. Days later, a frantic boy burst into Sir Vilden's chambers. The young master was currently wreaking absolute havoc. Vilden bolted upright, abandoning his bed. That drunken loser was actually picking a fight. It seemed impossible. Yet there he was, storming the Red Scorpion's den. The grueling transformation had officially begun 48 hours ago. Sit, Ethan had ordered, beginning the lesson on the forbidden breathing techniques of the legendary Black Flame. This was the heartbeat of the Arden legacy. Myers focused, his mind racing as he channeled his heritage. Resonance, dispersal, circulation, and enlightenment. Could his mana truly evolve into that mythical dark fire? Ethan's voice was like steel. As a true Arden, mastering the Black Flame wasn't an option, it was destiny. The first step was brutal. He had to completely hollow out his mana core to make room for the void. Now fill the emptiness with the flame. Myers gritted his teeth, pulling the primal heat into his soul. Sweat poured as a dark aura erupted around him. By sunset, the transformation was nearly complete. Watching the flickers dance on his skin, Myers grinned. This power felt leagues above his previous mana. Well done, Ethan remarked. The path ahead was jagged, but consistent training would yield godlike results. It would take 60 days for the resonance to solidify, turning his mana into a permanent inferno. But they couldn't just wait. To sharpen the blade, Ethan led them straight to the Red Scorpion's lair. Hans trembled as he pointed out the thugs who once tormented the young master. Their leader was no amateur. None of that matters now, Ethan muttered. Start the show. Myers kicked the door in with thunderous force. Which of you is ready to die today? His voice boomed. The patrons froze, staring at the sudden intruder. Drawing his blade, Myers roared that they'd pay in blood for disrespecting the Duke's noble bloodline. One thug stumbled back, confused. Wait, we were just drinking buddies yesterday. What's the deal, bro? Myers didn't waste words. A wooden sword slammed into the man's jaw, silencing the pathetic excuse. As the thug hit the floor, the rest of the scum snarled, lunging at Myers all at once. From the shadows, Ethan observed. Myers was undeniably stronger, yet his spirit still flickered with hesitation. The weight of his past failures still clung to him, like a shroud dampening his true potential. This violent confrontation wasn't just a test, it was a chance to wash away his shame through combat. A blade flashed toward him. Myers flinched, taking a shallow cut as the reality of the brawl set in. Ethan nodded. Myers had instinctively turned, taking the hit in a non-vital area. He was learning. Instead of retreating, Myers countered with his shield, proving he was finally done running from his past. Taking that hit was a tactical gamble to expose their flank. Turning to Hans, Ethan gave a sharp nod of approval. What kind of monster was he? Terror gripped the man as he watched his brother get sliced down without mercy. Yet Ethan just smirked. Shaking, the man stammered that the young master's prowess was truly terrifying to behold. Unbelievable, considering he only picked up a shield 2 days ago. Suddenly, the gang's true leader finally emerged. A booming voice roared from the balcony. Ordering a ceasefire, he demanded. Myers explained this absolute disaster immediately. Did this brat think he could escape? Looking down, he locked eyes with the boy and realized it was the Archduke. His mangled brother hissed that the kid was a demon. When asked if he'd snapped the man's arms, Ethan simply nodded. Any last words? Ethan challenged. Vilden scoffed, his blood boiling at the young master's sheer arrogance and disrespect. He wanted to kill him, but the Baron's orders came first. Swallowing his pride, he told Ethan to end this here. They'd taken a beating, but for the sake of the family's name, they would let him leave in peace. Ethan burst into a mocking laugh. This hypocrite tried to ruin his brother and now wanted to play the saint. Stepping upstairs, Ethan told his brother that showing mercy to these low-lifes was a pathetic waste of time. If they wanted a real lesson, he'd have to break every single one of them. That finally snapped Vilden's patience. Vilden threatened to bury him if he took another step. Igniting his fire mana, he dared the boy to start. The sudden flare of heat was stunning. Could the rumors be true? Was this the legendary Arden family flame? It seemed impossible. Surely the stories were just hype. But fire mana or not, the Archduke didn't look impressed. Ethan unleashed his own aura, silently mocking Vilden's fear. For a split second, Vilden felt a chill of genuine power. Suddenly the man lunged forward with explosive speed. "Do you regret your life choices yet?" he screamed, fists flying. Ethan slipped the strike with a smirk. "Pathetic," he whispered, before unleashing a flurry of devastating counterblows. The impact sent Vilden crashing onto his back, gasping for air. Ethan loomed over him like a shadow of death. "Who gave you that breathing technique?" Ethan demanded. Vilden froze in silence, realized his secret theft had been exposed. Ethan grabbed him by the throat, a flaming fist inches from his eyes. Desperate, the man begged for a chance. He confessed that Baron Kargas was behind it all. The Baron had approached him months ago with a dark plan. The mission was to destroy the youngest heir. They needed to cripple him so he'd never fulfill his noble duties. Vilden warned that a clean job would take ages. The only way to accelerate the process was through darker methods. Forbidden drugs were the answer. But the Baron just laughed, noting they had 3 long years to finish him. "Don't fail me," the Baron had warned. Vilden knew the risks were insane, but the payout was far too tempting. The Baron handed over a mysterious scroll as payment. Vilden stared at it, wondering what secret power it held inside. It was the forbidden Arden breathing art. Once he started training, the power jump was absolutely massive. A strength training manual was the final prize. Unrolling the parchment, Vilden realized it was the real legendary technique. He dropped to his knees, swearing total loyalty. The Baron just grinned, satisfied with his new ruthless pawn. He praised Vilden's service, knowing he'd need him for the coming war. But back in the present moment, Ethan watched the memory play out through a crystal ball. Thinking he's a knight, he sneered. Good thing he kept this. He never trusted the Baron. Just then, Hans arrived with the report the young master had cleared the entire floor. They recovered all the stolen gold. With the leader neutralized, Hans asked if he should bring the body in. The memory sphere is enough, Ethan replied. These branch families were getting far too bold for their own good. They stole secret arts and targeted direct heirs, all while running a disgusting empire of illegal substances and blood, murder, gambling, and black markets. He had all the evidence he needed, but the trap wasn't ready to spring. Kargas was the weakest link, but Ethan's current body wasn't ready to take on a legion of knights just yet. Using resonance mana, he began planting seeds of flame. So far, he'd only fortified his core and his limbs. From his neck to his ankles, the internal fire was building. Once that final spark reached its destination, when his heart finally ignites, Baron Kargas will be the first to burn. Ethan told Hans to hide the evidence. The money is yours, Ethan added. Hans froze his eyes, nearly popping out. Wait, for real, all of it. Ethan gave a cold, terrifying nod. If you value your life, forget every single thing you saw here today. Hans gulped, sweating bullets. Saw what? Boss, I haven't seen a thing. My lips are completely sealed. News reached Helmut, and he was absolutely livid. He smashed the table in fury, spitting curses at the Archduke for cutting his profits. 10 years paralyzed, yet now this. Clutching his skull, he seethed. Only that royal protection kept the bastard alive. Assassination crossed his mind, but these lands belonged to him. Evidence would point his way, and the Senate would frame him for everything. He'd play the long game. The meeting in 2 months was his deadline. A servant arrived with Hans's message, which Helmut ripped away with pure malice. The butler trembled, confirming the details. In a rage, the Baron shredded the letter. 100 gold pieces, outrageous. He hammered the desk, his anger boiling over. Screaming orders to pay up, he warned against betrayal. 3 days later, at Arden, renovations began while Ethan focused on his mana, fueling his spiritual cores. Hans entered with a respectful bow, checking if the young master had rested. His family was already assembled in the dining hall, awaiting his arrival. Descending the stairs, Ethan observed the estate's rapid and impressive transformation. Hans credited the Red Scorpion's hidden wealth for the massive budget boost. Ethan dismissed the gold as irrelevant, letting them keep the excess change. Seeing his sister's elegant look, Ethan praised her beauty. She credited the butler. He beamed. Finally, they looked like true nobility again. He vowed to provide her a life of luxury. Hans beamed with pride. During dinner, Ethan checked on his brother's recovery. Myers felt great. Recovery was nearly complete. Then a sharp memory sparked in Ethan's mind. Ever heard of the secret family ritual? This timeline was different. He announced a hunt in the Puskis Mountains. No servants were needed for this trip. Hans was stunned. Just the 4 of them. A week later, they reached the peaks. Lugging a massive pack, Hans was gassed. This week had been pure insanity. Constant monster ambushes had pushed them to their absolute limits daily. Death felt certain until the Archduke intervened, seemingly attracting the chaos. He'd toughen his brother up back home. They finally reached the fire temple. Ethan swung the massive doors open. Centuries ago, an ancestor discovered this sanctuary of ancient power. It was the sacred site for Arden family blessings and departures. Children were brought here at 10 to bond with powerful fire spirits. The ritual was the only key to fire mastery. Hans hesitated, but Ethan's confident grin offered a silent reassurance. This trial would reveal the butler's true heart. Dropping the gear at the altar, he explained the simple task ahead. Offerings were made. Now they just dance. Anything flashy worked. The spirits would be drawn to the vibrant energy. Recent history in this world felt distorted. If the ancient contract was broken, they'd face the flames alone. Stepping forward, Ethan summoned the eternal fire spirits. The Arden bloodline had returned with gifts and a sacred dance. Fire erupted. The gate was open. Eerie laughter echoed through the chamber. Efreet chose Myers while a salamander bonded with Marie. Flames surged. Spirits gathered at the altar, stunned by her presence. Little did they know, Ethan was once a legendary fire lord. His soul resonated perfectly. Opening his arms wide, he challenged the spirits. Who among you dares to bless me? Hellfire erupted as the spirits gasped in awe. The Flame Empress herself had descended to the mortal realm. Ethan realized this entity's power dwarfed anything he'd encountered in his former life. This was on a whole different level. Kneel, blood of Ardon, the Empress commanded. She then locked eyes with Ethan, her gaze sharp and threatening. Are you the one who dared call me? He nodded fearlessly, demanding she bestow her divine favor upon him. Reality warped, pulling him into a void. Welcome, she smirked, to the depths of your own inner world. Standing before him was Rorasha, the Flame Queen. Out of curiosity, she decided to grant this mortal a boon. Seeking to tame my fireboy, Ethan offered a calm smirk, apologizing if his ambition seemed a bit overbearing. He suggested a fusion of their strengths. Rorasha burst out, laughing, genuinely amused by his sheer audacity. Fine. I'll grant you a chance to wield my flames. Show me if you're actually worth the effort. Ethan smirked and focused, oblivious to his family's dread. Marie gripped her brother's arm, her face pale with worry. Is he going to make it? She whispered. Ethan had been engulfed in that inferno for over an hour now. Trust him, he replied firmly. He's got this. Inside the fire, Ethan blocked out everything to focus his intent. He channeled his past life's memories, recalling the flow of absolute heat. He took a deep, controlled breath of power. Utilizing the black flame breath, he snapped his hand upward, corralling the chaos into a singular point of light. Tightening his grip, he looked up at the Empress with a triumphant grin. Looks like I win this round. She let out a dry laugh. A mere spark, yet you handled it. You truly are an interesting human. Keeping her word, she bestowed her blessing upon him. Go, she whispered. Wreak whatever havoc your heart desires. This divine heat could purify his mana circuits. He initiated the process, feeling a searing, agonizing heat within his core. He pushed through the agony. Myers shouted in panic, but the transformation was already complete. The pain vanished instantly. Raw power pulsed through his veins. Satisfied, Rorasha asked playfully. Ethan simply nodded, feeling more alive than ever. He requested her favor for his siblings too. With a single breath, she unleashed torrents of flames toward them. Receiving a direct blessing was a legendary honor. The fire surged forward, weaving into their very souls and flesh. I suspect our paths will cross again, Rorasha whispered with a wink. Enjoying the spectacle, she finally vanished. Ethan tested his grip, amazed. This wasn't just luck, his physical stats had skyrocketed to a whole new level. His mana pathways were now pristine. At this rate, becoming the continent's strongest was no longer just a dream. He kept a watchful eye on his siblings, waiting patiently until they finally mastered the raging flames within them. Hans stood frozen in utter disbelief. He had actually witnessed the legendary Queen of Fire with his own eyes. The Archduke was already a beast, but this divine blessing, it pushed his power into the realm of gods. The reason for this trip was finally clear. Hans knew exactly which side he needed to be on now. Marie finally reined in her power. She glanced at her brother, barely recognizing the transformed man standing before her. Myers marveled at his own evolution. The Flame Empress's blessing is a complete biological reset, Ethan explained coolly. Their very anatomy had been upgraded. Myers stood stunned, never imagining he could undergo such a radical metamorphosis. It felt like a dream. Ethan smirked, satisfied that they'd successfully earned the favor of a high-tier overlord. Securing an overlord's backing was a massive win. Ethan's past life knowledge was proving to be his greatest cheat code. A thunderous growl shattered the silence. Both siblings clutched their stomachs as a hungry roar echoed through the temple. Is this much hunger normal? Myers asked sheepishly. Ethan chuckled, confirming that their bodies were craving fuel after evolving. Their cells had been completely reconstructed. Let's find a feast, Ethan suggested. You guys definitely earned a meal. Sometime later, the group walked out, completely stuffed. Myers let out a satisfied sigh as he addressed the team. Finding a rest house right by the temple was a lucky break, he noted. Hans nodded, looking quite relieved. Ethan's boot clicked against something hidden. A thrill raced through him. He'd finally located the long-lost secret. Another surprise? Ethan Myers asked. Ethan just gave a mysterious look and told them to stay sharp. He pried open a concealed hatchway. Myers gasped in excitement as the trio descended into the dark unknown together. Is this a storage room? Myers asked. Ethan nodded, spotting a faint magic circle glowing on the stone wall. A powerful preservation ward shielded the area, guarding something clearly valuable. Suddenly, Hans let out a sharp gasp of pure excitement. He rushed to show the Archduke his discovery: pristine peacock skin. It was the ultimate luxury every noble lady in the capital craved. Finding quality like this was basically impossible. Ethan's eyes narrowed as he asked just how much gold this treasure would fetch. Hans estimated at least 30 platinum, depending on the market. Myers' jaw dropped. 30 platinum. That's 3,000 gold. His brother quickly intervened, reminding him that a member of the ducal house must maintain their composure at all times. After an awkward throat clear, Ethan realized this windfall would be vital for his future plans. Turning to Hans with a smirk, he said, he admitted he never pegged him for an expert on luxury goods, prompting Hans to let out a sheepish, modest laugh. Hans explained his father was a merchant, so he'd spent his childhood trekking across the kingdom, dreaming of joining the family trade. Destiny brought him here instead, but Ethan saw the value in that. He decided then and there to trust Hans with a mission. He needed a powerful, trustworthy trade partner. Securing the leather, they departed as Hans eagerly swore he wouldn't let the Archduke down. Back at the estate, Ethan buried himself in paperwork until the Chamberlain interrupted his flow with some urgent news. A massive merchant guild was ready to clear their entire inventory, and their lead representative was already waiting in the foyer. But when Ethan heard the name Mises, his expression instantly darkened. Sensing the sudden tension, Hans started to get visibly restless. Hans stammered that they were top-tier go-getters. Was there a problem? Ethan simply gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. He praised Hans's hard work before heading in to face the guest, leaving the chamberlain standing there completely baffled by his reaction. Stepping into the parlor, Ethan offered a polite apology to the merchant for keeping him waiting. The air was thick with mystery. The man rose to greet him, introducing himself as Michelin, the influential mastermind behind the Mrs. Trading Group. Ethan took a seat, eyes piercing, and demanded the man's true name. After all, real business requires absolute unwavering transparency. Surely he agreed. Michelin looked lost, but Ethan leaned in, mentioning a specific secret his father had once shared with him. The Besis Marquisate had a unique ritual. Every heir was forced to survive entirely on their own for several grueling years. It was the perfect cover for a secret identity. The man's composure wavered as he stammered out a weak, nervous denial. He claimed it was a misunderstanding, but Ethan pushed. Would he really keep playing pretend? Silence fell as the man's mind raced. For 3 years, he'd lived as a ghost, mastering a voice so different that even his own blood wouldn't know him. Not even the king could see through the ruse. But Ethan knew the truth because in his previous life this man told him. Defeated, the man sighed, impressed by Ethan's sharp intuition. It was time to drop the act and introduce his real self. My name is Jaron Bessis. Ethan smiled, acknowledging the prestige, and suggested they finally get down to some serious high-stakes business. Ethan teased an offer unlike anything Jaron had ever seen. Was he interested in the lucrative world of potion making? Jaron's eyes widened. Jaron questioned his expertise, but Ethan explained he'd mastered these arts during the desperate war against dragons in his past life. Noble houses had pooled their forbidden knowledge then, including alchemical secrets known only to Ethan and the original creator of the craft. The Besis family had sacrificed everything to support the crown. Because of that ancient loyalty, Ethan trusted them above all others. As the weight of the choice settled, Jaron grew suspicious. Why was this mysterious archduke suddenly dangling the secret of alchemy? The offer was too tempting to ignore, and since Ethan knew his secret, Jaron figured he was playing for keeps. Why them? Ethan reminded him of the bravery shown 15 years ago, when the Besis family stood as a shield during the Dragon Wars. It's a tragedy the true heroes were left in ruins while the spineless parasites who hid in the shadows now claim all the glory. They thrive on the misery of others. Ethan couldn't trust them with a secret this big. In 7 months, everything would change. That's when he'll officially take the mantle of family head. But first, he planned to purge every single traitor from his ranks. He needed Jaron's support once more. Jaron hesitated, remembering that Ethan had supposedly just woken from a decade-long soul-stealing coma. The Senate wouldn't be his only hurdle. He'd have to survive the wrath of the kingdom's 7 most powerful elite families. They loathed the Ardan family for their royal immunity and legendary titles, choosing to back the Senate just to tear them down. They were rotting the family from the inside out. The king, the greedy nobles, and those 10 corrupt senators, they were all enemies. Siding with the Archduke meant declaring war on the world. Ethan saw the hesitation in Jaron's eyes and nodded in understanding, but the profit was undeniable. Jaron's eyes snapped up, horrified, as he watched Ethan suddenly slice open his own palm with a blade. Ethan shrugged off the concern. He just needed a demonstration. This potion matched the potency of a standard high-grade healing elixir, yet it cost only a fraction of the market price. As the liquid hit the raw wound, it hissed and bubbled violently. Jaron gasped at the insane profit margins. Ethan nodded. It was the real deal, provided the measurements were executed with surgical precision. Every herb and every second of fermentation must be perfect. He holds the secret recipes, waiting for the deal to close. He offers them for free. Extending a scarred, wounded hand, he demands an answer now. Anxiety gripped Jaron. This was the only path left to restore his family's fallen honor. He refused to watch them fade into silence. The contract was signed, and several days quickly flew by. Hans approached the Archduke with a 3-day report detailing the blatant betrayals of their vassals. Baron Kargas is illegally hoarding troops, breeding criminal factions, just like the Red Scorpions across the city. His army is 3 times the legal limit. Worse, he's bleeding the residents dry with sky-high taxes. He runs a protection racket to exploit the weak. Furious, the Archduke stripped him and his brothers of power. They're just common thieves, total scum. Ethan suspected the other 9 families were just as filthy and demanded the records. Who's squeezing the villages for coin? Hans pointed to James, the Baron's most trusted lapdog. He's currently in Barasas for the collection. Ethan's eyes narrowed. It was time for a little field trip. As the Chamberlain prepped the horses, Ethan studied the report, plotting his next move. He planned a 4-month takeover, but the Fire Mistress changed the timeline. Kargas could wait. He needed speed. James was the first target. Soon, the greedy collector arrived in Barosas to snatch the gold. The village elder pleaded, explaining they'd scraped up every cent but were still coming up short. James exploded in rage, screaming that the village still owed him 20 pieces of gold. He claimed he saved them from the Red Scorpions. Lying pig, the elder thought. Everyone knew the Archduke did that. The elder begged for more time, but James shoved him aside, shouting that their time had run out. No cash. Give me your daughter instead, Jaime sneered, wanting to make an example of those who pay late. Terror filled the old man's eyes as he begged for his daughter's safety. Then Ethan finally arrived. Hans identified the bloated collector, but Ethan's voice was icy. He'd smelled the trash from miles away. Pure garbage. Hames blinked, recognizing Hans the loser, supposedly rotting away in the wilderness. But who was the man beside him? Sensing a terrifying aura, a panicked Hames shrieked for his bodyguard, Dokkan. Do something, you're my shield, he cried, while Dokkan wondered about the scorching mana filling the air. Sensing the danger, Dokkan gripped his hilt and barked a command for Ethan to halt immediately. Defying the Baron is a crime, Dokkan yelled, yet he felt a monstrous pressure, despite the opponent's low mana. Ethan unsheathed his blade, warning him to shut up. He didn't take legal advice from common thugs. Dokkan drew his steel, cursing Ethan's arrogance. You want to die, he roared, swinging with lethal intent. You're the only one dying today, Ethan countered, calmly launching himself into a devastating aerial lunge. Dokkan's eyes widened at the speed, but he smirked. The trajectory was way too predictable. He braced to parry and strike back, but Ethan's blade was closing in faster than expected. At the last millisecond, Ethan shifted his angle, leaving Dokkan completely bewildered and exposed. Ethan's blade bit deep into his side. Dokkan's sword clattered to the dirt as he was blasted backward. Total silence fell. The guard stood frozen. The knight had been dismantled in a single effortless strike. You idiots, don't just stand there, Jaime shrieked. Kill him. Stop him right now. Hans stepped forward, warning them. The Archduke stands before you. Drop your weapons if you value your lives. Panic spread as the guards whispered. This was the man who had wiped out the Red Scorpions. Terrified, they dropped their swords instantly. Ethan gave a cold smile. At least they knew their place. As for James, Ethan dragged the trembling coward back to his own mansion for a very private chat. Ethan looked around the luxury. Living better than an Archduke, you've certainly made yourself at home. It's the Baron's fault, James blubbered. Kargas ordered it all. Look at the ledger. Every coin is recorded. Flipping through the pages, Ethan found all the proof he needed. He signaled for Hans to step in. Hans had captured the entire confession on a memory sphere. With the evidence secured, Ethan gave his final orders. Deliver this scroll to Baron Kargas. Turning to Hames, Ethan gave him one last chilling look. The Baron wanted taxes, not for you to feast. Don't ever let me catch you being scum again. Smirking, Hans cracked his knuckles and confirmed he was locked in. Dread washed over Hames as he realized the stakes. Soon a cryptic letter reached Helmut. Shimon Furness reached out, questioning if the Archduke was finally tightening the leash. He needed to amass power before the Senate to force everyone's submission. Was that the play? Then let him move. We still need intel on him, so report back the moment you dig anything up. The moment the crystal dimmed, Helmut roared in fury, nearly shattering the orb in his white-knuckled grip. Realizing he was being served as bait, he opened Ethan's letter, scanning the jagged handwriting. Ethan knew about the illegal taxes and contract breach, baffled that he'd actually survived 3 tax collectors. Even with knights guarding them, there was no escape. Helmut crushed the parchment, summoning his butler instantly. He ordered Ruin to fetch the Archduke from the slums. No more underestimating the man. It was time. Time for a face-to-face. Ethan smirked, satisfied that nearly every tax loophole had been shut down these past weeks. Baron Kargas must be losing his mind. Just then, a sharp knock echoed. Enter, Ethan commanded. Myers walked in with a grin, asking if he was summoned. Ethan gave a sharp nod. Gear up, Ethan said. You're heading to a branch family soon, but first I need a word. Myers froze, stunned. Wait, what? A branch family? Since when did we have another one? Relax, I'll explain, Ethan said, holding up 3 fingers. There are 3 major reasons for this play. 3, Myers gasped. Ethan stood up, his gaze intense. Precisely. Reason number 1. With Tehran gone, only 2 real threats are left fighting for the throne of this house. But don't expect the other houses to just watch while we dismantle the Kargas name. I possess an immunity they can't touch. Secondly, they'll fight my leadership to protect their own toxic influence. They'll try to crown you just to turn you into a puppet again. Thirdly, we need them believing you're an ally. They'll shower you with resources, Ethan explained. Myers nodded, the vision finally clicking into place. We're crossing the point of no return, Ethan warned. Danger is inevitable. But Myers cut him off. I get it, boss. I've got this, Myers reassured. Ethan exhaled a thanks. As Myers leaned in. So I just play the loyal double agent. Ethan stepped forward, his expression hardening. Gripping his shoulder, Ethan confirmed. Exactly. While they're backing you, they won't suspect a thing. While you're inside, I'll prep their downfall. We're taking down one of the heavy hitters, the Furness family. Hans is your backup, so don't sweat it. Myers grinned, clenching his fist tight. Consider it done, Myers vowed. Soon supplies were being hauled onto the departing carriage. Marie stepped up, arms crossed and looking unimpressed. Are you actually ghosting us right now? Huh, Myers stammered. Don't me, she snapped. I'm waiting for a real answer. Hands on her hips, she fumed. You're vanishing for 6 months with 0 prep. Are you insane? He offered a sheepish grin and promised to send letters. You better, she huffed back. Ethan approached, signaling Myers to hold up. Myers turned back, clearly caught off guard. I've always got your back, but stay sharp out there, Ethan warned, sealing it with a handshake. Trust me, I've got this, Myers replied, before hopping on the carriage with a final wave. The horses bolted forward. Moments later, another carriage rattled by, nearly flipping as it struck a boulder. Ruin cursed from inside. Seriously, these roads are absolute trash. His companion just sighed, looking exhausted. Is the Baron worth this headache? Ruin just laughed. You have no idea what we've endured. So, what's the payout this month? Ruin patted the heavy chest with a greedy smirk. A fortune. 100 gold pieces. Ruin gasped. Wait, didn't he only send one lousy coin last month? He scowled, wondering if his pay got slashed, just because of a few bad hands at poker. Yet he's handing those losers 100 gold. Listen up, Sharon, he muttered, eyes narrowing. Yes, sir. He tossed the bag over. Keep 10 for yourself. Sharon let out a dark chuckle. Clutching the gold, he sneered. 10 coins for this nightmare. I'll take it. But Ruin screamed, no. They'll toss the trash 10 coins and keep the rest. Just for kicks. Chiron trembled. What if the Archduke loses his mind? Rumors say he rivals actual knights. The Baron warned us to stay sharp. He smirked and asked, this payout is 10 times larger. Why be mad? He's powerless against me, a third-rank knight. A boisterous laugh erupted. Suddenly, the villain recalled Terran's words. Brother, there's no need to stress. He's gone. He'll hold the line until his final breath, or the Demon King falls. He slashed his wooden blade, smashing the dummy. Terran, you okay? He hadn't heard a peep from him since the awakening. He feels his pain. He probably exhausted himself trying to glue this broken family back together. Being kept in the dark about his status is infuriating. He just wants to bring him home. Gnashing his teeth, he channeled his energy into a devastating strike. It won't be that simple, he doubted. The thought fueled his rage. Suddenly, a carriage pulled up, making him whirl around in shock. Sharon stepped out, cracking the door open. We have reached our destination, sir, she announced. Ruin shoved his hands into his pockets. God, who actually lives in this wasteland? Suddenly, the main character glared, wondering, who is this clown? Ruin chuckles and tosses him a heavy pouch, claiming it's the allowance from Baron Kargas. He was certain the pauper would be shook by the massive haul. A gold coin rolled out, stopping at the hero's feet. Ruin sneered. Go on, take a look. The beggar was stunned by the gold. Why bow to a duke? Won't you even thank me for this charity? He remembered giving his all last month. Suddenly, bam, the protagonist's fist buried itself in his face, flattening him. Ruin clutched his bleeding nose as the antagonist loomed over him. Did I stutter? Since when does a baron outrank a duke? He seized Ruin's collar, who shrieked, the hell are you doing? The hero hoisted him up. Need a reminder of who I am, Kargas, he gasped. What Kargas? Another brutal punch landed. Baron Kargas Ruin wailed in pure agony. You're a total psycho, die, he roared, surging his internal mana. The protagonist watched, intrigued. This aura, has he mastered their breathing style? Ruin lunged, screaming. He'd snap his arms like twigs. Get it, the main character sighed. How pathetic, Ruin barked. What was that? The hero thought. They have the knowledge but zero clue how to use it. Just a clumsy amateur. Infusing mana into his fingertips, he realized, good thing I know the counter-strikes. He jabbed rapidly, blasting Ruin back. I didn't even feel that Ruin yelled, but then his face went pale. Wait, what? Collapsing to his knees, he stared at his hands. What did you do to me, you monster? I sealed your mana, the hero stated coldly. Ruin gasped, sealed. Obviously, he replied. A thief of techniques should know the risks. Ruin roared, don't you dare mess with me. He charged with a wild swing, but the main character ghosted the attack and delivered a crushing counterblow. He turned to the terrified Sharon, trembling on the ground. Yo, why are you actually here? Sharon shakily handed over a letter. An invite from Baron Kargas. The hero grabbed it, curious. An invitation, Sharon nodded. He sent 100 gold instead of 10 this time. The protagonist scanned the parchment. Bag the rest of the gold. Sharon scurried to obey. An invite, he wondered what the Baron was plotting. A face-to-face, this was perfect. The following day, Marie asked anxiously, Ethan, are you sure about this? He told her to chill. It was just a chat. Marie tried to protest. But Ethan, before she could finish, the hero boarded the carriage. I'm off. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Marie whispered his name. The coachman whipped the horses. Marie crossed her arms. Why take a sword just for a talk? Inside the carriage, the hero knew the Baron was cooked. His fate was already written in stone. Regardless of the trap, he'd play along until the end. Time to see his hand. Later in Poiret, the Baron's massive estate appeared. Talk about overcompensating, he thought. A lavish palace, built on blood and lies, scapegoating the Ardan name for their own greed. Warriors died for people like this. The carriage slowed. Your Grace, we have arrived. Our protagonist steps out of the carriage only for Dexter to block his path. Yo, he sneers. So this is the guest, Dexter mocks, hands on his hips. I told Pops this was a total waste of time. Where was the younger brother they sent to fetch him? The main character ignores the jab and closes the distance. Locking eyes with him, he asks, do you even know who you're addressing, or did the Baron fail to teach you? Basic respect for the main house, Dexter snaps, grabbing his collar. The hell, you acting big just because of a title. Arrogant, the MC scoffs. Dexter is fuming, but our guy just smirks before burying a heavy boot into his gut. The blow sends the kid flying backward. Hilarious, the MC mutters, watching the trash stumble and gasp for air. That a loser like you thinks they can teach me anything. Dexter reels stunned, he was even touched. Right then the MC tosses a bound-up ruin onto the dirt. Found your brother. Take him and get out. You did this, Dexter roars. The MC just flashes a cold, sharp smile. Who else? Enraged, Dexter draws steel. Channeling his inner aura, Dexter screams, "Die, you moron," as he swings a devastating strike at the protagonist. Ghosting past the blade, the MC sighs. Another one. Can't even master basic swordsmanship. Dexter lunges again, desperate. What the Dexter blinks, his target vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, the MC has him by the hair. He slams Dexter's face into the pavement, spiderwebbing the stone. He reaches for his blade, voice turning ice cold. A man like this isn't worthy of being called a knight. This ends now. Suddenly, Manhattan points a sword at him. Stand down, this instant, Manhattan bellows. Steel clashes as they trade blows before leaping apart. I am Manhattan, he declares, commander of the Kargas Knights. Archduke, you've gone too far. Know your place and stop this madness at once. Don't force my hand. The protagonist lowers his weapon, eyes sharp. I'm the one who crossed the line, you say. And what about the man pointing steel at the Archduke, the rightful heir? Is that not using force? You want force. Try blocking this. He levels his blade. If you're going to threaten me with power, you better be leagues above this bastard. Manhattan mumbles a quick apology before lunging with explosive speed. The MC tracks his movement perfectly, meeting the heavy strike with a flawless high-tension parry. Manhattan slips to the flank impressed. He's good. He strikes again, only to be redirected with effortless grace. A shallow nick opens on the MC's arm. Manhattan grits his teeth. I have to push him back now. He leaps, unleashing a punishing swing. Dust explodes everywhere as Manhattan repositions himself mid-air. Using the smoke as a screen, he plans to disarm the Archduke gently, but his eyes go wide with shock. A blade pierces the haze aimed straight for his heart. No way. He's actually going for the kill. Manhattan braces for the end, but the blade whistles past his ear. He stares at the side in disbelief. Why did he stop? That was a killing blow for sure. Did the Archduke really just show him mercy? Suddenly, a shrill scream pierces the air. Ruin. A woman rushes over, cradling her fallen, battered son. Madam, stay back, it's dangerous, her guard warns, but she ignores him. My baby, please open your eyes. Teeth bared, she glares at the protagonist. How dare a washed-up, half-dead duke lay a hand on my son? She points a trembling finger. Seize this psychopath, Manhattan. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Enough, Helmut's voice booms, silencing the chaos. He scans the entire scene with a look of pure irritation. He steps forward as his wife clings to him. Darling, that maniac attacked our boys. Helmut looks at her coldly. I know. I'll handle this. Now leave. He turns his icy gaze away from her and toward Manhattan. Take my wife and Ruin inside. Manhattan scoops up the unconscious boy. As you command, my lord. Helmut opens his arms wide, eyes narrowing. It has been 10 long years, hasn't it, your grace? Mind letting my son go so we can talk? The MC steps out. It has been a long time indeed. A lot has changed for many reasons. Unfortunately, I cannot grant that favor for you today. He levels his sword at the groveling Dexter. The sin of those who defy the Duke is absolute and heavy. For drawing steel against me, only execution remains. Helmut tries to stay composed. Now, let us stay calm, your grace. Dexter is just a boy. I beg for your forgiveness on his behalf. He might even have immunity. But the Duke's title is just a hollow shell. The Senate calls the shots here and they will judge him. Let's bury the hatchet and team up. Together, your family can finally reclaim its former legendary glory. Our protagonist's voice turned cold as he challenged Baron Helmut, questioning the very purpose of a ducal house that fails to lead its people. He slammed his blade down with terrifying force. Helmut shrieked in terror for Dexter, only to realize the cold steel had narrowly missed his son's skull. The blade quivered in the dirt. Helmut gripped his hilt, his patience snapping as he roared for this madness to end once and for all. Channeling his inner aura, the Baron issued a lethal ultimatum release. Dexter now, and beg for mercy on his knees, or face certain death. Forgiveness, the main character scoffed, finding the Baron's demand pathetic. He hauled Dexter up by the collar like a common stray, and smirked. With a chilling gaze, he declared that the entire bloodline was already marked for extinction before tossing the boy aside like trash. Baron Helmut trashed his sacred oath, just to bury his dirty secrets. He targeted the Duke's bloodline. Now he faces treason and total ruin. Title and castle gone. The blade points, but the Baron snaps. This brat threatens me. Kill him. He orders his knights to strike. He seethes through gritted teeth. Everything is moving exactly as planned. I'll cripple them first. The hero smirks, seeing right through him. Filthy rat. In Palentium, the king rules over a silent room. Anything else? Or can we finally bring this meeting to a close? Bluton stands hand over heart. Your Majesty, one final urgent matter. The king wonders why the Marquis is suddenly so vocal. Speak. Your Majesty, Archduke Arden has finally reached out to me. The Archduke, the man who was a vegetable for 10 years. Why deal with Bezus now? The king asks why. The answer is grave. Kargas is a traitor. Illegal taxes, secret militias, and a massive army. He even sold the Duke's forbidden techniques on the black market. The king scans the room. The great families are clearly not happy. I have the proof. The Archduke demands the Baron's castle now. The corrupt Senate, or the legendary defenders. A truly impossible choice. He taps his throne. This is a private matter. Arden isn't Senate. Let the Archduke handle his own messy business. Understood. The king won't help. Back home, Menharten brings the survivors in. You're safe now. Don't worry, but the woman won't stop weeping. Get them hot tea, he commands. The soldier bows and rushes away. I'm returning to the Baron. Be careful out there, sir. Menharten is confused. Why change the entire plan in mid-attack? Something feels wrong. Elsewhere, our hero dances through a storm of steel. Gotcha. A knight lunges, aiming a lethal strike at his heart. He slips the blow, sees an opening, and takes flight. Now Helmut screams. Surround him. He can't dodge everything at once. Your Grace, she is safe. The Baron finally looks relieved. Excellent. I'm done with you. Menharten watches the battle stunned. The Archduke isn't fighting. He's just toying with them like ants. He hovers midair, mana surging, ready. The very air begins to scream. A massive slash of energy tears the ground apart, shattering them. Helmut cowers. Where did a brat find that kind of power? You can't win. You'll rot in the darkest dungeon forever. The hero just chuckles, his blade glowing with a cold, deadly intent. Use a long-range strike next. I'd hate to hit anyone else. He spins mana, erupting in a violent, swirling cyclone of destruction. This energy is monstrous, Helmut gasps. Our hero charges like a comet. Menharten screams. Move. If that hits, you're all dead men. Arden's secret art blast wave. A tide of destruction levels the field. Marie flinches. Hot, she hisses, nursing her burnt finger. Is Ethan doing okay? I hope he isn't causing trouble again. He's always reckless. But why is it so quiet out there? Outside the horizon was a literal hellscape. Flames roared as Menharten stared in absolute disbelief. No way, he whispered, hands shaking. His mana is cooked. Where is this insane energy coming from? Menharten lunged to shield the Baron blade ready. Helmut just stood there, jaw hitting the floor. He couldn't wrap his head around it. These elite knights were absolute tanks, yet he just erased them. Suddenly, our hero's hand began to tremble. He stared at his palm, teeth gritted in frustration. Mana level 0. Is this my limit? Without the Fire Lord's buff, he'd be face down already. Baron Helmut, he growled, eyes cold as ice. You're next. The Baron let out a pathetic whimper. The protagonist stepped into his personal space. Generations of your abuse. Today, the bill comes due. Get him, the Baron shrieked, backing away. He's gassed, 500 gold to whoever kills this brat. Menharten froze. That fire. It wasn't just chaos. It was surgical, hitting only those who deserved it. He'd never seen anything so cracked. The survivors were shook, finally realizing the lethal power gap. Anyone with half a brain stayed down. Reaching for a sword now was basically a death wish. You want a piece of this too? Our hero asked. The knight looked away, his spirit already crushed. Hear that, Baron? He asked, voice dropping an octave. He funneled his remaining heat into his palm. He pressed it right against Helmut's chest. Your Grace, stop, Menharten screamed, terrified of the outcome. Sir Menharten tossed this trash in the dungeon. Watch him like a hawk. The knight's eyes widened. Wait, what? You want me to lock up my own master? I'm a knight. I gave an oath. Our hero stepped closer. Exactly. A loyal knight. That's why I'm trusting you with this traitorous dog. He walked past him, a heavy hand on his shoulder. He's lost his title and his honor. If he escapes, your entire bloodline is deleted. A real knight never breaks his word. Remember that. Menharten's fist tightened until his knuckles went white. Understood. It shall be done, your Grace. Later in the dark, the Baron rattled his bars. Idiot, you think you're safe. Let me out now. Menharten, that's an order. The protagonist appeared, placing a calm hand on the knight's shoulder. I've got it from here. As he turned to leave, the knight finally spoke up. Your Grace, we all tried to kill you. So tell me, why did you choose to spare our lives? The hero glanced back. A sword is just a mirror of the soul. Ever heard that one? Steel doesn't lie. When he arrived, he expected to find a castle full of vipers and monsters. People who wanted his family, the saviors of this land, dead. But then their blades met his. He felt a flicker of respect amidst the chaos. He let out a long, weary sigh of relief. Whether it was guilt or duty, it didn't matter. Loyalty still existed here, and that was enough. Menharten was stunned. I totally lost my temper today, our hero added, looking at the ceiling. I'm leaving this mess to you. Sometime later, he kicked open the doors to Helmut's office. Raymond was already there waiting. He bowed low. Greetings, your Grace. The hero scanned him coldly. Hand on his heart, Raymond spoke up. I'm the Baron's eldest son. I've been waiting for you. Waiting for the man who caged your family. I'd suggest you choose your next words very carefully. Raymond's heart was doing drum solos. Stay focused. He's not like those other two idiots. He spread his arms, trying to look chill. How about we skip the drama and talk business? The hero smirked. A deal. He watched the boy, wondering what kind of game he was playing. Clearly the kid didn't realize who he was talking to. Deals are for equals, he hissed. In a blur of motion, he snatched Raymond's throat and lifted him. Your father committed high treason. You have zero leverage here. Raymond's face turned purple as he struggled to find even a drop of air. Talk or die, the seventh, he wheezed out. The seventh family, I have info. The grip vanished instantly. Start talking. Raymond hit the floor, hacking and gasping for breath. If this is a lie, you're going straight to the hole. It's not. I have everything right here. He pulled out a dusty ancient book and handed it over. Our hero opened it and went cold. After House Arden crumbled, a treacherous deal for their hidden arts surfaced. The seventh great family demanded the tome. These secret techniques were supposedly the key to weaponizing the Duke's vassals and fortifying the army. Surrendering it was their only defense against invading neighbors. With a cold gaze, the protagonist took his seat. He bluntly stated the records were worthless for his knights. The response was even more shocking. The true secrets remained locked away. The seventh family had sold them a stripped-down version. What then? Our hero demanded. Raymond slid the genuine manuscript across. Massaging his temples, the protagonist groaned. They handed over the original. Then they bought back a cheap knockoff. Total fools. He began scanning the pages with growing disdain. Raymond explained that the decryption fees were astronomical, forcing the family to bleed the people with taxes. Slamming the book shut, he realized it was pure garbage. Is this a joke? This manual is completely worthless. No sane person would ever surrender secrets this vital. He crushed the book in his tightening fist. They were played like fiddles. While war unites allies, peacetime only reveals everyone's bottomless greed for gold. He offered a deal: spare the family in exchange for every single one of the Baron's financial ledgers. Take these documents and await my next command in the outbuilding. The protagonist's voice left no room for debate. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a blood-soaked battlefield. He blinked in confusion. Where am I? What's happening? One moment he was training in the courtyard. The next, a towering behemoth was leveling its weapon at his throat. A devastating slash tore through the air, obliterating the knight behind him. Stunned, the protagonist checked his own body. Was he unharmed? Could these be fragments of my past life? He wondered. Suddenly, Helmut appeared, hailing his magnificent victory. The realization hit him. Baron Kargas. He's from my old world. His blood boiled. That man deserves to rot. He invaded a peaceful realm, laying waste to everything like a rampaging dragon. He was talking about that horrific invasion. You can't just rewrite history to suit your whims, our hero growled. I won't let this nightmare repeat itself. With a roar, he swung his blade, shattering the ghostly vision. No, he screamed into the void. Gasping, he snapped awake on the training grounds. Sister Myers and Taryn. They're still alive in this timeline. Rules be damned. He didn't care about the laws of time. He would shield his family at any cost. A frantic shout pierced the air. This is a mistake. Startled, our hero spun around to see the commotion. A man struggling against the guards hollered that the Archduke would recognize him. He seized Musolin's collar, begging for an audience. I'm just a guest here myself, Musolin retorted. Just then, our hero stepped forward, eyes widening. Prexian, is that you? Michelin was there too. Tears welled in Prexian's eyes as he caught sight of the Archduke standing before him. Your Highness, he cried, clutching his chest. In his previous life, this man was known as the Paperwork Monster. He was a legend of the Arden family, a commoner who climbed to the rank of Count through sheer administrative genius. No task took him longer than an hour. Later, sitting in the office, he closed his eyes with a weary sigh. Everyone who stood by me has been cast out, he lamented. I've lost everything, Your Highness. The protagonist nodded, eyeing Prexian's tattered clothes. So they purged all the competent people. Typical. They were systematically gutting the Duke's household from the inside. Perhaps our enemies aren't as brainless as I thought. He had been looking for someone to manage the chaos, and Prexian had appeared at the perfect moment. This is Michelin, a merchant with deep ties to the duchy. Prexian bowed, apologizing for the earlier scene. Don't sweat it, Michelin replied, leaning back. He turned his gaze toward our hero, his expression turning serious. Your Grace, the way you dismantled the Baron's family and challenged the Senate was unexpected. Before he could finish, save it, the hero interrupted. I've heard enough. This territory belongs to House Arden and no one else. He crossed his legs with regal arrogance. Michelin froze. But the king must formally restore your ownership first. The seventh great family's vassals have been acting strangely, he muttered. But let me be clear, this is my land. Does an heir of Arden really need the blessing of a puppet king? He stared them down, radiating cold authority. Michelin choked, spitting his tea everywhere. Your Grace, I know you're powerful, but that's treason. Cutting him off, the hero smirked. Relax. You'll be receiving some very good news very soon. Standing up, the merchant sighed. If you say so, Your Grace. I'll get started on those errands immediately. A genuine smile finally touched Prexian's face. I'm relieved to see you finally found your fire again, Your Highness. It looks like His Grace is scouting for geniuses. I've been raising a kid here, interested in a meeting. Our main character freezes mid-sip, totally caught off guard. A kid Prexian gestures for the boy to enter. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. He's adopted, Prexian clarifies, leading the youngster inside with him. Lawrence steps into the light, bowing low. It's a true honor to meet you, Your Grace. I'm Lawrence. The protagonist stares, his mind racing. Lawrence's memories flood back. This is right before the Aaron Valley incident. Flashback to the past. MC trots forward on horseback. Sylvia pulls up alongside him. Commander, she greets. The army is finally in position, she reports. He smirks, noting Sylvia's always one step ahead of the curve. She shrugs it off with a smile. Yet, in just 7 days, she'd crafted a literal masterpiece of strategy. A plan destined to flip the script on this war. The Suicide Squad is our wild card, she explains confidently. Now they just wait for the signal. Damn, he thinks nobody else could have pulled off a play this insane. Her eye for cavalry strikes is unmatched, but she's running on fumes after 3 sleepless days of planning. If she collapses mid-fight, he's soloing the whole war. She scowls immediately, dismissing his fatherly concern. Since becoming a master tactician, every single human casualty feels like a heavy anchor on her soul. With humanity facing extinction by these beasts, she's ready to bet her life on a win. Anything to save one more soul. Alright, MC agrees. Let's wipe these vile invaders off the map. For the sake of humanity, Dragonades move out. He roars, drawing his blade with a grand, sweeping gesture. He bellows for the infantry to strike at the perfect moment. Sound the war horns. Do it now. As catapults are locked and loaded, MC raises his sword high. To battle, leave nothing standing. The carnage was legendary. Despite being outclassed, Sylvia's genius secured a victory paid for in blood. That was her final stand. Back in reality, he crosses his arms. It's definitely her. No doubt. Why the alias Lawrence? Her whole vibe has shifted. He sinks into his chair, deeply puzzled. He thanks her for crushing the Baron, the man whose insane taxes wiped out her entire bloodline. MC realizes history has warped. With the order weakened, branch families have turned into straight-up tyrants. Prexian gets serious, wanting a real talk. Fine MC thinks, let's see if this Lawrence is actually legit. Lawrence, you come highly recommended. Lay out the situation regarding the Baron's house for me right now. What's the play, Lawrence suggests, sparing them, transforming the family into mere political puppets, or scarecrows. Why? Because even a puppet Kargas keeps rivals at bay. Other houses won't dare interfere for now. If the bloodline stays intact, they keep a foothold. Plus, they gain a perfect future mole. Power struggles left them short-handed. Every asset matters now, they can't afford to waste a single tool. MC leans in, extending a hand. That's the long game. What's the immediate move? How do we survive? You need an army. We can't solo the vassals, so let's make them rip each other apart first. That chaos buys them time. Take out 4 heads, and the duchy splits into 3 exploitable zones. Total victory. MC takes a sip, eyes gleaming with realization. This kid is exactly who he thought. This is the one. Prexian, he calls out. You've certainly raised a brilliant young prodigy here. So Lawrence, care to be my advisor? The boy blinks, completely stunned by the sudden high-stakes offer. Later, knights swarm the streets, rounding up suspects. Suddenly, one knight is sent flying into some barrels. Amidst the screams, Menharten steps up. Don't get carried away. I'll handle this clown myself. The rebel surges with energy, screaming, traitor, you dare call yourself the Baron's knight, Menharten. Menharten scoffs. Why should I care about the opinions of a man who's already lost? We both learned the same arts. We both served the Baron. You're just as filthy as me. Menharten's gaze hardens. True, but a real knight cleans up his master's toxic mistakes. Liar, the man shrieks, lunging forward with a haymaker. You're nothing but a backstabber. All bark, no bite, Menharten mutters. In a flash, a brutal kick sends the guy airborne. Bind him and shatter his monocore, Menharten orders. His squad moves in instantly. Sir, Lawrence walks up, praising the efficiency. Menharten salutes. Advisor. He's visibly shaken by the boy's presence. Ordered to follow a complete stranger and demolish the 8 gates of darkness, total madness. But this guy was a total pro. Every move felt meticulously calculated. Who exactly was he? Before they could even process the chaos, Lawrence announced they were hitting the next target. 7 more to go, and he promised they'd be finished before the sun even dipped. Lawrence gasped, Advisor, come again. That's when Prexian stood up, commanding the room's attention. He excused himself for fresh air. Lawrence thanked him for the offer, but politely declined. The protagonist kicked back, legs crossed, and demanded to know the real reason behind the refusal. Lawrence's lips trembled as she dropped the bombshell. The truth is, I'm a girl. Raised in the grimy slums, she was just another uneducated commoner at the bottom of society. Her father's dying breaths weren't spent cursing the Baron's insane taxes, they were used to blame her. He resented her for being a girl unable to become a knight or pay his debts. Slated for slavery, she grabbed her little brother and vanished into the night to survive. Thieving was life, but her brother was her soul. Then those monsters snatched him away. The 8 gates of darkness struck, and her brother was gone. She was treated like trash. Stripped of everything just for being female, her world had faded into a hollow void. Desperate, she donned her brother's identity. If her commoner roots surfaced, she'd be branded a fraud. Fearing they'd label her a harlot, she clutched her dress with shaking hands and whispered an apology. "I can't be your advisor," she choked out. Boom, the MC slammed his fist down hard. "Wrong answer," he snapped, his brow furrowing with intense irritation. "Ignore that trash. Talent has no gender. Stand tall and face the world with pride. If anyone mocks you, break them. The 8 gates are just the Baron's tax-collecting thugs. This is your vengeance. I'm giving you a knight and an entire squad of elite soldiers. Can you handle this?" She stood firm. "Give me 24 hours and they're gone. I'll erase them from existence." A smirk played on his lips. "Perfect. Show me what you've got." Deep in the city of Hermes, Myers let out a heavy sigh inside Earl Furness's fortress. "Impressive office," he noted. Shimon, head of the 10th branch, offered a subtle knowing grin. Shimon chuckled. "I'm honored. But tell me what business brings you to my doorstep today. I know you're busy since waking up, but honestly..." He paused, his expression turning grave. "My brother. He's changed. He's become a monster." Shimon blinked in shock. "A monster? Look." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing horrific marks. Shimon gasped. "Where did those scars come from?" "My brother's handiwork," he spat, gesturing toward Hans. "He did the same to the Chamberlain, too. Every day is a nightmare of violence. 10 years ago, he was a gentle, quiet soul. Was it the mana surge? He's unrecognizable now." Shimon's brow darkened. "Is this for real?" Everything clicked. Silence from Kelmont for days. It seemed Ardon had finally made his move. No need to rush. Myers was the perfect pawn. "Count Shimon." Myers called out suddenly. "Let's make a deal." Shimon's eyebrows shot up. "A deal? With me?" Myers nodded firmly. "Precisely why I'm here. I've discovered the branch families are tearing each other apart in secret. The Senate is a divided house." Shimon panicked internally. How did he get his hands on this? 2 power-hungry factions are fighting for control. First, we have the Hamilton group, led by Lugan. Then there's your Furness faction. You're evenly matched, both just waiting for a chance to strike. Myers leaned in. "But here's the kicker. Someone's been plotting to turn me into a pathetic drunk. They wanted us to be the villains. Helmet was the puppet, but Lugan pulled the strings." Shimon was reeling. "That's why I'm here," Myers continued. "A deal where we both win." Was he here for blood? Shimon wondered if their secret plan had leaked to the wrong ears. He glanced at Hans, questioning everything. Then Myers reached out his hand, ready to seal fate. "Help me dethrone my unhinged brother and take the lead, and I'll wipe Count Lugan off the map for you." He tightened his grip, bracing for the answer. A smirk played on his lips. This was the ultimate golden opportunity. With a roar of laughter, he promised to crown him Archduke. Moments later, Shimon granted him entry. Hans stepped inside, bowing deeply. "Your Excellency, you summoned me." He gave a curt nod in response. One question burned in his mind. He knew who fed Myers the lies, but what was their endgame? Exposure meant certain death. Hans bowed low, claiming he served as Baron Kargas's loyal chamberlain. He sought protection for his new master from a tyrannical brother. But why come here instead of the Baron? The Archduke's bloodlust toward the Kargas family was peaking. An all-out assault could happen at any second. With every other path blocked, he had no choice but to twist the truth for the young master. Shimon let out a dark chuckle. This fox was clever, and his loyalty was far more valuable than the Baron's. Communication from Helmet had gone completely silent. "Hans, was it? You've certainly caught my interest. Rest easy, you're under my protection now." Hans bowed, overwhelmed by his master's sudden favor. He laughed it off as a trifle. Yet without the Baron tracking, the Archduke's next move would be nearly impossible. Hans pressed a hand to his heart, volunteering for the Baron's estate. Shimon granted the request instantly. This was his chance to prove his worth. With his high-level connections, he'd be the ultimate asset. He smirked, realizing the potential. Hans would be the perfect mole to leak the Archduke's secret maneuvers. "Of course, sir." Shimon tossed him a bag and a crystal ball, commanding him to keep the line open. Hans gripped the artifact tight. "Consider it done." He slipped out of the office, his mind racing with the plan. Everything was falling into place. Myers played his part perfectly. Now it was time for his own performance. Shimon leaned back at his desk. "What's the verdict, Commander Lawson? Do we trust him?" Lurking in the shadows, Lawson crossed his arms. "It's a smooth story. Maybe a little too perfect for my liking. We'll stay cautious for now. We need to peel back the layers of his true intentions." The knight admitted he'd never seen anything like it in all his years on the field. He'd faced monsters, but this woman was a different breed of dangerous. She executed criminals without a single blink. Menharton pulled Lawrence aside, warning her that she was pushing the boundaries way too far. She had sworn to erase them from existence. Just catching her eye for a second gave him absolute goosebumps. Her expression was that of a soul-devouring demon. The prisoners are under heavy guard, right? Watch your back. That devil is unpredictable. Lawrence overheard them, her interest piqued by the word devil. A new gang, perhaps, Lawrence shrugged before heading off to deliver her report to the Archduke. She's cleared to pass. Inside, the protagonist was a whirlwind of steel, his blade cutting through the air. He lunged forward, his strike, pulverizing the training dummy into a dozen jagged splinters. He lowered his sword, realizing these wooden targets could no longer keep up with his rising power. Lawrence approached with a sharp gaze. Your Grace, the intelligence report you requested is ready. The 8 Gate survivors were being forged into an elite reconnaissance team perfect for the shadows. He scanned the files. Excellent. Are they ready for deployment? More than half are battle ready, sir. Suddenly, a knight burst in. Sir, a man named Hans has just arrived at the gates. Hans. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. Ah, my servant. Send him and Lawrence to my office immediately. He walked on a cold smile forming. It looked like the infiltration plan was finally in motion. Later at Kilmot Castle, Myers was drenched in sweat, his shield braced against a heavy onslaught. He parried a surprise rear attack with lightning reflexes, then countered a flurry of incoming strikes. Watching from the balcony, Lowenstein nodded. His form is peak. He's truly ready to lead the family. Shimon sat on his throne impressed. That Ardon bloodline was showing its true terrifying potential. They had to keep Lugan in the dark, while keeping a constant, watchful eye on the Archduke's every move. I'm putting my chips on you, Shimon chuckled, stroking his chin with a calculating grin. He couldn't wait. The upcoming Senate meeting was about to become a god-tier bloodbath. Scanning the parchment, the Archduke murmured, Myers seems to be thriving. But what's the status of the Count? Hans grinned, confident their mission went flawlessly. Being stationed at the Baron's estate made leaking intel effortless. Lawrence chimed in, asking if the wedge between the noble houses was already being driven into place. The real chaos would erupt post-meeting. Exactly, our protagonist confirmed, with a cold, steady gaze. Hans froze, stunned by her tactical insight. Glancing at his lord, he whispered, Your Grace, who is this woman? Meet Lawrence and Chamberlain, he replied. Get acquainted because you'll be working in the trenches together soon. Lawrence offered a graceful, calculated bow. A pleasure. I serve as His Grace's primary tactical advisor. They gathered around the table, Hans taking a seat directly across from her while taking a slow, contemplative sip. I've only been gone a week, and he's already recruited this genius, he thought. Wait, she's actually gorgeous. Is she his type? Panicked, he willed his racing heart to chill. Lawrence noticed his odd expression immediately. Why is he making that face? She wondered. Is there a problem? Chamberlain coughed to break the tension. Not at all, you're just surprisingly young, he stammered. Lawrence slid a file over her gaze sharp. Age is irrelevant if I can deliver results for the Archduke. Here's the current intel. Care to verify it? He scanned the pages, realizing she wasn't just talk. Her strategic depth was far beyond his initial expectations. What? He gasped. Baron Helmut and his heirs are already behind bars. She nodded, confirming the grim reality. The execution is scheduled, she stated flatly. He was floored. Executing high-ranking nobles, it was unheard of. 357, she whispered. Pardon, Hans asked. She explained how many souls perished from famine. The Baron's greed caused a massacre last winter. Countless others were broken by his cruelty. But that wasn't all. They dared to draw blades against an Ardan. Still, Hans worried that public execution was crossing a line. Are you questioning your loyalty? She challenged. No, he barked. Had he sided with the Baron, he'd be dead. Wait. You obliterated 8 fortress gates in a single day. Hans couldn't believe the scale of the destruction. Exactly. Just one task off the checklist, she replied. So what's your brilliant move now? Hans explained his plan to feed the young master false intel to gain the Count's favor. He needed to get close. And after that she pressed. Hans blinked. What is that? Seriously, the entire plan? Lawrence folded her arms. I was only there for a day, he defended. It was enough to trick the Count. We can't predict his next move. Shouldn't we just adapt as we go? Lawrence let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Listen, Chamberlain. Her tone felt incredibly condescending. What? He snapped. She told him his plan was weak. She'd handle the strategy. Setting her tea down with a sharp clack, she added that he had overlooked a critical, fatal flaw. If you return like this, the Count will have your head. Hans froze. The Archduke then broke the heavy silence. Thanks for the long journey, the MC said warmly. Let's formalize the introductions. Jerome stepped forward with a bow. Your reputation precedes you, my lady. I'm Jerome from the Misa unit. I look forward to our partnership. Lawrence gripped his hand firmly. Likewise. Skip the formalities, Jerome. He let out a surprised, hearty laugh. I can't do that. You're his lordship's right hand. The MC looked Jerome in the eye, his gaze intense. Jerome is our schedule, holding up perfectly, sire. I'm here to deliver the final response. Handing over a scroll, Jerome suggested it might not be the news he wanted. The MC took it calmly. I'll thank Marquise Blounton for this burden personally, he muttered, unfurling the parchment and tossing it onto the table. Pure fluff. Not a single concrete detail, and the handwriting is trash. Lawrence noted the king sided with the Senate. He basically told me to handle my own family drama, the Archduke scoffed, his eyes narrowing. Perfect, Lawrence replied smoothly. Jerome looked puzzled. Wait, why is that a good thing? The king and the 7 houses are our true enemies. Now they've chosen to stay out of it. This was exactly the opening they needed. The appeal worked, the MC noted. The Marquis's letter proved their collusion. The king had sacrificed the great families for his own gain. Slamming the document down, his expression turned lethal. The stage is set. The king gave us the green light. It's time to light the fuse. The Archduke leaned back. I see. He's looking to dominate the potion market across the entire kingdom. Jerome nodded. Precisely. My company can't scale that fast, so we're handing the logistics over to House Beezus. He knew it well. His family's vast trade web spanned the realm, ensuring a flawless operation. Cross-border supply deals were now within reach. They stood to gain a massive 100-fold profit. The Archduke offered his hand, seeing no flaws. He told them to notify the Marquis at once. He welcomed the partnership. Shaking hands, he agreed. Indeed. Right then, a sudden knock echoed loudly. The Archduke permitted entry. His advisor stepped inside her presence, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. She bowed, apologizing for the intrusion. Your Grace, everything is ready. MC stood offering his own apologies. He told Jerome they weren't finished. Jerome smiled, waving it off, understanding the Archduke's busy schedule. A detailed letter would follow soon. The Archduke gestured his thanks, dismissing him with a polite nod. Until next time. The advisor added that Sir Manhattan was waiting below. Very well, he replied. They've arrived. Geron stood, sighing. The Archduke was a total enigma, a man beyond human comprehension. Had he truly predicted this expansion, it felt like the entire kingdom danced in his palm. He prayed House Arden would soon regain its lost glory. MC then tasked Lawrence with the supplies. She was to handle everything once Geron's documents arrived. Understood, she replied with sharp precision. Are they here? Manhattan stood by the door. Yes, this is where the Baron is being held. He asked about the interrogation. Lawrence confirmed it, but even brutal torture hadn't cracked him yet. His story was full of holes. I'll handle this, he said, reaching out to Manhattan. Manhattan handed over the keys. Excellent work. Now return to your post as the Knight Captain. He complied, yet hesitated. But your Grace. The protagonist silenced his worries with a single look. Handing back the key, he promised to spare the Baron's family. He always kept his word. Manhattan saluted and left. Meanwhile, Helmut sat huddled on the floor, drowning in his own thoughts. What a pathetic fool. Back when he was weak and hunted, he was cautious to a fault. But power in the Senate blinded him. He'd grown arrogant, looking down on the world around him. That was his downfall. Tears fell as he realized he'd fatally underestimated the Archduke's true strength. The sound of a key turning made him shriek. Your Grace, he begged as the door swung open. Helmut screamed again, terrified. He imagined Lawrence returning to continue the nightmare of his interrogation. He cowered against the stone wall. Stay away, he howled, shielding his face. Please, no more. He swore he'd confessed everything. MC scoffed, unimpressed by the Baron's desperate, pathetic acting. He knew the rat was still hiding secrets. Resting a hand on his hip, he questioned him. Did he think his remaining scraps of info would actually buy him more precious time? Helmut stammered, feigning ignorance. The Archduke's gaze pierced through him like a freezing winter wind. Waiting for reinforcements, he tossed a document at the Baron's feet. Don't hold your breath. Helmut lunged for the paper, trembling. What is this? Read it, the Archduke commanded coldly. His heart stopped. The royal seal. Do you see the king himself had abandoned him? Their royal father figure decided this blood feud should be settled strictly between their two houses. He crushed the letter, howling in pure despair. His world was ending. It was truly over. He promised to spill everything. Just spare me and my sons. The Archduke's response was chilling. Talk first, then we'll see. The Baron gasped, revealing a secret basement hidden beneath his estate. It held everything, including the Duke of Arden's lost relic. What my father's sword, you thief. Helmut recoiled, begging for mercy. Calm down. It wasn't just me. I didn't do it alone. He was in the Senate, but a mere pawn. Besides, he claimed the blade was already broken. Broken, the Archduke was stunned. Dranian was the perfect sword, an unbreakable legend of steel. A divine heirloom passed through the Arden bloodline for generations. The ultimate symbol of their house. His father carried it into the final battle. Even in defeat, it was a legendary weapon. It withstood the Dragon King's fury. How could it be shattered? Impossible. Tell me the truth. Speak. Helmut trembled. It happened 15 years ago. During the Great Dragon Invasion. Without defenses, the nation crumbled instantly. The Ardon clan forged an elite suicide squad from their greatest warriors. Surpassing any knight in skill, they dared to challenge the Dragon King, only to be utterly annihilated. All that remained was the divine sword's hilt. Staring down, the protagonist realized the grim reality of the past. His father had truly faced that monster. When asked about the Dragon King's fate, the answer was chillingly uncertain. The beast had vanished without a trace. The hero wondered if it was hiding, nursing a near-fatal wound. But why seek peace? With their king gone, the humans finally held the winning hand against the dragon horde. Yet this occurred before his blackout. Had his memories truly been wiped clean by fate? He demanded the truth. Unbelievably, it was the Xenon Empire that had pushed for the ceasefire. They coerced every neighbor into signing. Shocked, the protagonist watched as Lawrence discovered the hidden stairway below. The secret path was real. Helmut wasn't lying after all. The MC stepped forward, leading the way inside. Raising his lantern, he replayed their meeting. Just moments ago, they were locked in a tense confrontation. He needed every detail. After that apocalyptic clash, the Dragon King had simply evaporated into thin air. Yet his generals remained, and their legion was still lethal. On the surface, nothing had actually changed. A mysterious envoy reached out to Xenon, and the world's superpowers quickly shook hands with the dragons. Everyone else fell in line. The MC was baffled. The Empire was never a weak player. Their leverage was far superior to his. He desperately needed to uncover the missing pieces of this puzzle. They halted at their destination. Facing a massive arcane seal, he wove a complex protective enchantment. It was a perfect cast. He handed the key to Lawrence, instructing her to trigger the mechanism. She reached out, nodding in agreement. Carefully, she placed the artifact at the center of the magical array. The heavy doors groaned open. His father's legacy waited inside, not the sword, but something far more personal. He was certain of it now. Stepping inside, Lawrence gasped at the sheer scale of the hidden vault. The room was overflowing. How could they find one specific relic? The MC just gave a knowing smirk. It was already in sight. He focused on a mysterious flask, recalling Helmut's tale of the Duke's final moments. While preparing the body for the grave, Helmut had witnessed the impossible. He stood frozen, staring in pure horror. A strange obsidian liquid metal had seeped from the Duke's remains. It was a complete and terrifying mystery. The Senate argued for ages. Ultimately, they chose to split the substance up, hiding the pieces for safety. Uncapping the flask, the MC revealed the truth. The side families had no idea this was the eighth ring, a legendary heirloom, just like the divine sword. Lawrence's eyes widened. An eighth ring actually existed. It didn't resemble jewelry at all. He explained that its name had nothing to do with its physical form. Activating his black flame breath, energy surged through his veins. The relic began to liquefy in his palm. It merged into his skin, radiating outward. The protagonist looked toward the ceiling as power flared. The scattered energy snapped back into his body. Terrified, Lawrence cried out, "Archduke, are you okay?" He let out a long breath, examining his hands. "Yeah, that'll definitely work," he muttered. She demanded to know what just happened. This artifact must be fused with the host, though its origins are unknown. It's the ultimate Arden treasure reserved for the clan head. Only those with pure blood and black flame mastery can wield it. For anyone else, it's just a useless toy. Lawrence wondered what kind of insane power it actually held. He promised to show her. "Back off," he warned, "this is about to get very dangerous." Channeling his mana, he focused every drop of energy directly into the core of the eighth ring. It began to feast on his power. Suddenly, he felt the familiar crushing weight of the ring's bond. His body was locked tight. He'd almost forgotten this sensation. Now it was time to unleash the floodgates. He exhaled sharply, and a colossal shockwave of energy tore through the air in every direction. Lawrence stood in awe. Did he just dump all that mana? He turned to her with a confident grin. Exactly. This ring stores power only to release it with devastating explosive force. Retaking their stolen lands just got a lot easier. Lawrence bowed deeply, acknowledging the terrifying new reality. He headed for the exit, ordering her to track down the locations of the remaining pieces. She promised her full support. He moved forward with a cold realization these traitors didn't just neglect their heroic father's memory, they were looting his sacred relics for pure profit. His knuckles whitened as he suppressed his fury. Just wait. Those snakes who dared to mock the name of Arden would pay a heavy price. He would hunt them down, every last one of those cowards who questioned his family's valor. Their reckoning was coming, and it would be absolute. Back at his desk, he froze in shock. What 5 artifacts were smuggled out of the territory? Lawrence stood across from him, confirming the grim reality. 4 were held by the Great House leaders, while the final one sat in the Rhymedale Kingdom. "Are we absolutely certain about this?" he demanded. "The Baron verified everything," she replied. The protagonist closed his eyes, the weight of the betrayal sinking in. Crossing his arms, he let out a sharp, cynical breath. "There's no point in lying now. That's exactly where the problem lies. Gathering those pieces wouldn't be an overnight mission." "Fine," he muttered. "Change of plans for now." Taryn's return took priority. He'd weaponize whatever resources he had left and deal with those stolen rings later. Her intel had cleared his vision. Now he knew how to move. He'd start by snatching the ring hidden right under their noses. "Prepare for the raid," he ordered. Meanwhile, in the humble town of Port, a legendary spark was igniting as rumors flooded the streets. News of the hero's heir arriving to liberate the masses spread like wildfire. The hype was real, and it was moving fast. Hope surged through the citizens as they realized the tyranny was ending. That afternoon, the town square was packed for a historic showdown. Suddenly, a man pointed toward the horizon. There, the Marquis and his pathetic sons are finally getting what they deserve. Look at them. Absolute trash. The air vibrated with the collective rage of 1,000 wronged souls. For his wife, for the families they destroyed, send them to hell, execute them, the mob screamed. Silence, a knight's voice boomed. The Archduke is here. Ethan stepped forward, his presence commanding absolute respect from the breathless crowd. He's the one who crushed the Marquis, they whispered. Ethan ascended the hill toward the looming guillotine, his expression unreadable. This was the legacy of Duke Arden, the man who would finally purge the Marquis' blood-stained reign from these lands forever. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces. Listen closely, he commanded, his voice carrying the heavy weight of authority. Residents of Port Marquis Helmet hasn't just broken treaties. He stripped you of your dignity and your property. Your families have suffered under his greed, and lives were lost. That ends today. As the head of House Arden, I, Ethan, officially restore your fair tax rates. Prosperity returns today. By the laws of our blood, Helmet and his heirs are stripped of all titles and sentenced to immediate death. He raised his hands and the square erupted. Glory to Arden, long live the Duke. Then the blade fell. Later, Marie sat in stunned silence. Is it all true? Did Ethan really dismantle the entire Kargas family? Lawrence nodded across from her. Confirmed. He seized the Marquis the moment he entered port, and is already rebuilding the city. Marie bit her lip. But if he executes Senate members, won't the other 7 clans declare war? Don't sweat it, Duchess, she assured. His lordship is 10 steps ahead of every possible countermove. Marie exhaled, a small smile finally forming. I see. He's got this under control. She announced that her carriage was port-bound and suggested they move the meeting to the road. Sounds good, the reply came. She then glanced at the mysterious warrior standing guard nearby. And this night? He asked. The man realized his mistake and offered a swift, respectful bow. Forgive me. I am the Duchess's personal shield, he declared. Lawrence's eyes narrowed as she put the pieces together. This must be the ally the Duke mentioned, a reinforcement sent by the Marquis of Bezos to cement their pact. Outside, the knight prepared to mount his horse. I'll ride point. You should join the Duchess inside the carriage. The rest of the escort will bring up the rear, he added. She gave a quick nod of agreement. As they set off, Marie realized Ethan's genius. By utilizing the faction's hierarchy, his strategy was virtually untouchable. I'm just an assistant, she said, genuinely thankful for the transparency Lawrence had shown her. She had felt so lost regarding her family's status. I'm being a bit much with these questions, aren't I? Marie was impressed the girl wasn't just sharp, she was pure-hearted. Lawrence simply blinked, feeling the praise was a bit extra. Please talk to me casually, Lawrence insisted. I'm merely a subject of the Duke's house. Marie beamed, reaching out to grasp her hands. I'd love that. She leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling. Ethan is so lucky to have someone as incredible as you by his side. Lawrence's heart skipped a beat. Marie's smile softened into something truly warm. It feels like I've gained a little sister. Let's be real. Friends, okay? Blushing deeply, Lawrence averted her eyes with a quiet yes. She marveled at how a man of such high standing could be so casual. Even the Duke was the same. Was kindness just a core trait of the Ardan bloodline? Moments later, the carriage came to a halt. Our hero stepped forward to greet the arriving party. He gently pulled the door open, extending a hand to his sister as she gracefully disembarked. Lifting her skirts, she teased if he'd actually come for her. Welcome home, sister, Ethan smiled warmly. Her jaw dropped at the massive castle. Suddenly, a knight approached, saluting the Duke with deep respect. Bowing low, he mentioned hearing tales of the Duke's prowess from Lord Jerome. This was Sir Fulton. Sent by the Marquess of Bessez to escort them, he stood tall. Ethan offered a mysterious smirk. Extending his hand, Ethan introduced himself. The knight firmly accepted the handshake, acknowledging the young Duke. Mid-handshake, a surge of power hit Ethan. A mana wave, he thought, his warrior senses sharpening instantly. Was this knight low-key testing his strength? Ethan hid a knowing grin at the subtle move. Fulton's mana control was slick enough to fool anyone else, but Ethan wasn't just any ordinary knight. Ethan unleashed a counterpulse, catching Fulton off guard. Judging by that raw intensity, this man was no amateur. He was at least a rank 6th knight. Bessez clearly pulled out the big guns. Ethan then called for Lawrence. He instructed her to prep a guest suite for Fulton. She curtsied in obedience as the knight thanked him. Fulton was baffled. The Duke only felt like a rank 2nd, yet his mana control was elite. How? How could a low ranker dissipate high-level energy so easily? Just then, Marie asked for updates regarding Myers. Ethan confirmed that a letter had arrived. Shortly after they moved inside, Marie leading the way with excitement. She gasped as she entered the chamber, asking if it was truly hers. Ethan smiled, hoping she liked it. Ethan, are you sure? She asked, worried. The decor in here looks way too expensive for me. He laughed it off. Only the best for the Duchess of Arden. She looked at him, still shocked. Crossing his arms, he confirmed it. Tomorrow, her intensive training in estate management would officially begin. He asked for her thoughts, but she was stunned. Management, she echoed. Exactly, Ethan replied firmly. He needed her help running things, but he wouldn't force her if she wasn't interested in leading. She reached for him, insisting she wanted to help. How could I say no when you do everything? Cupping his face, she promised to try her hardest to be the support system he desperately needed right now. He thanked her, then mentioned he'd be replacing Fulton with a new personal knight later that same evening. Waving a hand, he headed for the exit, telling her to relax until they met again for dinner. "Wait, Ethan," she called out, confused. But he was already gone, his mind focused on that rank 6th knight. Fulton wasn't just a swordsman, he was reaching the true essence of the blade. A rank 6th was formidable. Such warriors possessed terrifying potential. No wonder Count Lugo and Shimon were acting so bold and unbothered lately. They had multiple high rankers. Ethan realized he only had 1 month of training, a massive gap in power. He lacked the strength to resist them now. He knocked on Fulton's door, announcing himself before asking to enter. Fulton peeked out, surprised to see the Duke. Ethan clarified the knight's name, maintaining his calm, regal aura. Ethan asked for a moment of his time. Fulton agreed despite the mess of his still-packed travel gear. He invited the Duke inside. Ethan thanked him and took a seat as Fulton curiously asked the reason. "Why the sudden visit, Your Grace?" Ethan replied it was a small proposition, better discussed behind closed doors. Discussing business at the gates felt improper. Fulton joined him at the table, sensing something serious was coming. The knight thought he saw through the Duke's plan. "What's the offer?" he asked, as Ethan folded his hands. Ethan admitted he was intrigued by Fulton's skills. He wanted to witness his prowess and a specific technique firsthand. Since dinner was still hours away, Ethan threw down the gauntlet. "How about a quick sparring session?" he challenged. Marie flipped another page and stretched her arms. Time had flown by while she was lost in her reading. It was already lunchtime. Her personal knight stood perfectly still behind her, waiting for her next move. He noted the sinking sun. Marie looked up and asked the stoic warrior if he'd join her for lunch. "Will you dine with me?" she asked. Since he was her escort for the day, he hesitated at the possibility. "Absolutely," she replied. He grinned, calling it a privilege, though slightly uncomfortable with Sir Fulton watching nearby. "Sir Fulton?" she questioned. "Wait, haven't you heard?" he countered. The Duke challenged him to a duel. Her jaw dropped. "Ethan." "Exactly," he nodded. "The battle is likely reaching its peak right now." "Let's see your moves," he challenged. Ethan braced himself, launching a devastating frontal strike with explosive force. Fulton pivoted, meeting the blade head-on. "Impressive power," he mused. Ethan smirked, knowing his opponent felt the pressure. A perfect parry. Solid defense, Ethan thought. Time to unleash an all-out offensive then. Let's kick it up a notch. Focusing his aura, Ethan flashed a grin and charged forward with blinding speed. Fulton gritted his teeth, amping up his mana. He swung wildly, barely deflecting the incoming lethal strike. He is terrifyingly fast, Fulton realized. A single moment of hesitation would surely spell his doom, or worse, leave him wide open. Suddenly, Ethan leveled his blade, his eyes widening in total shock. He vanished. Fulton flickered behind him, forcing Ethan to spin around with lightning-fast reflexes. Steel clashed as Ethan blocked. Fulton was baffled. How could he possibly manage to refuel his mana from a broken aura? It was unheard of. No ordinary human should be capable of this. Besides, how was the Duke manifesting power far exceeding his total mana capacity? Usually mana dictates a knight's tier, but Ethan was a complete anomaly. Fulton had never seen anything like it. He didn't realize that the fragments embedded in Ethan's body carried the literal essence of eternal flames. Every piece acted like a mana battery, pumping energy through his veins with surgical precision from his core. Fulton roared. Ethan leaped back, skidding across the dirt. "That's a bit heavy," he joked. Fulton stared, stunned. Is he serious? How could anyone wield that much mana? Ethan mused. Fighting a high-tier master is refreshing. Memories of his early training flashed by. "All right," Ethan declared. "Time to stop playing around and get serious." Suddenly, Ethan ignited 8 rings. Pure energy exploded outward, leaving Fulton standing there with his jaw dropped. What the Fulton gasped as the mana spiked. Before he could react, Ethan lunged forward. Their blades collided with a deafening roar. Manhattan watched from the sidelines, completely mesmerized by the carnage. The Duke is insane, he thought. His growth since the last fight is literally off the charts. He tightened his grip. In mere days, Ethan's combat prowess had evolved to a terrifying new level. Does this guy even have a ceiling? Fulton swung hard, but Ethan blocked the strike effortlessly. Suddenly, Fulton's sword was sent flying. He sighed, realizing it was over. "I guess I'm still no match." "Great match," Ethan said. Fulton bowed in gratitude, then asked the Duke to hear him out. Ethan grabbed a towel. "Yeah," Fulton noted. "Your speed and power spiked exponentially during our clash. Were you holding back from the start?" Fulton questioned. Ethan shook his head with a calm smile. "It's not raw power, it's an Ardan clan secret technique," Ethan explained. Fulton's eyes widened. "No way." "That's incredible," Ethan added. "But even with the skill, you need the right moment to execute it. Without this duel, I wouldn't have mastered it. Thanks for the workout, Sir Fulton." Fulton bowed deeply. "The honor is mine." He realized he had vastly underestimated the Duke's legendary potential. It was more than a test. Ethan's movements were terrifyingly precise, almost like a living textbook, yet he broke every rule in the book. His style was a wild mix of logic and insanity. Clenching his fist, Fulton admitted Ethan's sword mastery already rivaled that of the most elite veteran knights. Fulton had spent 5 years stuck at level 6, hitting a wall no matter how much he practiced. He could not break through. In 6 months, I won't even touch him. He just needs more mana. Duke Fulton called out. Ethan turned. Yeah, I actually learned a valuable lesson from you today. I learned plenty too, Ethan smiled. Fulton asked, would you be open to another round sometime? Unexpected, Ethan thought. Usually experts are arrogant, but Fulton was genuinely hungry for more knowledge. Ethan reached out his hand. You serious? I'm always down. Fulton flashed a confident grin. Absolutely. He is for real, Ethan noted. Seeing Fulton's form gave him a sudden, brilliant flash of inspiration. Ethan shook his hand. Deal. Next time I'll teach you a real move. Fulton bowed, deeply honored. Despite his cool daytime persona, the main character had a secret request. He wanted training sessions alongside his sister. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ethan. He spun around in a panic as Sister Marie charged toward him. Pointing an accusatory finger, she barked. The man just traveled a literal lifetime to get here. Let him rest. Talk about zero manners, she scoffed. Awkwardly, he nodded, trying to process the sudden chaos unfolding before him. Fulton watched him completely baffled by the enigma that was the Duke. Later, Bloaton contacted him via a mana-infused sphere. Bloaton's voice echoed through the artifact, questioning if the Duke's power truly rivaled his. Fulton confirmed, with a grim nod. Unbelievable, Bloaton mused. Is the Duke truly that formidable? Fulton's response was chilling. His potential is absolutely bottomless. Not only was his physical prowess off the charts, but his mana control was unlike anything they'd ever witnessed. It was high-tier manipulation, surpassing even Fulton's own mastery. He'd never seen a technique so flawlessly executed. Impressed, Bloaton gave the order, You're doing well. From now on, report every single breath the Duke takes. Fulton bowed low, pledging his absolute loyalty. The next update would be scheduled soon, keeping the conspiracy moving. Bloaton drummed his fingers on the table. Awakening from a coma to piercing a monosphere, utterly fascinating. That kind of raw power. He's already comparable to a 6th-rank knight. This is getting very interesting. The Duke's resourcefulness was proving to be a dangerous asset. His combat instincts were far sharper than anyone anticipated. Realizing the Duke was about to make his move, Bloaton knew he couldn't stay idle. He turned to his subordinate with intent. He drafted a top-secret list of items to be recovered immediately and dispatched to Fulton along with an urgent letter. Clutching his chest in a formal salute, the subordinate accepted. Meanwhile, Fulton stood deep in thought, chin in hand. He was certain now this Duke was the catalyst that would set the kingdom of Hydane ablaze with change. This was the perfect window to solidify their alliance. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a frantic cry. Alarm. The idiots from the 8th gate are loose. Fire team stay put. The rest of you hunt down those fugitives. Knights surged forward like a tide of steel roaring. Don't let a single one of those bastards escape. They sprinted into the darkness. Just then, Hans peeked out from the brush, breathing a massive sigh of relief. But before he could relax, a shadow loomed over him. A heavy hand clamped over his mouth, silencing his scream. Stay quiet, the man hissed. The Count sent me. Let's get you to a safe house before the guards arrive. Hans nodded, following him through the thicket. Inside, he smirked. Everything was falling perfectly into place. He flashed back to the cold dungeon cell. He'd looked at his hands, his voice trembling. Is this really necessary? Lawrence had looked him dead in the eye. We have to. This is the only way the Count drops his guard. It'll be brutal, but you have to endure it for now, she urged. Hans had reached out, desperate for reassurance. I have my limits, he'd argued. I'm not a common criminal. But she reminded him of the Count's cold-blooded nature. The Count discards people like a lizard dropping its tail. Just look at Baron Kargas thrown away after years of service. A man like that wouldn't trust a butler so easily. How much longer? Hans asked. She replied, almost over. We'll cause a distraction at the 8th gate tonight. Under the chaos, an extraction team will pull you out. Now, following his rescuer through the shadows, Hans marveled at how accurately Lawrence had predicted every detail. They reached a hidden stone passage. Down here, the man whispered, leading him into the belly of the earth. We're here, the man announced, patting Hans's shoulder. This is the underground sanctuary. You're safe now. Hans offered a shaky, thank you. The man gestured toward a table, his eyes full of hidden concern. You need to lay low once we reach the castle, the man advised. Hans played his part, looking totally traumatized. I didn't hide, Hans whimpered. The Duke, he dragged me to the pits. The torture was endless. Looking at Hans's battered state, the man realized the Duke was truly a monster. Their rivalry was clearly beyond repair. Those wounds look deep. We need to heal you fast, the man said. Hans waved him off heroically. Forget me. I have critical intel for the Count that can't wait. The man nodded, understanding the urgency. They took my mana crystal when I was captured, Hans lied. I need your help to send a priority message. On it, the man replied. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat in his study, asking his advisor for an update on Hans. Everything is proceeding exactly as you planned, sir. The connection with the Count has been established. A cold smirk played on the main character's lips. Good. Now the Count will finally start taking us seriously. She mentioned they were scouting for fresh talent. Scanning the paperwork, she noted that a massive purge had cleared out the duchy. Perfect, he smirked, handing her the reins. By the way, Duke, what's so interesting? She teased. He locked eyes with her and held up the parchment. Checking this out, he asked. It was a letter from Marquess Bluton. Fulton had clearly leaked the intel, so that's the play, he mused. There's something unique about this. The Marquis promised a gift to speed up the timeline. Looks like someone wants an alliance bad. Lawrence was skeptical. A gift for speed, for real bet, he replied. It's definitely a miracle cure. A miracle cure, rare plants soak up high mana concentrations from the air. Refine those, and you get the juice. One taste and your mana reserves skyrocket. Our guy knew his skills were already cracked. He just needed the fuel. To surpass his past life's peak, he didn't need a miracle, just time and a massive mana dump. With that mana boost, his fire techniques would burn hotter than any physical blade could handle. A standard sword would basically evaporate under that kind of heat. It wouldn't stand a chance. He tossed the letter aside. He wasn't waiting for the gift to arrive. He was making a move now. He assigned Harton and 3 elites for backup. Stay sharp, he warned. She blinked, totally caught off guard. He was dipping. Just like that, I've got something to pick up, he said, keeping it low-key. One thing she pressed. He headed for the exit, telling her to hold down the fort. Draped in his cloak, he flashed a grin. He needed a weapon that wouldn't melt under his power. A new legendary blade was about to be born. Over in the capital Lloydinium, Count Lugon was losing it. He slammed his desk, screaming, "Explain this." Shimon, the faction leader, was way too chill about their guys getting wiped out. So the Duke just goes on a killing spree, and we do nothing. Shimon just sat there, hands folded, unfazed. Chill, Shimon countered. If the Duke actually crossed the line into murder, they'd have him cornered. The king and the 7 clans would be all over him. He'd be cooked. Estates seized heads, rolling the whole 9 yards. Lugon smirked, thinking, exactly what I want. Lugon knew he'd make sure the Duke paid the price. It was obvious why the Duke hit the Kargas faction. He knew they were plotting behind his back. He knew exactly who was pulling the strings to ruin him. Now it was time to fan the flames and let them tear each other apart. Total chaos. Shimon gritted his teeth. What a clown, he thought. Does he really think I don't see his game? Later, through a magic comms ball, Hans piped up. Count, it worked. The bait was taken. Spill it, Shimon demanded. Apparently under torture, the Duke was digging for dirt on Shimon specifically. Hans saw the opening and fed him a complete lie, leading the Duke straight into a trap. Shimon stood up, hyped. Outstanding, I knew, trusting you would pay off. His laughter echoed through the hall. Back in the moment, he plotted his next move. The Duke's next target, Baron Romanton. Might as well enjoy the show, he chuckled. Meanwhile, Lugon mentioned a dungeon. Dungeons are mana hotspots where the air literally swirls into vortices, attracting the baddest monsters. These beasts pack together, forming nests filled with magical crystals. Basically, it's a high-stakes treasure chest. These crystals power everything. Fast forward a bit, our protagonist pulls up to a remote village. It's been a minute since he was here. He knew a dungeon was tucked away, somewhere nearby. Sure, the crystals and loot were a nice bonus he definitely wanted to secure. But his real target, a legendary special metal. Halt, a guard shouted from the ramparts. The village was on lockdown. State your business, the knight demanded, hand on his sword. The MC flashed his token. I'm not just some random. Open the gates. The guard hesitated, scratching his head. Look, even with a faction, we can't just let anyone in. Suddenly, his partner turned pale. Wait, look at that crest, the golden flames. It was the mark of Erden. Is that the Duke of Erden? He screamed. Open up now. Get the elder out here immediately. The gates groaned open. As he rode in, the MC frowned. Something about this village felt off. The wide street was eerily silent. Every villager's gaze was heavy with suspicion and raw anxiety as he passed. Fear was etched into their faces. He approached the guard, demanding the village elder's whereabouts immediately. The guard scrambled to apologize, claiming soldiers were already dispatched to fetch the man. Forget it, our hero snapped. He wasn't waiting. He ordered the guard to lead him directly to the elder. Elder Jillian revealed a chilling tale. A local hunter had stumbled upon a nightmare near the old mine. While hunting, the man heard a rhythmic metallic clinking. It sounded exactly like pickaxes hitting rock. Driven by curiosity, he crept toward the entrance only to witness a sight that defied all logic. Trembling, Jillian explained they were skeletons. Dozens of them tirelessly excavating the earth. Our protagonist leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable as he processed the news. Skeletons? You mean the Walking Dead? The elder's frantic nod confirmed his worst fears. The hunter had fled in terror before seeing more, but those pickaxe echoes were undeniable. Something was wrong. That mine held Ephrian. It wasn't quite mithril, but it was a legendary metal in its own right. Harder than steel and perfectly attuned to mana, the ultimate material for crafting high-tier magical artifacts. But Ephrian shouldn't be discovered for years. Someone else already knew the secret of this mountain. What could the undead possibly want in a desolate hole? The elder whispered to his subordinate. The man had no answers. Watching them, our hero realized the villagers were still oblivious to the treasure. He needed to verify if Ephrion was indeed the target of this mysterious excavation. Controlling a legion of skeletons required massive power. This was the work of a dark mage, or worse, a lich. If a lich was pulling the strings, the situation had just turned from dangerous to suicidal. A lich commanded high-ranking undead. In his current state, facing an army like that was impossible. He might have to cut his losses. Standing up, he demanded the mine's exact location. Treading through the dense brush, he pushed aside a branch. This had to be the place. There it was. The faint, rhythmic ringing of tools echoed through the stagnant air of the valley. He ventured inside, surprised to find no magical barriers. Were they really this arrogant? Jillian claimed he reported this to Baron Helmet, but the paperwork had conveniently vanished. Was the Baron hiding the truth? Did he actually invite a lich onto his own lands? Something smelled foul. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a pickaxe striking ore rang out nearby. Stepping into the light, he saw them. Skeletons mining Ephrion. His suspicions were officially confirmed. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his internal energy until he spotted a cloaked figure in the shadows. A dark mage. He was the puppet master pulling the strings of this skeletal workforce. He smirked. It wasn't a lich after all, just a mage. The Ephrion was back on the menu. He stepped forward. The mage spun around, his eyes wide with indignation. "Who the hell are you?" "Does it matter?" our hero replied coldly. "Dead men don't need introductions." The mage roared in fury, gathering dark energy. "I'll turn your corpse into my next loyal servant." Our hero gripped his hilt, his aura flaring as he analyzed his opponent's bizarre stance. He leveled his blade. "Tell me, where did you learn the dragon-breathing technique?" The mage let out a crazed laugh. "You actually recognize this. Now I definitely can't let you leave." A crackling mana chain erupted from his palm. "Die like the dog you are." Our hero vanished, leaping aside as the spectral chain smashed into the cavern floor. "How do you like my dark magic?" the mage cackled. "This chain has crushed 5th-rank knights." He mocked our hero, claiming the villagers had sent him to his certain doom. "I'll drain every drop of your mana before I bind your soul to these rocks." Our hero danced between attacks, unimpressed. This guy was a level 5, but his technique was trash. His mana control was amateurish at best. He couldn't even hide the flow of his energy. Dodging another strike, he saw it. The fatal flaw in the magic chain was wide open. He unleashed a fierce horizontal slash. The dark mage gritted his teeth, a sinister smirk forming. "Caught you," he thought triumphantly. Instantly, our hero swung again, but jagged chains surged forward to intercept him. An explosion of dust consumed the entire battlefield. Cackling maniacally, the mage boasted about his power. He had already slaughtered a 5th-ranked knight with 0 effort. A mere 2nd-ranker. "This is boring," he scoffed. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice pierced through the swirling shroud of dust. "You yap too much." Scowling, our lead blurred into motion, his blade shredding the chains into useless scrap metal. The mage shrieked in pure terror. He broke them. This was no simple sword strike. Something much more terrifying was happening. He had shattered the mana flow within the links. Before he could process it, our hero charged like a lightning bolt. "Focus," the mage cursed, snapping out of his shock. He shoved his palms forward, screaming impenetrable darkness, a desperate shield for his life. Undeterred, our protagonist swung his heavy blade, unleashing a devastating and direct frontal assault. "Too easy," he declared. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing right behind the mage with his sword aimed at his spine. The villain scrambled to conjure a barrier, but his eyes widened as the hero's steel began to puncture the magical shield. "Impossible servants, protect your master," he roared. Suddenly, an endless horde of skeletal warriors clawed their way from the earth. Clinging to his crumbling shield, the mage laughed insanely. "You will never reach me through this army," he bellowed. "Die already." But our hero just gripped his hilt tighter, unleashing a massive explosive shockwave that rocked the entire ground. The barrier shattered as he mowed down the undead. Without missing a beat, he funneled raw energy into his palm. Slamming his hand into the mage's chest, he released a mana pulse directly toward the concentrated energy near his heart. As the mage shrieked in agony, our hero seized him by the throat. The control method is identical, he realized. It was the signature trait of the dragon race knowledge he had mastered while researching his foes in a past life. Forget the stomach. These creatures anchored their entire power source directly within their beating hearts. They dubbed it the dragon's heart. To weaponize it, he applied a specialized and lethal breathing technique. Scowling, he demanded once more, "Now, tell me, where did you find?" Analyzing that hybrid of human and dragon arts, he clearly didn't master this technique solo. A dragon must be pulling the strings. His panicked reaction tells the whole story. He better spill every secret about that breathing technique. Stay silent, and the agony only intensifies. The dark mage countered, admitting he lacked the source but recognized the boy's terrifying power. Still, the order is eternal. In a heartbeat, a massive surge of dark energy exploded outward. Following the blast, our hero leaped back, clenching his fist. That was a lethal close call. Without his 8-ring mana shield, nothing would have survived. He simply dusted himself off deep in thought. The breathing technique. The order. It's all connected. Just like the twisted cults from his past. Fanatics obsessed with dragon power, eventually devolving into pathetic zealots who worship the beasts. A cultist mage, the Baron's lost files, and a hybrid technique. The puzzle pieces were falling. This rabbit hole goes deep. He wasn't the only outlier. Dragon agents were likely everywhere. They'd already breached the duchy. He gritted his teeth. The situation was turning into a total nightmare. Hiding right under their noses, once his sword is forged, he'll have plenty of heads to hunt. Deep below, dwarves craft wonders with ore and gems, surpassing even the greatest human masters. Human skill is a joke compared to theirs. Greedy lords have always tried to exploit their genius. They were hunted and enslaved. Naturally, they vanished into the shadows, avoiding human contact entirely. Until the Great Dragon War forced an alliance, the dwarves remained ghosts to the outside world. Shifting his pack, the protagonist recalled how their legendary tech turned the tide of war. He'd relied on their gear before eventually earning their trust and becoming an honorary friend. He reached the coordinates, but something was wrong. No guards, no life, just a ghost town. It looked abandoned. His main hurdle now, convincing these stubborn smiths to forge his ultimate weapon. But there wasn't a single dwarf in sight. He had no backup plan for this blade. Only they could master the rare Ephrian ore. Suddenly, a lone dwarf emerged from the shadows. "Who goes there?" he grunted, scratching his head. "Human, state your business." The MC requested a commission. "Have the others moved?" He blinked. "Why here? This place is a dump for a noble. Your city is full of smiths, so why trek out here?" The MC looked truly puzzled. "They all left to chase coin." "You didn't know, man, you're living under a rock." "How oblivious?" The MC asked where they went. The dwarf pointed north toward the city. "Creston is crawling with them now. Dwarves who loathe humans. Working in a human city. Insane." He handed over a premium bottle. "Consider this a thank you for the intel," he smiled. The dwarf's eyes lit up. "Score," he roared with laughter, calling the boy a real class act. As the MC waved, the dwarf yelled, "May the hammer bless you." Soon he reached Muradny. The master smith slammed his mug down. "WHAAT," he roared, nearly flipping the table in rage. "Broken again. Being a duke doesn't give him the right to ruin my masterpieces, Arden." "Whatever. Does that kid even know how to swing? I've never seen a man burn through steel so fast. You don't need anything else. Just buy me some top-shelf wine and give me 1 month." He shook a fist. "On my honor as a smith, I'll forge your legendary weapon." The MC pondered. Dwarves usually care more about the craft than status or gold. This shift felt very wrong. Now they're selling out. Later, a worried attendant approached the protagonist, sensing his dark mood. "You look troubled, sir. Is something wrong?" The MC snapped back to reality, forcing a calm expression. "Sorry for making you worry." The man bowed instantly, waving his hands in a frantic panic. "It's an honor just to be in your presence," the MC chuckled. "Talk about a noisy street. Is it always this chaotic?" Everywhere he looked, dwarven merchants were barking at passersby. "Need a sword, a spear, don't walk past the best shop in town," the attendant sighed. "No one hustles like a dwarf. Walk into any shop and they'll strip your pockets bare." Thumping his chest with a confident grin, he promised a legendary spot. In Creston, he knew exactly where the real masters worked. "You'll love it, guaranteed." The MC simply nodded, grateful for the insider tip. They arrived at a renowned Creston landmark. Steel and Fire, the city's most prestigious forge. Staring at the massive crowd, the MC doubted they'd even get inside today. But his guide told him to just chill. As he tried to cut in, the mob exploded. Angry voices screamed for him to get to the back of the line. Suddenly, a dwarf's voice cut through the chaos. "Hey you, listen up, mister." Leaning against a wall with crossed arms, the dwarf sensed the precious Ephrian metal hidden in his bag. He scoffed, warning that this mediocre forge would only butcher such a rare divine material. The MC froze. This stranger had instantly identified the contents of his bag. Talk about insane observation skills. "You know, Ephrian," the MC questioned. The dwarf just smirked. "Is that even a real question?" After a boisterous laugh, he explained that Ephrian doesn't just hold mana, it amplifies and transforms it entirely. Smelting it requires extreme hellish temperatures, making it a total nightmare for any ordinary blacksmith to handle. Yet higher heat unlocks superior quality. Proper hot pressing can actually push the metal's durability to god-tier levels. Before the crystallization process even begins, asking if he knows Ephrion is an insult to his craft. The real question is, exists there a dwarf who knows it better? His arrogant answer, a hard no. The MC recalled Muradny's words. He was certain no dwarf on earth surpassed this man's knowledge of Ephrion. Suddenly, an attendant rushed over. "Sir, please enter," he shouted, clearing a path for the high-profile guest. Spotting the dwarf, the guide grew suspicious. "Why is he here?" The MC simply replied that they'd met. "Meet Poferance." The dwarf's jaw dropped. Was this truly the legendary Duke Arden who had just awoken? The man who conquered Kargas? As the dwarf bowed, the MC stared him down with a sharp question. Instant politeness, just for a title, the MC mused. Dwarves used to have a lot more backbone than this. He missed the raw, honest attitude. Suddenly, the guide snapped at the dwarf, telling him to beat it. Furious at the disrespect, the guide intervened, but the MC raised a hand. Wait, I'm hiring him. Shock rippled through the room. What? But the MC remained calm, telling them not to overreact just yet. He handed over a sealed message. Deliver this to Port Castle, immediately, he commanded, with absolute authority. Scratching his head, the boy agreed but whispered a warning. Poferance wasn't just a blacksmith, he was a criminal. A decade ago, Poferance lived in the shadow of a heated rivalry with a man named William. As top-tier artisans in the capital, everything changed when the king called for the finest royal blacksmiths. It was the ultimate recruitment. Poferance was confident. Even William knew who truly held the superior skills. To prove his worth, he endured countless sleepless nights, pouring his soul into creating a legendary masterpiece. But failure crushed him. Sitting before the MC, he confessed the truth: the judges had been bribed. William didn't stop at winning. He framed Poferance for fraud, destroying his reputation and his entire life. Standing tall, the dwarf made a desperate plea. His forge was dying and he had nothing left to lose. I'll forge your blade for free, he vowed. But if it's perfect, you must grant me one promise. He wanted a formal contract with the Arden clan. He was betting his legacy and his future on this. The MC raised an eyebrow. And if your work is trash, what then? Then take my life, the dwarf declared. Grinning, the MC clenched his fist. Now we have a deal. With that much confidence, there was no reason to say no. Show me what you're truly made of. 3 days, the dwarf promised joyfully. I'll forge the greatest Ephrian blade the world has ever seen. 3 days, not 30. The MC was stunned. Could one dwarf really pull off such a feat solo? The dwarf chuckled, noting that his kind had evolved. He'd learned a valuable, painful lesson from William. True mastery isn't about working alone. It's about pride, skill, and having allies you can trust implicitly. Suddenly, more dwarven smiths emerged from the shadows. Prepare the contract, Poferance barked with newfound fire. The flame hammer forge was back in business. The legendary crafting process was finally underway. More coal, Poferance bellowed, leading his crew. The furnace roared, burning with an intense, blinding heat. So what's the verdict, Orba? He bellowed from atop the roaring furnace. Below him, the metal began to liquefy into a glowing, molten sludge. Are you positive the furnace can handle this much solvent? He worried, watching the pressure gauges redline toward a total meltdown. He slammed his fist down, roaring that he didn't give a damn about the equipment. They had to go all in, even if the forge shattered. The mission was the only thing that mattered. The molten iron is flowing. Keep that temperature locked in, or we lose everything. They had to manage the cooling process with surgical precision. The legendary durability of the Ephrian blade depended entirely on this slow chill. Once the metal set, the rhythmic thunder of hammers began, followed by the delicate work of carving the weapon's lethal decorative runes. Moments later, Poferance hoisted the finished masterpiece, letting out a wild, triumphant shout of pure joy. They'd actually pulled it off. At that exact moment, the protagonist stepped forward, offering a calm and steady, solid work team. Against all odds, they'd finished in just 3 days. Poferance looked up with a smirk. Just in the nick of time, Your Grace. Only the final refinement remained. When asked what was left, the blacksmith confirmed that the physical vessel was finally prepped. He handed over the blade, explaining that while ordinary swords were done, an Ephrian required one last legendary step. It needs a mana enchantment, he revealed. The Duke's eyes narrowed. A mana spell, for a piece of hardware. It's the ritual of bonding raw energy into the steel, he clarified. The Duke's interest was instantly sparked by the challenge. You must breathe your own mana into the core, Duke. If it withstands your power, the ultimate Ephrian will be born. Taking the weapon, the protagonist marveled at its balance. It felt impossibly light, yet perfectly fitted to his lethal grip. It felt smoother and more resilient than any basic iron. He could sense the metal practically begging to devour his energy. He began to concentrate his core power. Everyone clear the area. I'm starting the infusion right now, he commanded. Unleashing the Arden clan's #1 secret technique, the fire sword, he channeled a terrifying surge of heat into the weapon. Poferance shielded his eyes from the blinding radiance. What kind of insane flame is this? Is this the true Arden fire mana? It's hotter than I imagined, he screamed, as the crew scrambled for cover to avoid being scorched by the radiating heat. Holding the glowing weapon steady, the protagonist observed its durability. Not a bad reaction. This steel can actually take the pressure. Deciding to push for a max-level upgrade, he focused even harder, triggering a supernova bright flash of spiritual energy that filled the room. He flashed a satisfied grin at the finished product. Incredible work, Poferance. As soon as I reach Port, we move to the next phase. I'll send the resources, the crew, and the formal contract immediately. Welcome to the Arden clan Flamehammer. Later that day, Menharton descended the stairs with a report. I see. So the undead infestation on the estate has been purged. He hadn't realized their defensive line was so cracked. Lawrence stepped up, mentioning the Duke's urgent request for intel on the necromancer. They hoped the prisoner knew something useful. She swung the door open, her gaze fixed on the man who held the answers. The Baron had pulled a vanishing act, leaving only his longtime butler behind to face the consequences of his master's crimes. The man was slumped on the floor when Lawrence cornered him. He looked up, his voice trembling. Are you speaking to me? She stepped into his personal space, hands clasped behind her back. You remember Fellerin Village. What exactly did those villagers ask for? He admitted he knew the truth. Then why did the Baron bury their plea? She pressed. The butler could only hang his head. Don't you get it? He whispered. He didn't have all the facts, but he'd seen enough to know something dark was happening. While working in the Baron's private study, a mysterious figure wrapped in obsidian robes would suddenly materialize out of nowhere. Whenever that phantom appeared, he was ordered to vanish. It was clear the Baron was just a puppet following that man's lead. That was how the truth about Fellerin was silenced. The Baron was simply obeying a shadow master he couldn't refuse. He recalled returning to the study one afternoon and eavesdropping. Sir Helmut, he gritted his teeth, remembering the chilling conversation. How many mages are there? The Baron had asked. Lawrence's mind raced. Mages. This just got a whole lot more complicated. She analyzed the possibilities. If no doors were opened, it wasn't a standard invisibility spell. This was high-level shadow magic. The butler was tapped out of information. She considered shadow-stepping techniques, but the butler would have felt that kind of mana pressure. If it were an incantation-based spell, the butler would have guessed the truth. There was something much more sinister at play here. Emerging from the dungeon, she declared the interrogation over. Menharton watched her, sensing she'd just unlocked a major lead. You're right, she agreed. We need to sweep the entire county. There's something hiding in our own backyard. Gather the knights. We have to finish this investigation before the Duke makes his grand return to the estate. Suddenly, a sentry's cry echoed from the walls. His Grace the Duke has arrived. Open the main gates immediately. The protagonist rode through the entrance on horseback. Lawrence approached him quickly. How was the journey, sir? Productive, he replied. Everything was peaceful, she reported. Surprisingly, his relatives actually behaved themselves while he was away. He hopped off his horse with a sigh of relief. What about the specific request I sent in my letter? As they paced forward, she confirmed the investigation was complete. Excellent, he replied with a sharp nod. He planned to review the findings immediately. She confirmed that all the intel was already waiting in his office. Diving into the documents later, he muttered, spatial movement. The report highlighted a startling fact. Roughly 50 mages in the entire county are capable of such high-level travel. All specifics were organized in the files. Hold on, he gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Lawrence, is this data actually verified? She met his gaze firmly, confirming she had personally cross-referenced everything with the knights. A thought crossed his mind. The logic was airtight, yet the conclusion was a total curveball. Spatial movement, or straight-up teleportation. It is a game-changer, but the mana cost is astronomical, something most ordinary mages wouldn't dare attempt. This was once the gold standard for city-dwelling nobles, using massive wealth to fund teleportation gates for 50 individuals, all to harness spatial magic. Then it clicked. Could this be the same dark mage he encountered in that desolate mine? That guy's power was off the charts. A caster wielding dark magic fused with forbidden dragonkin techniques. If a breathing technique capable of skyrocketing mana reserves so quickly was easy to master, then every mage would possess limitless power. But that was just speculation. The real threat was something else entirely. One of those 50 individuals is likely tied to the Order. Sometime later, Fulton unsheathed a new blade. Is this the custom piece I requested? Fulton asked. Our hero nodded, confirming it was the masterpiece. It was a legendary work from a master dwarven smith so impressive, he knew it had to reach the Arden estate. It is incredibly light, Fulton remarked, admiring the craftsmanship. You can never underestimate a dwarf's legendary skill. Our hero smirked, offering to commission a blade for him as well. Fulton looked genuinely stunned. Wait, seriously? Of course, he replied. You have been keeping my sister safe after all. Think of it as a token of my gratitude. Fulton set the blade aside, insisting the job had been effortless. If anything, I had way too much downtime, Fulton joked. Is that so? He chuckled. By the way, how is my sister holding up? He explained she had been handling administrative duties with Mr. Prexian lately. Even though this was her first time, she was turning out to be a total natural. Even Prexian was impressed by her talent, noting her insane learning curve. Our hero smiled to himself. It seemed his trust in her potential wasn't misplaced. He expressed his sincere gratitude. Don't mention it, he waved off the thanks, reaching into his coat. By the way, you should give him this. He looked caught off guard as a box from Marquis Bletton was placed on the desk. Opening it later, he pondered. A high-tier mana pill designed for a massive power surge. The Marquis clearly sensed his thirst for more strength. Even in this timeline, the Marquis's intuition and powers of observation remained absolutely legendary. Standing up, he reflected on his progress. He had successfully infused flame essence directly into his mana shards. The energy was already circulating through his core. If this pill boosted his reserves enough, he would finally reach the third stage of the black flame breathing technique. With a determined look, he swallowed the pill whole. Immediately, the black flame absorption kicked in, sending raw energy surging through his veins. He braced for agonizing pain that would shatter a normal man, but his current mana was strong enough to endure it. He could push through. Step 1. Crank the black flame up to its absolute peak. Once his mana reached iron-melting temperatures, the searing steam would invade his system, triggering true agony. His very organs felt like they were being incinerated. Then the raw pain began to fuse with his scorching mana. The blaze transformed into an ominous black flame. Gritting his teeth, he let out a guttural, earth-shaking roar. Violent waves of energy erupted from his body. Gasping, he stared at his hands in confusion. Wait, why do I feel nothing? He expected to be a charred mess of agony. Did he fail? Suddenly, Rorisha materialized beside him. Not quite, she whispered. It is not what you think. Missed me, Firechild. Our hero looked up, stunned. Rorisha, how? What are you doing here? He asked. She smiled, offering rare praise. It was not a failure at all. In fact, he had ascended to a new level, fueling her with pure fire mana. Thanks to that aura, she finally revived. He dodged the corrupted blaze, unlike the others. Corrupted? He questioned. Was it the black flame's breath? She confirmed this agonizing dark fire had abandoned its true essence. Thus, this flawed flame halts all progression. Could this curse be stifling the entire Arden bloodline? They reigned supreme with this power. Yet no one dared question its lethal, destructive force. Their clan's core technique was fundamentally broken. He gripped his sword, unable to deny Roroshia's logic. In his previous life, he'd hit a massive wall after reaching the peak of excellence. That barrier was unbreakable. Was the black flame the culprit? What's my next move? She asked. His mind raced with 1,000 possibilities. Did he finally grasp the reality? She'd been reborn carrying a divine aura, the exact same energy held by the Arden founder. The revelation floored him. Zoran Arden wasn't just their forefather. He was the source of many legacies. A god-tier genius whose legend faded as time erased every single record of his existence. Only 2 myths remained. His power surpassed logic, and his flames burned a brilliant white. White flames. He felt like an idiot for forgetting. Roroshia smirked. The realization had finally landed. An Arden descendant, she'd wait for the day he mastered pure fire. Their paths would cross. Child of fire, she vanished, leaving the protagonist with a newfound clarity amidst the confusion. A transcendent founder, wielding holy white fire, versus the tainted imperfections of the black flame. Past life failures made sense. Instead of summoning, he began circulating the energy within himself. Perhaps now, later, at the Romanton estate in Aldrin, a panicked soldier sprinted down the hall. He burst inside, gasping. Baron Romanton, the scouts report the Duke is launching an immediate assault. What? The Baron barked. Wasn't he focused on Shimon beside him? Merlin stood unmoved. Relax, Baron Merlin smirked. After all, he'd recently ascended to the legendary 5-star rank. Honestly, he's dying to test the Duke. Tell him to come and face me. War horns blared. Our hero led his battalion, shouting, "Onward, we take Aldrin today." Moments prior, the Duke unleashed a lethal strike, but Fulton barely intercepted the heavy blow. What technique is this? He wondered. The boy was landing multiple hits in a single swing. It defied logic. His mana was surging, but a whole new skill set. That's impossible. The Red Flame style, a secret only Arden masters who've completed the cycle can ever wield. If he's mixing styles, a sword won't stop him. The Duke lunged with everything he had. Teeth, grit, and screaming, the protagonist swung. Fulton's eyes widened. Wait, what is this? He slashed through the sword aura, but the Duke had surged massive mana into the strike. He evaded perfectly. The protagonist grinned. That risky maneuver had paid off big time. Finally, his basic stance faltered. Fulton smiled. How had this Duke evolved so fast? All right, Duke, he declared. It's time I fought you with every ounce of my power. A true no-holds-barred duel if he dared. I'm always down for a challenge, he replied. Later, Lawrence presented the invasion strategy. Impressive, the MC noted. Even royalty couldn't argue. Everything is set, she assured him. You just need to deliver the final word. That's it, he asked. She warned that the enemy commander had reached 5-star status. Should we bring backup, she suggested. He simply crossed his arms and flashed a smirk. Don't sweat the small stuff, he told her. Just head to safety and wait for me. His elite knights moved out. Below, the villagers watched in terror. Is this another tax raid? At the hilltop, the MC looked down. A tyrant like Kargas was a plague on humanity. He was bleeding the people dry. Children and adults alike were living in a nightmare. Their eyes were hollow with dread. Holding up a scroll, he roared for their attention. People of Polaris, you've heard the truth about Baron Kargas. By order of the palace, he was here to audit these lands. Any violation by Romanton would be met with justice. He'll face the full weight of the duchy's law. Elder, he must pay for his sins. Does the Baron even care about his duty? The elder gestured vaguely, his voice dripping with hesitation. Whispers surged through the crowd like a rising tide. End the Baron. Could this really be happening? Tensions hit a breaking point as a man roared, Duke, the people demand the Baron's head. He's bled us dry with taxes. A chorus of voices rose in agreement, demanding blood for blood. His greed turned their lives into a total nightmare. They're begging you to be their savior, Duke. The protagonist's voice boomed. Fine. Stepping forward, Ethan Ardan swore a blood oath on his lineage. He vowed to crush the Baron, provided the people could prove his treachery with hard evidence. Bring me the receipts of Romanton's crimes. Moments later, our lead clutched the ledger of truth. She had everything ready. Glancing at Lawrence, he questioned, "Is this our shadow network at work?" She smirked, confirming the plan was gold. A few more villages, and the Baron was cooked. With enough evidence to bury him, Ethan mounted his steed. Move out. Time for a reckoning. Shimon grilled Hans on the rumors. Opposite him, the spy confirmed the intel was legit. The Duke's strike on Romanton was a total ambush. Shimon slammed the table, his fury overflowing. Good work, Hans. Seal the exits. Lugo can't find out about this disaster yet. A sinister grin crept onto his face. Let's see Lugo's bravado when his pawns are stripped away. Whether the Duke wins or fails, Lugo's reign ends today. He'll pay for every mistake. He cackled, savoring how perfectly the trap was closing. Cut to the Romanton estate. In Old Run, Ethan stepped into the lion's den. Romanton blocked his path, backed by his goons. With a mocking laugh, he asked why the Duke visited without an RSVP. Pure disrespect. The protagonist hurled the report at his feet. Save the small talk. Explain this mess. Romanton just scoffed, grinding the document into the dirt. Found this in the trash, did we? He suggested the Duke worry about surviving this encounter first, then glared at Merlin. He signaled the chief to end it. Merlin drew his blade, mocking the Duke's solo suicide mission. Did you think we'd just fold? Out of respect, I might not even use my full strength. Ethan's lips curled into a smirk as his hand found his hilt. You're even more pathetic than Kargas. Merlin's laughter boomed. Such arrogance. You really think your bloodline makes you special? Let's see if that pride survives a real blade. He swung, catching the MC off guard. Merlin sneered at the reaction. Ethan stayed icy as the chief mocked his combat experience. Ever seen a real war? The protagonist sighed, realizing this clown was moving too fast. Suddenly, a command cut through the air. Stop. Merlin Romanton feigned an apology for the rudeness. He claimed the Duke finally understood the power gap. Now, he wanted to negotiate. With a dramatic gesture, he promised an offer the Duke couldn't possibly refuse. We don't need to spill blood. You've got the whole situation twisted, Duke. Your real enemy is Shimon, the snake who exiled you while you were unconscious. He belongs to Lugan's camp, making us natural allies against those traitors. The offer was on the table. Ethan stood speechless. First a sword, now a handshake. When Ethan asked for details, Romanton told him to join their faction for total domination. Together, they'd tear Shimon apart. No one would stand in their way. He promised total protection, but Ethan just burst out laughing. Romanton's face soured instantly. You've clearly lost your mind and your shame. Typical behavior for a bottom-tier idiot. Zephron Romanton. How dare a mere vassal think he can guarantee my safety? I don't care about your petty games. Every traitor will answer to the Arden court. Romanton gasped in shock as the atmosphere shifted violently. Mana erupted like a volcano. Merlin roared. Forget talking. It's time to put him down. Steel clashed as the Duke parried the blade with ease. The truth behind Kargas's fall is out, Merlin hissed. He bought Menharton like a common dog. Is that your plan for me too? Merlin demanded, slashing again. Waking from a coma, he still thinks he's the law. Romanton gripped his fist, his mind racing toward Kargas. What a moron. He assumed age had dulled his instincts, yet here was this arrogant fool practically begging for death. Still, his order is fiercely loyal, unbreakable. Nicely played, Lawrence, the Duke mused, his thoughts dripping with icy sarcasm. He was surprisingly well informed. If local intel was this corrupted, the rest of the borders were likely a total disaster. The blades grinded, making Merlin flinch in shock. He finally sensed the gap. That smug grin is irritating, the Duke growled. Enough games, Merlin roared. They collided in a spray of sparks, and then in that heartbeat, everything shifted. Marie sipped her tea nervously, wondering if it was even okay to be relaxing while the world was on fire. Prexian chuckled at Marie's worry for Ethan. Relax. The Duke crushed Kargas like an insect. He's totally fine. Romanton has an entire knightly order backing him, Marie countered, her voice trembling. But what about Ethan? Knowing his character, he'd never just watch from the sidelines. Prexian admitted, his gaze drifting toward the battlefield. The boss is on a whole different level now, Fulton laughed. Romanton won't even land a single scratch. The room went silent as he spoke. The Baron's men are outclassed. I've faced him. He's a literal monster now. I'd bet my honor on it. Meanwhile, Merlin slumped against a wall, dazed and questioning how he'd been bested. He'd had the advantage. Was it a fluke? Sir Merlin, get up, Romanton shrieked, his voice cracking with desperation. Being humiliated like this in front of his own squad, it was a nightmare. The shame was absolutely suffocating. Romanton gestured wildly at his stunned guards. Don't just stand there. Move. Go help him right now. Gripping his hilt, Merlin barked at them to retreat. I've got this, he hissed, glancing back at the Count. Forgive me, Count Merlin screamed, as wild mana flared around him. My power. I can't contain it anymore. I'll slaughter him, Merlin bellowed. Romanton grinned, loving the chaos. Well, this certainly wasn't on the schedule. Clad in destructive energy, Merlin unleashed a chaotic strike. Looks like someone lost their cool, Ramonton mocked playfully. Merlin's throwing a tantrum. These repairs aren't cheap. Guess it's time to squeeze the peasants for more taxes again. Merlin stared at his empty blade. He missed. Where are you hiding, you rat? He spun around only to find Ethan. A palm slammed into his face before Ethan launched him back with a kick, pinning his chest under a heavy boot. This is impossible. As the Duke leaned in to whisper a final truth, Merlin felt an overwhelming, crushing pressure. Paralyzed by fear, Merlin was silenced by a sudden brutal strike. What was that noise? Remington asked, ears ringing. Merlin, report, is the Duke dead? Ramonton shouted. Ethan stepped out of the shadows. He's a bit unavailable right now. A lifeless body was tossed at their feet. Ramonton shrieked in terror. What is this? Merlin, no. Impossible. He turned to his deputy, hysterical. Tell me something, anything. Why isn't he moving? Where are my 30 knights? He screamed. Don't just stand there, kill the Duke. Stop him at all costs. Grip tightening on her hilt, the girl barked orders. Stay focused. Form up and use the maneuvers we've drilled. Circle him vengeance for our leader, Ethan. Just watch them unimpressed. Their power levels were honestly kind of pathetic. Using his red flame would be overkill. Charge, the girl screamed. Ethan sighed. Fighting these weaklings was almost a chore. He had to hold back just to keep them alive. With a roar, his blade unleashed a torrent of scorching fire. Slaughtering these pawns felt pointless. Not a single soul among them carried even a flicker of true malice. There was only one person here truly thirsty for blood. Ethan's cold gaze locked onto the trembling girl. She stood frozen, shivering under his gaze. Ethan walked past her. You didn't just bleed the people dry with taxes. You preyed on the weak, then drew steel against me to bury your own filthy crimes, he continued coldly. Under duchy law, these are capital offenses, and as of right now, your time is up. Zephron Ramonton, you're stripped of your title and every cent you own. The Count collapsed, his world crumbling into dust. Why are you just watching? He wailed. 200 guards stood by, but not one moved an inch. Kill him, he's a nobody, Remington shrieked, his face turning purple. Are you all brain dead? Attack him. I'm the one who signs your paychecks, not Arden. Do your damn jobs and obey your master. The knights shared a look before their swords clattered to the floor. We no longer serve a man like you. Raising blades against their savior? Absolute madness. Especially since their families' hard-earned taxes literally put food on their tables. Taxes extorted through corruption, Ramonton realized, trembling. This was a nightmare. His sharp words weren't aimed at the Baron at all. They were for the guards. The Duke is a monster. He wields raw power, absolute authority, and the masses follow his every word. How could everyone be so blind? This is your curtain call, Zephron. Ethan growled, his fist connecting with a sickening thud. Ramonton shrieked, collapsing into the dirt. Ethan turned, his voice booming as he commanded the soldiers to listen closely. He offered his thanks for their restraint, for not drawing steel against him or his kin. News of his arrival had clearly spread. After touring the neighboring territories, he swore a blood oath the Baron's reign of terror would end here and now. As of this moment, I, Ethan Arden, strip the Baron of his title, he thundered, declaring a new era of justice. The duchy would take direct command, bringing freedom to the oppressed. Without hesitation, the knights dropped to their knees in absolute fealty. Glory to the Duke, glory to Arden, they roared. Later, Ethan realized the second piece of the puzzle was finally within reach. Did he crack? Ethan asked. Lawrence nodded. He spilled everything. They even have the royal seal. With Helmut's fate as a warning, he didn't resist. The coward begged for his life in exchange for the full truth. Mercy, Ethan scoffed. That depends entirely on his knowledge of this tome. Lawrence blinked, puzzled. What book? He produced the sacred book of dragons found in the office. Interrogate him again, Ethan ordered, his eyes cold and sharp. He needed to trace its origin. The text spoke of praising the dragon god, a dark scripture promising power to the faithful. Supposedly, those who devoted themselves to its pages would receive divine protection and strength. It was a tempting, dangerous lie. Ethan recognized the pattern instantly. It was a manual for mana breathing, identical to the one used by that dark mage. It was far inferior to his own methods, yet the core principles of the breathing technique were disturbingly familiar. But this shortcut carried a lethal price. It was a twisted fusion of human and dragonkin breathing styles. Instead of a vessel, energy was forced directly into the heart, allowing a rapid, reckless climb to the 4-star rank. The inevitable result, a fatal heart rupture. Ethan slammed the book shut and sensed a presence outside. Come in, he called. Sylvia stepped inside. Any leads? Ethan asked. Her expression was grave. I've gathered quite a bit, she confirmed. She had interviewed both the Baron and the locals. This book was the primary recruitment tool for that mysterious cult. It was bait. Using power as a lure, Ethan mused. Exactly. The victims were too blinded by ambition to notice the danger. Power-hungry fools were easy targets, unless their hatred for dragons outweighed their greed. It was a clever, predatory trap. What's the public's stance on dragons? Ethan questioned. Would they truly trust such a technique so blindly? Lawrence sighed, noting that war victims suffer most. Despite the peace treaty, dragons remained the kingdom's most reviled scapegoats. Initially, the terrified populace begged the authorities to eradicate the cult. They saw the book as a curse, not a gift. But the nobility turned a blind eye. Soon, anyone who dared to protest simply vanished into thin air. Their silence paved the way for chaos, leaving the commoners to whisper in the shadows, paralyzed by fear. They were helpless. Ethan narrowed his eyes, sensing a deep conspiracy involving the Guardians and some very powerful players. Did Zifron go rogue after Helmet's fall? Ethan asked. Lawrence nodded. Actually, Zifron seemed surprisingly resistant to the idea. He despised them. He was heard screaming that he wanted no part of those idiots or their wretched schemes. I have nothing to do with Neuraxis, he'd yelled. Ethan's heart stopped. Neuraxis. Lawrence confirmed the name with a nod. Yes, Neuraxis. Is there a problem? Ethan shook his head. The Shaper, he thought, the master of lies. Neuraxis, the living embodiment of deception. Every dragon possessed unique, terrifying traits, but this one was special. Their powers were nightmares made flesh. The Shapers were the worst. They could mimic any human, perfectly blending into society. Whether taking the form of a beast or flora, they were nearly impossible to track without 7-star night-level perception. Even Ethan had spent a grueling year playing a deadly game of cat and mouse just to finish him off. Despite the current peace pact, there's no telling how long that monster has been lurking within the duchy's borders. If a dragon had infiltrated the nobility, this situation was far more explosive than anything in his previous life. Standing abruptly, Ethan's face darkened. Lawrence, this is a crisis. That book didn't just walk across the border by itself. Grabbing his coat, he declared, there's a courier behind this. I'm going to find out exactly who's delivering this poison. At a nearby reception desk, a clerk snapped. We're closed. Get lost and come back tomorrow. He looked incredibly annoyed. The man slammed the counter, screaming for them to leave. Suddenly, the front door exploded into a million jagged shards. The merchant's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Finally, Ethan muttered as the door swung open. Who the hell are you? The man barked. What was this guy up to? The man rushed forward, stammering. Nothing, it's nothing. He promised to explain everything if Ethan just chilled. Ethan stepped inside, met by the man's confused glare. Who's this brat? He growled. Today's sales were over. Did this kid have a death wish? Ethan's gaze locked onto the book in his hand. Vile scum, he spat. Selling the forbidden power of dragons. Have you forgotten our history? And the idiot's actually buying this trash. What a joke, the merchant screamed. What did you just say to me? This brat had the nerve to sabotage their business and then keep babbling nonsense. The man began cracking his knuckles, looking lethal. Are you begging for a beatdown? He sneered. Another thug chimed in. Well, if he wants to die, let's grant his wish. Ethan didn't even blink, walking right past them. Move, he commanded coldly. I have zero business with small fry like you. Someone laughed. He's just a clown, but the leader's fist clenched. Maybe not, but we have plenty of business with you. Ethan's jaw tightened as his fist buried itself in the man's face. I'm not repeating myself, he growled. Scram before I get serious. The thugs folded instantly. Yes, sir, they yelled, sprinting for the exit. Ethan then turned toward the boss, who shrieked in pure terror. Backed against the wall, the merchant trembled. Who are you? Why are you harassing us? He threatened to call security if Ethan didn't leave. He babbled about serious crimes and inciting riots. Ethan simply ignored the noise, his hand drifting to the hilt of his sword. Don't make me laugh, Ethan ordered, his voice icy. How could he shout so boldly while peddling books that glorified dragons? On the sacred lands of the Arden Duchy, no less, Ethan continued. Surely you know that this is an unforgivable mortal sin. The merchant's heart stopped. Arden Duchy. His mind raced. Could this terrifying man actually be the legendary Duke Ethan himself? Ethan pressed his blade against the man's throat. If you value your life, tell me exactly where these books are being manufactured. After a tense silence, the man broke. I'm just a seller, he cried. The books are sent directly from the order. He claimed to be clueless about the details. Ethan narrowed his eyes. There are other distribution hubs, aren't there? Speak up. The man swallowed hard. The order is incredibly careful with their tracks. They don't leave many clues behind for people like me. I can't confirm it, he stammered, but I heard rumors of another operation running out of Viscount Deccan's estate. Moments later, Ethan was trekking through the dense forest. Deccan's estate, he whispered to himself, the name tasting like bitter poison. It was situated right near the Kargas border. His mind was made up. He had found his next target for destruction. This has to be the place, Ethan noted, entering a dark cave. He scanned the area. No magic circles, no sentries, nothing. They had been operating here for so long that they'd grown arrogant, completely convinced of their own safety. It was pathetic. The sheer audacity of it left Ethan speechless. Peering around a corner, he spotted two guards casually gossiping with each other. So what happened next, one asked. The knight laughed. I gave him a little gentle threat, and he coughed up the gold immediately. Then I sent him to the next life, the knight smirked. The other guy frowned. Look, I know you like the thrill, but still, even with the priest covering for us, we shouldn't get too sloppy. The guard just scoffed at the warning, completely unbothered. Who's gonna snitch? He mocked. The order basically runs this world now. Only a complete idiot would try to cross us. "Shut your filthy mouth," Ethan commanded, stepping out from the shadows. The disgust in his voice was thick enough to choke on. The guards jumped, reaching for their weapons. "Who the hell are you?" they barked. "Where did this brat come from?" "Your names don't matter," Ethan stated coldly. "You're all dying here anyway." He couldn't believe the filth coming out of their mouths. Was there really not a single ounce of guilt in these monsters? The guy blinked. "Wait, what did he just say?" "I don't recall any visitors on today's schedule," the leader joked. The guard laughed. "Idiot, haven't you figured it out yet? We've been sold out. This kid's just some random mercenary." The guy perked up. "Really good. I was dying for some entertainment." He flared his mana, his sword glowing with lethal intent. Judging by his gear, he's a knight. Well, he asked for this. Ethan's eyes darkened. "Is that the mixed breathing technique?" he asked. "Have you already forgotten the horrors of the Dragon War?" The struggle between dragons and humanity seemed like a joke to them. "What are you talking about?" the guy sneered. "You mastered the dragon breathing that slaughtered millions, and now you use it on the innocent." Ethan's aura began to explode. "And you still dare to call yourselves human?" He charged a blur of pure speed. The guard's eyes widened. "He's fast. But his style is too basic," the guard thought, overconfident. "I can take him." Ethan closed the distance in a heartbeat. "What the?" the guard gasped. Another thug lunged in, shouting, "You're dead, kid." But his blade met only thin air. How did he dodge that? The thug panicked. Before he could react, Ethan's hand clamped around his throat like a vice. "I'm beyond disgusted," Ethan whispered, his voice trembling with rage. "My father, my family. You've insulted everything we bled for. Brave souls bled out for a pathetic coward like him. Now he'll pay in blood for his treason and every life he stole. Divine retribution is coming." Suddenly, a frantic scream pierced the air. "Invaders, sound the alarm and find the high priest now." With a roar, he commanded his men to draw steel. Too late, Ethan had already smashed through the second defensive line. "Who is this monster?" Ethan tightened his grip on his blade as a dozen crossbows locked onto his chest. "Target locked. Fire on my command," the captain shrieked. "Don't move. One wrong twitch, and we rain bolts on him." Fingers twitched on triggers. Ethan scanned the room with a smirk. Quite the warm welcome. "Anyone else want a piece of me?" The priest let out a chilling cackle. "A painful end is inevitable, boy. Beg for mercy, answer me, and I might make it quick." Ethan scoffed. "Mercy? That's rich coming from you. Aren't you the snake in charge of peddling those twisted dragon scriptures? The dragon's sacred tome." The priest recoiled, his eyes narrowing. "So you knew whose domain you were treading upon, interloper." "Your domain?" Ethan's grin turned feral. His mana flared with violent intensity. "You disgusting worms. You actually worship those winged lizards. Blasphemy." In our own sanctuary, the priest's face contorted with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at the intruder. "Kill that bastard, but keep him breathing. I want his identity." Ethan lunged his body, igniting in a violent crimson flame. A shockwave of pure energy tore toward the guards. What is that power? Is he imbuing his attacks with raw mana? The priest's brow furrowed. Sword mastery and fire manipulation. This wasn't just some random mercenary. This was a high-tier threat. Hold on. That flame. Could it be? A chilling realization hit. Is this the legendary Duke Arden himself? The man who breathes hatred for all dragons? It all made sense now. Damn it, how did our location leak to him? But wait, maybe this was destiny. If he eliminated the Duke now, while he was still vulnerable, the rewards would be immense. The dragons would grant him ultimate power. The priest erupted with energy, screaming, "Crawl before me, fire whip." A lash of flame roared toward Ethan. He danced back, eyes narrowing. Short incantation, massive output. This guy wasn't a total fraud. Dragon magic. It was the forbidden art of the Draconians, where every word whispered was a lethal incantation. This was high-tier stuff. These cultists could bend reality without ever needing a formal spell or chant. All thanks to the spiritual word ball, a mana battery inside their skulls. If this priest really possessed one, then the Neuraxis cult was deeper than he thought. They weren't just serving one lizard. They were in bed with them all. As Ethan flanked, the priest roared, "Don't let him breathe, kill him now." This guy was leagues above any dark mage. Ethan needed a one-shot kill. "You think I'll wait for you to power up?" the priest spat, launching another assault. Infernal shackles bind him. Pitch-black chains of energy erupted from the floor, coiling around Ethan's limbs like hungry vipers. The priest smirked triumphantly. "Got you. Move an inch, and these chains will rip your limbs right off your torso. It's over." Ethan's expression only soured. What a joke. With a flex of his muscles, the chains shattered like glass. The priest's jaw dropped. Ethan stepped forward, sword gleaming. "The Arden bloodline has a very specific trait you clearly forgot. We own the flames. Your cheap parlor tricks don't affect me." The priest's face paled. This is impossible." He expected a fight, but this was a nightmare. "Don't you dare think death will be your escape," the priest shrieked. "I'll drag you through hell." Cloud Giant's aura empower. Massive waves of mana surged into his whip, erupting in every direction. Ethan leveled his blade. That pressure. If that lunatic dumps all his mana into one strike, things might get dicey. The guards swarmed forward. "Think I'll just let you charge up," the priest hollered. "Cut him down where he stands." Block him. He doesn't leave this room. Ethan cleaved through the front line. Still, too many flies buzzing around. Coughing up blood, the priest grinned insanely. Behold, witness the divine power granted to me by the great dragons. Show me that ardent pride as you burn. A monstrous entity of raw energy manifested. Now, perish in agony. Too slow, Ethan muttered. He hadn't planned on going this hard, but his mana core began to pulse with power. Double ring. Open. An explosion of force rippled outward, shredding through the guards like they were made of paper. Agonized screams filled the hall. Hey priest! Ever heard of the second secret breathing technique, Black Flame Spear? The two energies collided in a deafening blast, but Ethan's power completely swallowed the priest's attack. Impossible. Such brute force. The backfire slammed into the priest's chest, sending him flying with a soul-shattering scream. The building crumbled as bodies were tossed like rag dolls. Through the dust, Ethan walked calmly toward the fallen priest. The priest lay broken, hacking up blood. I have questions, Ethan cold-eyed him. Tell me about those mages in your order. The priest erupted in a manic, blood-soaked laugh. What's the matter, Duke? Just here to flex your little muscles. Clearly, he's Ardone's puppet. Ethan snapped. Spare me the small talk and start talking. Give me answers. Clad in mana, the priest sneered. That group is real, but you'll never live long enough to find them. Glory to our Lord, mana surged from his skull as he shrieked, intending to drag Ethan into the afterlife. Ethan caught his head mid-burst, stifling the energy. The priest let out a bone-chilling howl of agony. Staring in disbelief at the absorbed mana, he gasped. How Ethan coldly replied, I've dealt with your kind before. He siphoned the blood magic before the detonation. The priest cackled, You're a complete monster. Even with that power, you'll fail. Our order's lips are sealed by a sacred oath to our Lord. Ethan narrowed his eyes as a glowing seal manifested above the priest. High-level magic, he realized. A deadly gag spell meant to incinerate traitors. Even with Ethan's prowess, this curse was too complex to break. This was the work of a high-ranking zealot. With one final cry of Lord, the priest vanished. He needed deeper intel. Meanwhile, Shimon roared with laughter. That idiot Logan has finally played himself. Flawless work, Hans. Hans bowed humbly, but Shimon insisted. Nonsense. This was a masterpiece of deception. Your intel crippled Logan's reinforcements. By the time he realizes he's lost, it'll be too late. Hans beamed with pride, but a doubt lingered. How did the Duke seize the castle so easily? He must have a secret ace. Shimon shrugged. It's simple. He obviously bought off the Order of Kargas before making his move. A midnight strike with their backing. So Shimon smirked. Even Roman is playing in the big leagues now. Hans's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe how badly Shimon was misreading the situation. The man was delusional. Next, he'd probably claim Lawrence was a secret archmage or something. Shimon barked. Hans snapped to attention. Present, my lord. Your loyalty earns you a promotion. As of now, you are the county's new chief of intelligence. Chief, isn't that too much weight for me? Hans stammered. Shimon just shook his head. You've earned it. Take my knights and expose the Duke's true agenda. Can you handle it? Hans gripped his glass. I'll give it my all, Hans vowed. Shimon smiled thinly. Perfect. Now I have a specific favor. Shimon chuckled. Logan was trapped in his web, forced to clash with the Duke exactly as choreographed. His allies will crumble and defect. I can't wait to see his face at the Elders' Council. Everything okay? Duke Lawrence asked. Ethan sighed. Yes, though the results were rather thin. Just a small lead. What about your end? Any luck? Lawrence nodded confidently. I've cracked the mystery of Neuraxis. Shockingly, they operate as a legitimate public entity. They're rooted deep in the Xenon Empire. Ethan's eyes flared. In Xenon, are you absolutely sure? It's in their official records. Even I was stunned when the documents confirmed it, Lawrence explained. Scanning the foreign reports, Ethan's mind raced. What the hell was happening in the Xenon Empire? First the dragons attack, and now they're making Neuraxis a state religion. This peace deal smells rotten. This is a nightmare. It's way bigger than just the duchy. Summon Prexian to the war room. The Neuraxis order has basically occupied Xenon, turning their main temple into a holy sanctuary. Their reach spans 6 kingdoms. Only Hydern stands as a lone exception. Led by a holy overlord, each branch bows to a great ruler. The hierarchy was terrifyingly organized. Ethan slammed his desk, the wood splintering. Damn it, if this is true Prexian, we're in trouble. The West's elite are in their pocket. They've probably already infiltrated Hydern under our very noses. The priest's mention of the overlord confirmed it. A new fire ignited within Ethan's soul. Restore his lineage, eradicate the orders, and wipe the dragon race from existence. They're everywhere. Prexian noted that Hydern was lucky to be relatively free of these shadow cults. That's thanks to the king's strict bans. Ethan scoffed. Wait, you mean that useless king? Shocking but true. His Majesty fought the order tooth and nail, keeping them at bay. Hydern is the sole holdout. Ethan mused. It's wild that he actually stopped the dragon's influence. He always seemed like a puppet of the council. Turns out, the useless king had a backbone. Those elite families. It turns out he was actually the people's secret guardian this whole time. Maybe Arden was just backed into a corner by fate. Turning to Prexian, he declared that starting now, he would leak every one of the king's dirty secrets. Prexian bowed, accepting the mission with total loyalty. Our main character dropped a mysterious badge on the table, demanding intel. Prexian noted it was a high-ranking insignia. Ethan confirmed a shady priest held it. He suspected a dark link between a mage order and Lawson. He ordered Lawrence to deliver a secret scroll to Porthos by dawn. No delays would be tolerated. Lawrence wondered why a blacksmith was so vital. Ethan needed a god-tier weapon, but his eyes said more. There is a bigger fish to fry, he muttered. It was not just humans. The dwarves were likely involved. At the forge, Porthos froze his hammer, clattering as he scanned the letter. His face went pale. Absolute terror gripped him. His apprentice asked what was up, confused why the mastersmith just quit. Porthos barked at Muster to watch the shop before ditching his gear. He had to reach the Duke. Muster stood there, stunned, as Lawrence smirked. The moment for blood-soaked revenge was approaching faster than expected. Meanwhile, Shimon sparked his magic orb to life, summoning the 33rd meeting of the Elders to order. First on the agenda, the Duke's bold power move against Baron Romanton. The room felt heavy with tension. He pointed out the Lugon faction was asleep at the wheel, finding out about the siege way too late. Lugon's knuckles turned white with fury. Shimon taunted him, asking if he was too weak to command respect. Is your leadership so pathetic the Duke treats you like a joke? Shimon's words cut like a blade. He pressed harder, asking Count Lugon if he would just sit and watch his people get slaughtered. Lugon crumpled the report, realizing he had misread the Duke. He thought Shimon was the primary target. But the Duke was hunting. Someone was pulling the strings for Shimon. A shadow player was making moves he could not see. Could Shimon be in bed with the Duke? He stood up, demanding they send a formal warning letter. Shimon feigned surprise at the idea. Lugon doubled down, citing the vassal treaty as their only legal shield. They could not launch a war yet, but a warning could force the Duke to halt his rampage. Lugon's eyes narrowed. This would flush out the traitor. He roared for the king to be notified. Shimon just smirked. What a clown. He had no clue the real game had already moved past him. A piece of paper would not stop a Duke who smelled blood. The beast was just getting started. Let them clash. He would wait for the dust to settle, then sweep in and finish the survivors. The meeting dissolved and Shimon called Hans in. Did it go well? Hans asked, seeing Shimon's dark grin. Lugon was backed into a corner. If the Duke wiped out that faction next, it would be perfection. He asked for the Duke's next hit list, but Hans had nothing. The target was still a mystery. He only strikes where taxes are high, Hans noted. Shimon's expression instantly turned lethal at the suggestion. Hans flinched under Shimon's cold gaze. Shimon leaned in, his voice a terrifying growl, questioning his audacity. Hans trembled, begging for mercy. The temperature in the room felt like it had dropped to zero. Your only job is to watch him, Shimon hissed. Do not dare tell me how to run things. Bowing low, Hans choked out an apology. Shimon reminded him that failure was a death sentence. Know your place, or lose it forever, he warned. Hans scrambled out of the room, barely breathing. Shimon massaged his temples. Things were getting messy. Lugon was starting to sniff out the hidden hands. He needed to crown a new family head fast. Days later at Rombertum Castle, the main character laughed. Reading the warning letter, a predatory smile crossed his face. Everything was falling perfectly into place. The plan worked. Both sides were convinced he was gearing up for a massive strike on the west. He handed the letter to Lawrence. She questioned if Shimon was next, but Ethan had a different vision. Lugon was playing the king card. Ethan wondered if he could use that coward as his personal puppet. Is the Dragon Book research ready? He asked. Lawrence nodded, confirming the distribution networks were already live. The Sacred Book of Dragons was about to hit the streets, and with it, the next phase. Excellent, Ethan noted. Their mandate is simple: enforce the king's law, protect the dragons, and dismantle the council. What's Hans up to? He asked. Lawrence confirmed his hunch. Hans suggested tax cuts to Shimon but got ghosted. Greedy fools, Ethan spat. They know the council is cooked, yet they're still doubling down on their arrogance. Suddenly, a mysterious mocking voice sliced through the training field. Someone laughed. What a comedian. A thief, lecturing us. You stole everything from me. Ethan immediately swung his mana-charged blade. Lawrence's heart raced. Who is this intruder? Security here is airtight. How did they slip past the perimeter guards? A spectral image of a girl flickered. Whoa, getting spicy. So this is the legendary Arden Flame everyone's hyping. Lawrence froze. The Duke's strike didn't even leave a scratch. This isn't some low-level warrior or common mage. Who are you? Ethan demanded. The woman scoffed. For a common thief, you've got some serious brazen nerve. She claimed to own the potion he allegedly swiped. Ethan raised an eyebrow. I'm a thief, is that so? Breaking into a Duke's fortress is pretty rude, Ethan countered. I'll ask again, just who the hell are you? The stranger laughed. Rude, don't make me laugh. Look who's talking about manners while holding my stolen goods. Ethan finally understood. So that's it. The woman brandished a test tube, screaming that she'd expose his lies. Ethan recognized it. This was the legendary potion he had mentioned to Jaren. Life Force Essence, Lightning Stone, Metal Mana, Charger, and the Potion. These 4 relics were absolute game changers. In his previous life, humanity used these to survive the Dragon War. Their creator was the genius Ilya Fizcraft. Ilya crushed the glass vial in her fist, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. "I spent 5 years researching this," she yelled. "I stayed inside for 10 years, yet you copied it perfectly without errors. It made 0 sense. How could he have possibly snatched her top-secret private recipe? Duke Arden, your sheer audacity is truly astounding," she hissed. Lawrence watched in shock, wondering where she appeared from. Ethan wondered if history was warping again, just like it did with Lawrence. He needed to check. "These accusations are wild," Ethan said. "If you're going to point fingers, show your true form first." Ilya stared at him confused. Ethan knew from his past life that being direct was the only way to handle her. He leveled his sword at her. "Don't underestimate the Arden name. I know exactly what kind of tricks you're using." Ilya's smirk returned. "Sharp eyes, kid. I'll admit you're not like the other pathetic losers I've met." Mana swirled around her as her form shifted into her true self. Lawrence gasped. "Is that her actual face?" "I believe so," Ethan replied. Ilya chuckled. "Be grateful, pup. Not many see this. Now answer my question." It was definitely Ilya. Ethan was seeing the face of the legendary hermit, something he never managed in his first life. She was a ghost who never revealed her identity. This was a golden opportunity he couldn't afford to let slip. "Time to set the bait," Ilya snapped. "Are you listening? Why are you just standing there like a total statue?" Ethan interrupted. "A monster trait potion. A mana-shifting transformation stone. I know all your secret inventions. The weight-reducing bead. An invisibility cloak that hides every sound. A crystal ball that peers 1,000 years ahead. And a self-filling water bottle." "Enough," Ilya shrieked, looking absolutely horrified. Every single item he listed was a secret project she was either finishing or still brainstorming. Staging a theft was impossible. "How? How could you possibly know about those?" she stammered. "It's simple," Ethan lied. "The Arden clan has visions. We see much more. But I don't give secrets to outsiders." Ilya was fuming. "You expect me to believe that? A swordsman having divine visions, that's total alchemist nonsense." "Believe what you want," Ethan shrugged. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. "What did you say?" "You invaded my home and called me a thief," Ethan reminded her. "Yet here I am honestly answering your questions." As guards rushed in, Ethan shook his head. "No thanks. Now, you're just making me worry about your manners. So are you going to believe me or not?" Ilya growled. "This idiot is definitely lying," she thought. Ethan turned away. "You have your answer, so leave. And don't worry about the field you wrecked. It's on the house." Ilya watched him walk away, her mana flaring. "What an absolute jerk," she muttered, her pride completely wounded. Forcing him to a halt, she unleashed a tidal wave of mana, her voice dripping with venom. How dare this brat lie to her? What a pathetic low-life scumbag. She was about to put him in his place. As Lawrence trembled in sheer terror, Duke Ethan's eyes widened. He realized this was a domain. Only those who have achieved absolute mastery over mana can overwrite reality itself. This is the ultimate peak, a caster's domain. A total nightmare. He'd almost forgotten in her previous life, Ilya reigned as a legendary 8th Circle Archmage. She wasn't holding back. As Ilya sneered, Ethan's men found themselves paralyzed. Absolute fodder, he thought bitterly. Knowing they were in danger, he surged with power. Ethan roared as he forced his mana to erupt, leaving Ilya completely stunned. She barked at him to stop acting like a fool, though his insane speed caught her off guard. Immediately, she began chanting a high-tier spell. Ethan swung his blade with monstrous force. The domain shattered instantly. Shocked, Ilya pivoted between desperate offense and ironclad defense. She activated her absolute impenetrability. But Ethan wasn't done. He forged a mystic seal and charged straight through the dirt. The recoil was devastating. The technique was still experimental, but he pushed through the agony, his scream echoing across the battlefield. Ilya felt the sudden spike in pressure. Could it be him? Before she could process it, Ethan unleashed a scorching spear of crimson flames. The impact was explosive. Knights scrambled for cover, as the barrier Ilya spent years perfecting was reduced to nothing but dust. Cold steel met her neck. He warned her that one more move would be her last. A doppelganger, Ilya realized in horror. How was this possible? He had just utilized the dragon's breath. Was he secretly allied with the most powerful race in existence? No. A duke might steal their secrets, but he'd never serve them. Confused, she asked how he had seen through her true identity. Sensing her will to fight had evaporated, Ethan lowered his guard slightly. It was time for some overdue answers. Being a legendary house of swordsmen didn't mean they were just muscle. They were also masters of alchemy and potion making. They possessed secret arts specifically designed for combat. Her true form stood no chance against their specialized detection abilities. He hoped that cleared things up. There was no need for further bloodshed. Lawrence, however, was still worried about her earlier assault. What about the damage she caused? Ethan simply shrugged, chalking it all up to a massive misunderstanding. He granted her forgiveness and ordered his men to clean up the mess. But suddenly, everything took a turn for the worse. He clutched his chest, gasping for air. Using a technique derived from dragon breath was essentially a suicide mission. Without that forbidden power, he wouldn't have stood a chance against her. It was a gamble that barely paid off. By some miracle, he'd managed to survive the backlash. As the dust settled, Ilya stood up, her curiosity piqued. She asked if he was currently at war with his own kin. She offered her assistance for a price, but Ethan cut her off mid-sentence. Declined. Ilya froze in disbelief. Did he seriously just reject her? Ethan reiterated that her help wasn't required. He claimed he already had all the power he needed. Ilya lost it. How could a 4-star knight look down on an 8th-rank archmage? Ethan's response was cold, and yet, I'm the one who beat you. Biting her lip, she bragged that she could craft items beyond his wildest dreams. She could mass-produce artifacts. She smirked, certain he would cave. After all, who would turn down a legendary craftsman? There wasn't a better artisan alive. She'd play the part of the helpful ally, then dismantle his vision of Arden from the inside. Ethan finally relented, agreeing to test her worth. He ordered Lawrence to prepare a guest room for their new guest. Ilya grinned. He'd taken the bait hook, line, and sinker. Everything was proceeding exactly according to her master plan. A short while later, Lawrence led the way. This is your room, Miss Ilya, she announced politely. It wasn't exactly luxury, but it would suffice. As Lawrence started to offer more help, Ilya let out a sudden shout. Interdimensional pocket. She tapped into her storage, and Lawrence realized just how terrifying an archmage truly was. In seconds, the bare room was transformed. Ilya looked around, satisfied. Lawrence stood there, completely baffled by the magical interior design. Where did all this furniture even come from? Turning her attention back, Ilya began probing Lawrence for information about the Duke. Lawrence admitted she was still fairly new and didn't have all the answers. If Ilya wanted the real tea, there was someone else. She suggested talking to the lady. Ilya's ears perked up. The lady, who exactly was she talking about? His sister Lawrence nodded. Ilya considered shifting back into her old woman persona to gain an advantage. She demanded to be taken to her. Lawrence hesitated, curious about the doppelganger's ability to mimic different forms. Ilya explained she usually chose the elderly form because people were naturally more respectful to their elders. Even as a half-doppelganger, she deserved that respect. But Lawrence had a much more strategic idea in mind. The Duke's relatives were currently waging a shadow war, using every bit of intel to spread lies and confusion. If Ilya stayed in her current young form, she'd be the perfect secret weapon. No one would ever suspect a girl like her. Why not keep the act up for now? Ilya pondered. It was a solid plan. Was her disguise for the same purpose? Lawrence blinked, asking for a repeat. Ilya just turned away with a cool, fine then. She'd face the lady like this. Time to get moving. Soon Marie's joyful cry echoed through the hall. She was ecstatic. Seeing young Ilya traveling solo pulled at her heartstrings. She hugged her, promising total protection. Ilya flailed, screeching in protest. Does she even know her real age? Lawrence ignored it, entrusting her to Marie. Ilya fumed. That scoundrel totally played her. Oh, he was definitely going to pay for this later. Back in the office, Ethan noted Poferance arrived earlier than expected. The dwarf scoffed. How could he be late? The Duke's summons and that specific mark were impossible to ignore. Permission to inspect it, right now, Your Grace. Ethan slid the crossbow over. Bloodstains marred the wood. Recognize the handiwork, he asked darkly. Poferance scanned the weapon, his eyes widening. This pattern. It's a match. No doubt about it now. The Royal Blacksmith Williams. Could he really be rubbing shoulders with the dragon race? For a dwarf, this was the ultimate betrayal. The dragon wars had already left their race in ruins. Without a system, they were sitting ducks. When the dragons invaded, the slaughter was effortless. Small outposts stood no chance. One by one, dwarven settlements were wiped off the map. Death and destruction followed. If not for Arden and King Moradny's intervention, they'd be extinct. He founded the nation. Ethan paused, his brow furrowed. Poferance looked at him, confused by his reaction. A dwarven state is surprising, but Moradny as king, Ethan muttered, recalling a certain memory. Once dwarves wailed in the streets in despair. A man had knelt, closing a fallen comrade's eyes. Moradny's voice had thundered. Kinsmen, listen. They'd narrowly escaped total annihilation that day. Duke Arden's help saved them, but Moradny knew the shadows would return. Safety was just an illusion. We stand together or fall alone. Humans and dwarves united, forging a future under one banner. Moradny personally rallied the 12 clans, bridging centuries of divide to build a true kingdom. He became their first sovereign. Poferance noted all this happened while Ethan was still out cold. Ethan went silent. Moradny, a king. It was a shock, but deep down it felt right. He gave a faint smile. At least his old friend was thriving. Still, Poferance looked grim. Some dwarves still ventured into human lands, trading goods to fund the growth of their new home. Let them call us greedy, Poferance muttered. For his people's sake, he'd endure any insult. Ethan recalled their past aid. The Arden clan won't just sit by. We'll help rebuild your kingdom. If you need anything, call on me. Poferance looked overwhelmed, his face tight with emotion. We already owe the former duke so much, he choked out. Your kindness is too great. Thank you. But what about Williams? Ethan's expression turned cold as he considered the traitor. He's defying both Hydern and the Dwarven Crown. A court blacksmith acting like a lawless rogue. You think someone even bigger is pulling his strings? Poferance asked, a chill running down his spine. Exactly. A power even a king can't touch. Accusing him blindly would be suicide. They'll strike back twice as hard. Poferance gritted his teeth, thinking of the hard-working dwarves Williams betrayed. Rage boiled over. That idiot is aiding our enemies. Ethan told him to stay calm. He had a plan. What plan? Poferance urged. Ethan's eyes glowed with ambition. Revenge, glory, and a future for your people. Everything in one move. I'm making you the new court blacksmith. Is that even possible? Poferance gasped. Ethan smirked. It is, if you're brave enough to say yes. Poferance was stunned. No one believed in me before. Why do you trust me this much? Is it strange to trust an ally who hates the same enemy? You're one of mine now. Reasons don't matter when it comes to my people. Poferance bowed, ashamed of his foolish question. I swear by my hammer and my life. My loyalty belongs to you, Duke Arden. Excellent. I accept. Later, Ethan moved to meet his next guest, Marquise Bluton. A pleasure, Duke, the Marquis smirked. I believe this is our first real face-to-face chat. Ethan gave a nonchalant shrug, telling him to use whatever title felt right. Marquis it is then, he decided. He realized he'd been slacking on his manners. Since that elixir was basically a god-tier gift, Ethan finally offered a formal thanks. Bluton waved it off, just happy the potion was put to good use. Take it as a token of our bond, he insisted. Bluton sensed there was more to this meeting than just small talk. Business then, he probed. Ethan nodded. Things were about to get real. Ethan dropped a bombshell. Hydern the royal blacksmith was secretly in bed with the dragon race. Talk about a plot twist. Worse yet, a high-level puppet master was likely pulling the strings. Bluton's jaw nearly hit the floor as the weight of it sunk in. This is beyond dangerous, Bluton muttered, looking for a solution. Luckily, Ethan had an ace up his sleeve, a legendary dwarf companion. This dwarf's craft made the current hack look like an amateur. Why not just install him as the new royal blacksmith? Ilya threw a mini tantrum hyped to finally flex her magic. Marie reined her in, but the girl's mind was already racing. She'd spent the week dodging the princess's hawk-like gaze while digging up the duke's hidden dirt. It had been an absolute grind. This was it, her golden ticket to prove her value and finally scrub that annoying princess out of the picture. With the squad assembled, Ethan got down to brass tacks. He unveiled the stunning armor Bluton had gifted him, shimmering with potential. He wanted to upgrade this gear into full-blown artifacts. Was it doable? As Ilya scanned the metal, Porphyrion chimed in with his doubts. Listen, Duke Artifact Alchemy is peak-level tech. We're talking about etching complex mana circuits directly into the gear itself. It turns standard steel into magic-channeling beasts, letting even mid-tier knights spam spells. This specific set, though, was on another level. Forged from top-tier mithril, this wasn't just armor, it was a masterpiece. Cracking a build like this would be a nightmare for anyone. Porphyrion could handle the circuitry, but he needed a high-tier mage to play backup. Hearing the word assistant, Ilya totally lost it. Who are you glaring at? She barked. As a top-tier archmage, the idea of being some lowly assistant was a total slap in the face. He'd have to follow her lead. Porphyrion pointed a shaky finger, practically begging Ethan to reconsider working with such a chaotic brat. Ethan stood his ground, vouching for her. Don't let the attitude fool you. She's a rank 8 archmage. Ilya, show them what you've got. No bickering, he warned. I need perfection on this project, so play nice. The pressure was officially on. Porphyrion bowed. Understood, Duke. Your word is law. Despite her flaws, he'd forge greatness. Silence, he barked. Stop pestering the Duke. Ilya planned a magical masterpiece to shock him and reveal Arden's secret. Work commenced. Ethan eventually checked in. Is the progress satisfactory? Ethan questioned the performance. Ilya praised the dwarf's incredible efficiency. Zero wasted energy, pure focus. He was a master of his craft. Tools dropped. Done, your turn, Ilya smirked, eyeing the Duke. Witness the impossible. Ethan swung the blade. It felt different, weightless, like a literal feather. Ilya quickly cut off his thoughts. Notice that. It's more than just one basic mana enchantment. She'd infused gravity-defying spells and legendary sharpness into the steel, self-repairing, auto-cleaning, and mana-synced gear. It was revolutionary. This surpasses my expectations, Ethan thought. It was pure perfection. One feature was a masterpiece. All of them together was legendary. With a better smith, I'd be god tier, Ilya teased. Porphyrion fumed. Ethan knew he had to keep her massive ego in check. Is that all? He asked coolly. Ilya shrieked. Are you kidding? This is just the warm-up. Now channel your absolute full power. All at once, Ethan hesitated. His fire mana was devastatingly volatile. Let's test the limit, she dared. Ethan finally gave in. Blinding light erupted. Porphyrion shielded his eyes from the insane flare. Incredible growth, the dwarf thought. Ethan was a whole different beast now. Nothing's happening, Ethan noted. Ilya urged him to push harder. Use the strength you'd use in a real deathmatch. 8 rings ignited Dragon's Breath. An ear-piercing scream filled the air. Windows shattered as mana surged. The forge shook violently. Ethan stared. The high thermal conductivity technique, Ilya shouted, her eyes blazing. Her own secret invention. It perfectly balanced or concentrated intense heat. It can handle double that. Now, Duke, praise me already. She's a genius, Ethan admitted. She's all right, Performance grunted dismissively. Ethan kept his cool. He couldn't let her become the boss. It's passable, Ilya exploded. Passable. Are you actually serious right now? Ethan thanked the dwarf instead. Ilya was absolutely losing her mind. That loser ruined my perfection, she ranted. Performance just looked confused. Enough. You're in. Ethan promised to discuss Arden's vision later. Ilya beamed. Better keep that promise. Soon Lawrence arrived with news. Performance headed for the capital to meet with Marquis Blaton. The king's trap was set. All preparations were finished in secret. Well done. Ethan knew the pieces were finally in place. Everything was ready. Ethan marched out toward his waiting unit. Menharton saluted. 40 Arden knights are locked, loaded, and ready. Horns echoed. Move out. The heavy cavalry charged into the square. Chaos erupted at the fortress. The commander burst out screaming. Where did this army come from? He grabbed his spyglass, trembling. He focused. His face paled. The Arden flag was flying high. A collective gasp erupted. Ethan had arrived. Mounted on horseback, he surged forward until Menharton's steed suddenly jolted to a halt. He bellowed at the Leighton sentries, announcing the Duke's presence. Viscount Leighton would finally pay for his predatory tax collection. The Viscount must answer for his overreach and for poisoning Arden with forbidden dragon lore. Unbar the gates immediately, he thundered. The garrison froze. Their commander spotted over 30 knights backing Ethan and frantically signaled his men to hold their fire. Maintain the line, he barked before whispering to a soldier. Is the Viscount on the line yet? Have you reached him? Clutching the communication crystal with trembling hands, the soldier stammered that the connection was still dead. Move faster, the commander roared as panic set in. Time was a luxury they simply didn't have. Suddenly, our protagonist launched into the sky, casting a shadow over the fortress with a cold, predatory gaze. His impact shattered the stone ramparts into dust. In the chaos, the communication crystal slipped and rolled across the debris. Leighton's voice crackled through the orb, demanding answers. Coughing through the smoke, the commander struggled back to his feet. As his subordinate lunged for the crystal, he screamed the terrifying truth. The Grand Duke, he's actually here. The commander's desperate orders echoed across the walls. Every man to your posts, eliminate the Duke now. Pointing a shaky finger at Ethan, he urged his troops to close the gap and strike with everything they had. The knights hesitated, paralyzed by fear. Draw your steel, the commander spat, forcing them into a fight they couldn't win. Ethan watched the unfolding chaos perplexed. Why did these men lack the murderous intent of a true enemy? Were they just mindless puppets following orders? To end this quickly, he knew he had to crush their fighting spirit. A smirk tugged at his lips. Ethan ignited his 8 rings technique, summoning a blinding sphere of fire within his chest. The radiant energy expanded violently. A hurricane-force gale tore through the air, leaving the commander screaming in utter confusion. The knights stared upward, mesmerized and horrified by the dark mana swirling above. Then it clicked. It was a sphere spell. Gravity seemed to double. One by one, the knights dropped their weapons and collapsed, forced to their knees by pure pressure. Amidst the sea of fallen soldiers, Ethan walked with absolute grace, making a direct line for the commander. Below the fortress, the remaining troops looked on in disbelief. What kind of monster was unleashing such power up there? A seasoned 5-star knight utterly neutralized by a single spell. It felt like a fever dream. Letting out a primal scream, the commander charged. Ethan didn't flinch, effortlessly parrying the desperate strike with his mana. With a calm smile, he toyed with his opponent, whose face was now a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Watching his blade shatter into worthless shards, the commander shrieked, "This is impossible. What is going on?" Ethan's glowing hand suddenly gripped his face. With terrifying strength, he slammed the man into the dirt like a rag doll. He turned to the survivors, his voice booming. "I have no quarrel with those who bear no malice. Lower your arms. I am the rightful lord of these lands. My business is with Leighton alone." On his command, the gates finally groaned open. Miles away, Leighton finally reconnected with Shimon. He stammered into the crystal, his voice high-pitched with panic and confusion. "How many times must I say it?" Leighton yelled. "The Duke has already breached the outer perimeter. He's coming. You said he was a weakling, a 2 or 3 star, nobody." The reality of the situation was far more grim. He just crushed a 5-star commander. Shimon demanded a full report, unable to process the scale of the defeat. He recounted the haunting image of the Duke descending from the heavens like a god of death before the signal died. Shimon's blood ran cold. A 2-star knight. Leaping through the air like that, he whispered in a daze. "What did you just say?" He gripped his face, forcing himself to breathe as he tried to regain his composure. Their intelligence on his low mana was supposed to be rock solid. Why would a weakling storm a fortress alone? Leighton cited the taxes and that cursed book. Hold the line, Shimon commanded. You must stall him at all costs. Shimon promised elite reinforcements, but Leighton's voice trembled. I don't know if we can survive another minute. The signal went dark. Shimon realized the Duke's true power was leagues beyond their darkest estimates. Their intelligence was a complete lie. Everything was unraveling, spiraling into a catastrophe he could no longer control. Had he missed something crucial, he desperately needed to stall. If it was about taxes and books, he gritted his teeth, his fury boiling over. We must distract that monster at Leighton by any means necessary. Sacrifices were inevitable now. If they had to burn it all down to buy time, so be it. Just then, Commander Lowenson stepped inside his presence heavy with grim news. Was he summoned? Count Shimon confirmed reports of Duke Ethan's brutal strike against Leighton's forces. Orders for backup were clear. Lawrence gave a sharp nod, acknowledging the command as tension thickened. Shimon intervened, advising a cautious advance to avoid a direct collision with the Duke's wrath. Lawrence caught the drift. With a devious smirk, he accepted the mission and reached his destination. Reaching Ethan, he marveled at the Duke's lightning-fast deduction. It was nothing short of legendary. Ethan shrugged it off. He had merely cracked the outer defenses, predicting the main army's location. They were likely guarding the Viscount. Lawrence confirmed the master plan was unfolding perfectly as scheduled. The retreat signal was given. Ethan pivoted toward Manhattan, who appeared right on cue. Ethan ordered a small squad to remain securing the perimeter while regrouping their scattered troops. The rest were to follow. Manhattan saluted in obedience as Ethan vaulted onto his stallion. He signaled the advance into the fortress, where ordinary life was about to be shattered. Midst the daily hustle, an agitator suddenly climbed the stage, his voice booming over the crowd. Did you hear? The legendary Duke Ethan is here to crush Leighton's oppressive regime forever? The hero has come to liberate us. A roar of yes erupted from the desperate masses. No more starving, another voice cried out, urging everyone to rally behind the Archduke's banner. A wave of support swept the square as the hyped crowd prepared to march as one. Watching from the shadows, Ethan smirked. The speed of this mobilization was truly impressive. They had ignited the spark of rebellion. Whispers of his return were already spreading like wildfire. Rumors of the villain's lavish lifestyles further fueled the people's hatred during this critical hour. The orator spotted Ethan standing amidst the commoners and pointed a trembling finger toward him. The Archduke is here, he screamed in triumph, welcoming their savior with ecstatic joy. Ethan stepped forward as the crowd split like the Red Sea eyes fixed on their leader. Disbelief turned to hope. Ethan took the podium and addressed them. Citizens of Demarion, your paradise was stolen. These lords led you to ruin and traded your lives for suffering. Leighton will pay, Ethan declared. He would take the mantle of leadership over this city. He commanded his knights to draw steel, triggering a deafening roar of absolute jubilation below. The people cheered their new sovereign with every window, framing a face filled with hope. As dusk bled into a crimson sunset, the garrison knights began to whisper in fear. Shocking rumors swirled. Ethan had supposedly seized the entire outer perimeter in a single strike. Is that why we're on high alert? Another soldier asked, his voice shaking with dread. 2 territories had fallen already. How could a man fresh out of a coma be this powerful? A young guard froze his gaze, locked onto the horizon. The entire unit looked on. Their blood ran cold. Ethan and Manhattan were approaching, leading an army of angry civilians. Commanders barked for order, while frantic messengers raced to inform the Viscount of the impending doom. Torches illuminated the uprising. Within his inner sanctum, Leighton finally realized the scale of the crisis. Gazing into his crystal ball, the villain was paralyzed by shock. What is this madness? Was Ethan actually leading a peasant revolt? He bolted from his room in a panic. How did the weak rise up? A commander roared at his men to maintain their formation. Crush these rebels, ready the fire arrows and rain hell down upon them, he commanded. The guards hesitated, terrified. The commander lunged, grabbing a young soldier by his throat. Obey me or die, the boy sobbed, refusing to burn the people he loved. My family is out there. A brutal punch silenced the boy's plea for mercy. Threats of death hung in the air until Ethan's voice thundered through the fortress. Stop. The sheer power of that roar made the knights recoil in pain. Ethan wasn't finished. Manhattan watched the fury unfold as a literal sonic boom shook Leighton to his core. Enough, Ethan's voice thundered as he commanded Leighton to cease the slaughter. Your reign of terror ends now. Open those gates. Face your judgment, Leighton hissed back, calling it madness. You have no authority here, boy. Furious Leighton barked at his men to stop stalling. Annihilate them, Captain. Slaughter every last one of these rebels. The bewildered captain hesitated, then roared, execution for any who resist. He unsheathed his steel, looking to his men for support. Burn them all, he ordered. Nearby, a commoner collapsed into desperate, gut-wrenching sobs. I can't kill my own kin, the man wailed. In response, a knight leveled his blade, ready to strike. Before the blade fell, Ethan unleashed a tidal wave of pure mana. The knight was sent flying, crashing violently into the dirt. As the captain recoiled in pain, Ethan raised a hand. Dozens of glowing magical beams materialized, humming with lethal energy. The captain froze. Mana fire, he gasped. How could any human possess such god-tier speed and precision? The grunts were paralyzed. How did he snipe their leader with such pinpoint accuracy from that distance? Then the air shifted. Ethan vaulted into the sky, defying gravity as he kicked off the weightless air to launch a devastating aerial assault. Lytton shrieked like a coward. Impossible. He just cleared the entire outer palace wall in one leap. Ethan touched down before the trembling knights. He cast a chilling shadow over them, his eyes cold and unwavering. He leveled his blade directly at Lytton's throat. The tyrant shook, whimpering as Ethan called out his name. You won't surrender, Ethan mused. Fine, but don't expect mercy just because you're highborn. He hoisted his blade high. Mana exploded from Ethan, engulfing him. The nearby commander watched his curiosity momentarily overriding his fear. His flames are red, not black, the commander realized. If they were black, we'd already be ash. Believing he had a shot, the commander gripped his hilt. With a desperate roar, he lunged straight for Ethan. Without the black flames, Ethan wasn't invincible. The commander felt his confidence surge as he committed to the strike. Swarm him, take the Archduke down from every angle, he bellowed. His men responded with a unified, yes sir. They closed in a lethal four-way pincer maneuver. Ethan stood at the center calmly, tracking every movement. With one graceful sidestep, Ethan parried the onslaught with a flick of his wrist. The commander's heart nearly stopped. Pure technical mastery. Ethan stared them down, his confidence unshakable, until he noticed something peculiar about their form. Confusion flickered across his face. What is this? He muttered. Their fighting stances were unnatural and bizarre. A monstrous spectral aura loomed over the commander. Ethan's eyes widened as the horrifying truth dawned on him. You taught them Dragon Clan arts, Ethan demanded. The captain blinked, confused. Dragon Clan? What the hell are you saying? That's total gibberish, the captain yelled, but the soldiers behind him visibly stiffened in terror. You tried blending human styles with dragon arts, Ethan noted. Against anyone else, it's lethal. Against me, it's suicide. Lytton, you snake. You forced these forbidden techniques on them, knowing the lethal side effects would destroy them. Suddenly, a wave of nausea hit the knights, paralyzing them with dread. Wait. Is he serious? One stammered. Panic spread. Side effects. Are these really dragon techniques? The air grew heavy with the weight of their betrayal. Shut your mouth, Lytton shrieked. He's gaslighting you. Don't let his lies cloud your judgment. How cruel, Ethan sighed. To think your own captain led you to your deaths. The captain erupted, screaming for Ethan to silence himself. Don't listen to him, the captain begged. But Ethan persisted, exposing the sinister cost of their stolen power. Sacrificing your men for a power trip. You're more pathetic than I imagined. Ethan's mana flared. He unleashed a solar sword blast, the blinding light incinerating the distance. Ethan lunged toward the nearest knight. Their blades collided with a deafening crack. The knight was sent spiraling, his energy completely drained instantly. He gasped for air, collapsing. The other soldiers watched in horror, unable to comprehend Ethan's overwhelming dominance. A simple parry had triggered a massive explosion. The captain's mind raced in utter confusion. Paralyzed by indecision, the captain watched as Ethan hoisted his massive blade. Your movements give everything away, Ethan declared. You four are clearly in bed with the dragons. The captain's blood ran cold as his dark secret was exposed. How do you know that? He shrieked. Desperate, he turned to his men. Don't just stand there. Kill him. He's just one man. Encircle him. Ethan smirked, his eyes glinting. You really think numbers will save you? In a blink, Ethan vanished. The knight searched frantically, but he was gone. Damn it, this is a nightmare, the captain roared. He's going for the gates. Stop him. They charged, but Ethan simply glanced back with the smile of a predator. He smirked, declaring they'd walked straight into his snare before lunging at the knights. A massive inferno engulfed them instantly. Horrified, the captain gasped. What? As he barked out his men's names, Ethan taunted him, questioning his cowardly backstab. They were pathetic excuses for knights. With a flick, Ethan shattered the massive iron chains. The gates swung wide, inviting his army in. Manhattan roared. The Archduke opened the way. He ordered a full-scale charge. Suddenly, the townsfolk joined the frenzy, storming the fortress. Their cheers echoed through the halls. The Viscount went pale, paralyzed by pure terror. He watched his world crumble in silence. Desperate, the captain screamed to halt the invasion. He commanded his troops to crush the peasants while he personally confronted the Archduke. Before he could breathe, Ethan materialized, unleashing a devastating wave of scorching flames. The captain's desperate block failed as the raw power sent him flying across the room. He hit the ground, gasping, his mind racing in shock. Rage burned behind his clenched teeth. Ethan had wiped out 5 high-tier knights instantly. Even as a level 6, the captain felt helpless. Facing him was suicide. Finally, he grasped the sheer terror Kargas and Lamont had experienced. The Archduke had been playing them all along, hiding his true monstrous power. He collapsed as his spirit broke. Outside, Manhattan's voice boomed, signaling the final assault. Ethan pressed his attack while a tidal wave of angry citizens swarmed the remaining knights. The palace fell to their furious roars. As darkness settled, Jaren brought his father forward. He introduced the Archduke's pick, Ferrance. Jaren's father let out a warm, hearty laugh. Meeting a legendary blacksmith was an honor. Let's hurry, he urged. We have work to do. Time was short before the Imperial Council. Suddenly, a shimmering portal tore through the air. Warning them of the motion sickness, they stepped into the swirling rift, vanishing instantly. They braced themselves as the world shifted. Ferrance gasped, awestruck by the massive palace looming ahead. Welcome to Palantium, heart of the Hydra Empire, the Marquis announced, offering him an imperial forge. He was to serve the Emperor himself. Ferrance stood frozen, mesmerized by the sheer majesty. Back at the fort, the defense crumbled. Leighton cowered behind stone pillars, watching in terror. The captain lunged one last time, screaming Form 10, as he unleashed his ultimate strike. Ethan didn't flinch. His crimson aura surged, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he shattered the captain's technique. Ethan mocked him, noting how much he relied on speed. Now let me show you real speed. He unlocked his 8th ring, chanting solar prominence. A blinding pillar of heat incinerated the air. The captain let out a blood-curdling scream. A massive explosion rocked the area. The combatants froze, paralyzed by the sheer display of power. Silence fell as the smoke drifted away. There in the crater, the captain lay broken. Ethan glared forward. I'm done playing, he barked. Leighton, stop hiding and face me. He challenged him to show some knightly honor, but Leighton just shivered behind the pillars. Shut up, Leighton wailed. This isn't my fault. I shouldn't be the one paying for this. Ethan's gaze was cold. You're a spineless coward. You don't deserve that noble title. With a sudden air step, Ethan blinked right in front of the trembling noble. Feel the weight of your sins, Ethan roared, delivering a crushing kick to his chest. Leighton went flying, coughing up blood as he collapsed. Ethan took a breath and bellowed. Leighton is defeated. Drop your steel. Menharton echoed the command, demanding an immediate surrender. Resistance meant certain death. One by one, the knights let their swords clatter to the ground. Ethan declared the Viscount's reign over. The crowd erupted, chanting, All hail the Archduke. It was a glorious victory. Ethan surveyed the scene, watching his new subjects celebrate. Later, grim news reached Count Shimon. The vice-captain, he stammered. He's supposed to be on duty. What he delivered, the crushing news Viscount Leighton's stronghold had officially fallen. Shimon stood paralyzed. Had the fortress really been sacked in a mere 48 hours? Did Leighton surrender? No. Betrayal struck from within as the townspeople joined the slaughter, sealing the victory. Shimon demanded a full report on this madness later. Greg nodded in silence. Meanwhile, Shimon stared into the distance, his mind racing through dark possibilities. He crushed the report in his fist. Leighton possessed a level 6 captain and 4 elite level 5s. If the Archduke breached those defenses, his power level must be nearing level 6 already. He awakened barely 6 months ago. It's impossible. He turned his piercing gaze toward Captain Lowenstein. Could the 1st Division crush the Archduke? They were, after all, the county's deadliest shadow force. Out of 100 knights, these 12 were Count Shimon's ultimate hidden trump cards. They wielded forbidden dragon arts in secrecy. Surely the Archduke was just a level 6 rookie. A novice level 6 is no match for war-hardened vets. Lowenstein bragged they were nearing level 7. With 12 elites, including the commander and vice-captain, the Archduke didn't stand a ghost of a chance. A few elites plus the 1st Division was overkill. Shimon smirked, already formulating a new plan. Fine. Let's use this Archduke a bit longer. Tell the butler to slash the taxes immediately, and cease the dragon book's distribution. Lowenstein vowed to spread the word among the noble houses. Secrecy was paramount. Shimon warned that Lugan must never get wind of their true motives. Lowenstein flashed a predatory dark grin. Consider it done, my lord. Meanwhile, at the fortress, our hero and Menharton began restoring order. Ethan organized the war documents. Mission accomplished. Did Lawrence need anything else? She noted the territory was expanding at light speed. Manpower and supplies were surging. Most of the duchy's southern lands were already back in his hands. One more high-profile capture, and his plan to split the duchy into 3 sectors would begin. Shimon would call to them soon. When he does, they'll use him as a political meat shield. They'd strike Lugan next. Ethan suspected the enemy thought they were actually allied with Shimon. It was a total galaxy brain move. The enemies assumed our hero was just acting out of rage. They were clueless, blinded by power struggles. Lawrence would ensure the deception stayed alive. The Enlightenment ceremony loomed. But let's rewind to the events leading up to the chaos. Leighton scanned the tax logs while his captain stood guard. Tomorrow's targets were already set. Suddenly, a magical crystal ball flared to life. Both men gaped as the air grew heavy. A cloaked figure manifested from the orb. The captain roared, but the stranger just gestured calmly. I've arrived ahead of schedule, he declared. The duo was paralyzed by his sudden, eerie appearance. The captain spat insults at the midnight intruder. Shockingly, even a level 5 knight hadn't detected him. Leighton's gut twisted. He tried to restrain the captain before he made a fatal mistake. I'll crush you, the captain yelled. But the stranger's eyes ignited with a terrifying arcane glow. The captain was instantly paralyzed. Leighton watched in horror as his elite warrior became a statue. A blade kissed the captain's throat. The warrior's muffled screams demanded to know the intruder's identity. "What's your game?" the captain hissed. "Relax," the stranger replied. "I'm only here to talk business." He wanted the Duke's deepest secrets. Apparently, the old man had been running a massive extortion scheme. Leighton sputtered. "Was this an assassin sent by Lugan?" The cloaked man just chuckled darkly. "Do you crave true power?" he asked, offering a sphere. Cut to Leighton in a prison cell. The power offered was more intoxicating than any land. He knew refusal meant instant death. They bowed to the Dragon Clan's forbidden scrolls. In exchange, their knights became absolute monsters. "Dragon arts always come with a price," Ethan countered. "Don't you feel any guilt for the lies?" The man smirked. "Even here, where dragons are loathed, the forbidden arts are spreading like wildfire." Ethan's blood ran cold. If the rot was this deep here, what about the rest of the world? Ethan's blood boiled as he watched the mindless crowd. He squeezed his fist, shut knuckles turning white with rage. He finally caved, nodding slowly. It was time to spill the truth about the mysterious mage from that night. He demanded to know the organization behind it all. Suddenly, Ethan's entire body began to tremble with pure terror. Ethan lunged, slamming him against the cold stone wall. As he gasped for air, Ethan spat out, "You coward." The moment things got heated, he flipped like a switch. Was he seriously trying to play games right now? Between ragged coughs, he shrieked a warning. If he talked, the shadow organization would come for his entire family. Ethan hoisted him higher, eyes flashing with contempt. "You absolute moron. Why do you think I'm even asking? Confess, and I'll ensure your family's safety." Terrified, the man finally cracked and cried out, "Fine, I'll talk." Ethan tossed him aside like trash. His head cracked against the wall, sparking a jagged memory of that sorcerer. Dazed, he blurted out the secret: the mage from that night was nothing more than a shadowy middleman. He pointed Ethan toward the Viscounty of Delgorn. "Look for a specific crest, a mark carrying a heavy hidden meaning." The weight of the situation left Ethan speechless. Later, a tense silence filled the hall as officials awaited the king. Whispers erupted over the stranger standing in the office. The king took his seat and asked, "Is everyone present?" The king's gaze locked onto a fresh face. "Identify yourself." Stepping forward, Poference made his grand entrance. Taking the Archduke's seat, he gave a curt bow. "I'm here because I received a personal letter from Ethan." Chaos broke out among the nobles. Why on earth would Ethan involve the dwarves? What was his real endgame? An advisor leaned in, whispering a shocking secret. "Is this for real?" the king barked, clutching a mysterious scroll. His eyes scanned the parchment before a wicked grin spread. How intriguing. The royal blacksmith is collaborating with dragons. The room went deathly silent as the nobles froze. Breaking the tension, the king let out a sharp, authoritative cough. He crushed the documents in his iron grip. The Marquess swallowed hard, sensing the emperor's simmering fury reaching peak. Was the king upset about the dragon connection or hiding a secret alliance? The plot was thickening fast. While the king was lost in thought, Poference turned locking eyes with him in a heavy, silent confrontation. Elsewhere, Ethan felt a prickle of curiosity. "He should be at the palace by now," he muttered, flipping files. The trap for the Viscount was set perfectly. Now it was time to shift focus to the dragon race. Sudden footsteps echoed down the hall. The door burst open as Elia shouted, "Archduke, you won't believe this." She'd finally cracked the code. Grinning, she presented a perfectly crafted whetstone, pulsing with a faint magical glow, a tool to hone his blade anywhere. But Ethan wasn't impressed. He glared, annoyed by her lack of manners. She got right in his face, her voice rising in frustration. "Hello, is anyone home? Are you even listening?" Ethan played it cool, ignoring her completely. Curious, Elia peeked at his desk. "Wait, Molas, that weird Carmugian, that freak." Ethan blinked, caught off guard. "You actually know him," Ilya smirked, "knowing everything worth knowing. You're seriously tracking down that old creep." When Ethan nodded, Ilya's face suddenly flushed a deep shade of crimson. She huffed, claiming she was swamped, but if he begged nicely, she'd help. Ethan just stared back, totally lost. "Me beg," Ethan smirked, turning the tables. "Forget it. Just go pack your bags. We're moving out right now." They were leaving immediately. Ilya's eyes lit up as she followed. Soon, they were rattling away in a carriage. As they headed toward their destination, Ethan broke the silence. "So tell me more about this Molas person." "He's an alchemy god who can transcend material limits. He could turn a rusty spoon into a legendary weapon. He turned scrap metal into famous blades. But his actual combat magic, yeah, that's not exactly impressive at all. He's barely a level 4 mage." "But why the interrogation?" she asked. "We aren't exactly going to a party." Ethan checked their weapons. He needed to verify if these blades were actually useful before the real test began. Everything hinged on his response. The carriage eventually groaned to a halt. Ilya stepped out, scanning the dark forest. The air was thick with mana. She grinned, spotting a complex web of lethal traps guarding the entire perimeter. Walking straight in would be a huge headache. Ethan raised an eyebrow. "So do you have a better plan?" She smirked, radiating confidence. "Relax, I'm an 8th circle mage. Dealing with these weak security spells is child's play. It'll be over before you even blink." Suddenly, boom. A blinding explosion of light tore through the silent forest. Birds scattered in a frantic cloud. Fuming with rage, Ilya finally unleashed her true devastating magical power. Dazzling flares of light erupted everywhere as she shrieked, calling him a senile, paranoid old geezer. Ethan trailed behind while she continued her unhinged rant, asking if he actually dared to challenge her. She cackled maniacally, swearing to level everything to the ground before telling the old man to watch his back. Ethan watched the chaos unfold, utterly confused, since she promised they would keep things low-key. Seeing her grandma disguise, he realized they were close. Suddenly, Ilya threw up a shimmering magical barrier. A massive explosion rocked the entrance, and she immediately began roasting the stinking old man for the hassle. She fumed about the extra work before storming into the room and screaming the mage's name at full volume. Heavy footsteps approached as the mage grumbled about her behaving like a common bandit, wrecking his precious magic circles. He reminded her that a simple heads-up would have let her bypass every single trap safely. Infuriated, she snorted, demanding why she would ever need permission from a guy like him to drop by. He should have known she would just brute force her way through his security. Our hero realized she had simply forgotten the plan, while Malachias clutched his head in pure frustration. He begged her to stop being so stubborn, as repairing those ruined circles would take an eternity. Ignoring his pleas, she suggested talking to the Archduke instead. Ethan froze. How did this mage know his identity? Malachias smirked, noting that even in this remote hideout, rumors of the legendary Ethan reached his ears. The moment the first seal shattered, he knew the Archduke had arrived. With a sigh, he ushered them inside. Over a tense cup of tea, Ilya's temper flared again as she realized the mage's dark connections. She accused him of selling his soul to dragon worshippers, but Malachias argued that the world was evolving. He urged them to be open-minded. Ethan, keeping his cool, decided to listen instead of playing the executioner. Malachias chuckled, realizing Ethan was out of the loop after his decade-long slumber. During those 10 years forbidden, Dragon Clan arts had spread like wildfire across the entire continent. Ethan countered that humans lacking dragon hearts would only incinerate their own lifespans by using those techniques. Yet people still chase that power despite the lethal risks. Malachias laughed, explaining that mages are obsessive researchers, not suicidal fools. They have reverse-engineered the arts to harvest the raw power while neutralizing the deadly side effects. Ethan admitted the logic was sound, secretly wondering if he would make the same desperate choice. Malachias leaned in, revealing that these dragon arts had pushed magic beyond human comprehension. He asked about this new ceiling of power. Humans were once capped at 10 stars, but those old limits have been absolutely shattered. Now monsters with 11 or 12 stars exist. Ilya slammed the table, her face pale with shock. Ethan realized they had cheated the system with dragon breathing, bypassing the need for traditional training. He locked eyes with the mage, demanding a straight answer. He was hunting the Noraxis cultists, and that trail led him here. Give him one reason to live. Stunned, Malachias finally spoke, admitting that his involvement was not about worship or faith. The mages craved the ultimate truth, and the Brotherhood held the keys to ancient dragon lore. It was just a business transaction for knowledge. He did not care about their cult or their twisted gods. He mentioned an order, catching Ethan off guard. What kind of secret society was this? Ethan produced the artifact from Luton, and the mage's eyes widened. That was the mark of the association. The Arcana Magic Association. Ilya repeated the name, having never heard of such a group before. It is a shadow organization comprised of the elite handpicked by the Hydra Empire itself. He had even been personally invited to join their ranks. Ilya nearly choked on her tea before howling with laughter, calling it the most pathetic lie ever. If the Empire was recruiting, why skip her? Malachias snapped, his patience finally hitting zero. He exploded, calling her a disrespectful brat who constantly looked down on his superior talents. He claimed he was leagues above some doppelganger hiding in a cave. Ilya's laughter died instantly. Drop the attitude, she snapped. You started it, he countered, as Ethan noted mages were rapidly evolving. Dragon arts fueled this elite order. Meanwhile, Melissa's and Ilya's bickering showed no signs of stopping. He roared, taste a grand mage's wrath, but Ethan stepped in, cutting the tension instantly. Ethan demanded attention. Do mages truly rule the palace? Melissus confirmed the grim reality. They're either Brotherhood elites or puppets. Ethan's mind raced, piecing together a dark conspiracy. Those mages were already gone. Was the palace blacksmith secretly serving the Seventh Kingdom? Or perhaps the Dragon Clan? If so, the entire palace has already fallen to dragon rule. The crew realized the circle that shattered the ring was far beyond this old man's power. Someone else knew they were here. The old man was trapped between suicide and execution. The Order's assassins were coming, but why kill him when he's a perfect assistant? I have zero reasons to refuse, Ethan stated. He wasn't tied to the Order or dragons. She smirked. Perfect. I'll keep you on a short leash and work you until you break. Ethan figured death might be better as she walked away. Suddenly, the vibe shifted. Melissus caved. Joining them meant survival. Subordination was a small price for total protection. His work wouldn't change much anyway. Suddenly, a strange sound buzzed from Ilya's backpack. "Is that a communication crystal?" Ethan asked. She handed it over, nodding silently. Lawrence was calling. Who the hell is Lawrence? Ethan wondered. Then the realization hit him. Count Schumann's message was urgent. He ordered Manhattan to prepare for a swift move. They had to invade Eaton's Viscounty immediately with the knights. Ethan was ready to roll. Lawrence confirmed the plan. "We move as one," Ethan declared, stepping out to the unknown. Destination Eaton. But when they arrived, the Pleasanton district was already engulfed in flames. Chaos erupted as people fought the knights. Suddenly, Manhattan unleashed his hidden magical reserves. "Hold the line," he screamed. Failure wasn't an option for their lord against such a foe. Standing before them was Narian Porticles, the enemy captain. Manhattan's blood boiled with fury. Something was off. Why was only one man standing against their entire elite envoy? Narian charged. Frontal assault. All units engaged now. Manhattan bellowed to his loyal men. "Don't break formation." Just then, a surprise ambush struck the knights from behind. With one swing, Manhattan felt it a dark curse. This power was on a different level. "Your knights are a joke," Narian spat. "Time to send you all to the afterlife." Narian's blade descended. Manhattan braced for the end, his defense crumbling in sheer desperation. Boom! Ethan's crimson mana exploded behind Narian. The captain spun around, eyes wide with shock. Smoke and blinding light consumed the field. Out of the wreckage, the protagonist finally emerged. He praised the knight's speed. Impressive, considering he reacted to that attack in the nick of time. "Are you sparing them out of ego?" Ethan gestured to the knights groveling in fear. Shaking from the pressure, Narian hissed, "It's not arrogance. I simply believe in mercy. I can win without a body count." Ethan turned to Manhattan. "My bad for being late. I'll take it from here." Manhattan bowed. Narian stood tall, finally revealing his full name. He identified as a captain and viscount, then apologized for drawing steel against Archduke Ethan. Ethan sensed the shift. Before he could blink, Narian lunged again with lethal intent. Ethan parried effortlessly. Narian's speed was leagues above his previous fight with Manhattan. Was he sandbagging? This guy feels like a 6-star, maybe even hitting 7-star power. His sword weight felt unnatural, unlike any mana-imbued blade. Narian swung with everything he had. Roaring, he clashed against Ethan's steel. Ethan could feel the fundamental mastery in his strikes, but his blade reeked of doubt. It was bizarre given his mana only peaked at 4 stars. Yet there were no openings. The duel intensified until Ethan narrowly dodged a devastating blow. Ethan's smirk widened. "One question," he teased. Narian tensed, bracing for the unknown. "Speak," he replied. "Your knights mimic the Dragon Clan's style. They even mirror my own hidden arts. Why? Why don't you use them?" Captain Narian froze. The silence between them felt like lead. Deep in thought, he finally whispered, "A true knight's foundation is pure mind and body. I refuse to break my physical form for mere strength." Ethan grinned. The perfect answer. Suddenly, Ethan's 8th magic ring ignited. Narian gasped, paralyzed by the sheer overwhelming pressure radiating from him. "Now witness a real knight's power," Ethan roared. A blinding beam of solar energy surged forth. His blade erupted with destructive heat. Narian cowered as the world dissolved into a deafening white-hot roar. Fire consumed the field. As smoke drifted, Narian knelt broken atop the fortress's shattered stone bridge. Ethan loomed over him. "You know how this ends. My men will breach these walls alongside the people. If you're truly a knight, there's still time for redemption. Correct your path now. Remember your purpose." Their eyes locked. With shaking fingers, Narian reached out and gripped his discarded blade. "Is there hope for a traitor like me?" Ethan's gaze was cold. "That depends on your next move." Ethan shattered the metaphorical chains binding him. "I'll be waiting," Narian vowed. Then the hero vanished. Shimon chuckled, scanning the list. Kargas, Deacon, Lomenton, and Eaton all fallen. The pieces were moving. 4 lands, 120 warriors. Just 136 days post-coma, Ethan stood ready to lead. Word of the duchy's resurgence swept the Hydra Empire. Suddenly, an officer burst into his master's private chambers. Count Wellington Falsky, the Emperor's spymaster, arrived with an urgent report that couldn't wait another second. "Is the investigation into Archduke Ethan finished?" the Emperor demanded. Wellington nodded firmly. "It is, Your Majesty." But his visit to the royal blacksmith caused issues. The Emperor's fist tightened in a fit of rage. "That's Duke Ration's territory, right? What's their connection? We've secured undeniable proof of their secret alliance. He's been smuggling weapons. However, their tight security prevents us from digging any deeper." The king weighed his options. The Duke had always defied the Dragon Clan's strict new laws, a representative of the 7 kingdoms and leader of the elite. This wasn't a man to be underestimated. Even the Emperor hesitated. Wellington bowed low. Williams was demoted, but his influence in court remains. "We couldn't exile him from the capital. I have failed you, sire." The spymaster's voice trembled. Hayden sighed. "The nobility is stubborn. Stand tall, Wellington. You've done more than enough given the circumstances. Progress is slow, but we must protect our covers. The Red Moon spies remain our ultimate hidden weapon. Our final strike against the Dragon Clan depends on them." Later, Ethan received some promising news. Everything is falling into place, Ethan noted. The Imperial blacksmith, William, was finally officially terminated. A new face filled the forge. A minor shift, maybe. Is this replacement just a temp? Ethan questioned. If things spiral, that temporary tag will vanish. He wondered if the Emperor's intentions were actually genuine. Does he truly support the Dragon Clan? And what about the Duchy's internal chaos? He's playing the long game, Lawrence replied. Ethan smirked. Perfect. Let him sit and watch. As long as he stays on the sidelines, our plan proceeds without a single hitch. The court's balance was shifting like shadows at dusk. Soon, the true test of strength would arrive. Ethan stepped into the courtyard. Steel clashed against steel as his knights pushed their limits. Report on the progress, Ethan commanded. Narian saluted hand over heart. Ready for your command, my lord. Having a near 7-star knight in the ranks was a massive win. Narian was the perfect anchor for them. I'm trusting the discipline of these men to you. Ethan patted his shoulder. You're new but vital. His dedication was undeniable. A reliable asset. Ethan could already see the tangible results. Under Narian, their skills had sharpened. Suddenly, Ethan's voice rang out. Assemble all knights immediately. Why the rush? My lord, Narian asked. A new order needs legendary gear to match. Soon, the square was packed with armored men. Ethan looked over the crowd of elite warriors. Over 100 knights from 4 different bloodlines. Their styles were messy, uncoordinated, and totally out of sync. From this moment, everything changes. Ethan prepares to revolutionize his knights with techniques the world has never seen. The elite knights stepped forward. Ethan unsheathed his blade, opting to test his raw skill without a drop of mana. A swarm of knights closed in, blades flashing. Even Narian joined the fray, sensing Ethan's sudden shift in intensity. Metal clashed as the spar ignited. One knight soared overhead for a surprise strike, but Ethan's instincts were razor-sharp. With a casual flick, he parried the blow effortlessly. The knight was sent crashing into the dirt, barely seeing the counter hit. Pale with shock, the soldier clutched his gut, wheezing for air. The rest of the squad froze, witnessing the sheer power gap. They pressed on, but fear began to poison their ranks. One knight stared into Ethan's eyes and felt his soul tremble. Shaking like a leaf, the man hesitated. Ethan didn't need a sword. He lunged forward and seized the man's arms. He executed a perfect slam. As the knight shrieked in agony on the floor, the next challenger stepped into the lion's den. Ethan danced through the chaos. 2 opponents tried to flank him, but they were already caught in his trap. They were blasted back, crying out in pain. Ethan turned to the final survivor, wearing a cold, predatory smile. This was beyond fire mana, it was something else entirely. The knight stood paralyzed, unable to comprehend this otherworldly swordsmanship. Before he could blink, Ethan vanished and reappeared behind him. In a heartbeat, his world was flipped upside down. A brutal impact shattered the ground. The knights lay broken while Narian watched, completely baffled by the display. He expected a lesson in traditional family arts to restore their glory. This, however, was something far more savage. What kind of monster style was this? Driven by desperation, Narian charged again, their steel meeting in a shower of sparks. Ethan's eyes gleamed with interest. Narian roared with effort, only for his voice to die in his throat. A terrifying spectral beast materialized behind the protagonist. Narian froze his body, refusing to obey as primal fear took over. Ethan slammed his foot down and the beast's roar shook the earth. Panicked, Narian raised his blade in a desperate guard. The monster's clawed hand lashed out, gripping Narian's arm tight. Stunned, he scrambled backward, trying to escape the nightmare. Gasping for air, Narian was blindsided by a devastating kick. Ethan approached with the confidence of a true apex predator. Narian struggled to understand the weird low-stance technique Ethan was using. It was completely alien, yet undeniably lethal. He swung with everything left, but Ethan just smirked. A single parry shattered Narian's blade into 1,000,000 metallic shards. Cold steel touched Narian's throat. Through heavy breaths, he heard the final verdict. You lose. The audience was speechless. How could one man dismantle 6 elite knights with nothing but a sword and raw skill? Ethan stood tall, a calm smile on his face. Narian finally spoke up, his voice filled with genuine, breathless admiration. But Ethan cut him off, turning to address the crowd. He knew most were here out of pure loyalty to Arden. Others had been forced into the Senate service by corrupt collateral families. It was time for a reckoning. Why did they love Arden? Because the name meant being the absolute strongest on the entire Western continent. But the blade doesn't lie. He asked if they knew the secret behind the Arden family's legendary excellence. They didn't care about noble titles. They studied the brutal methods of barbarians and turned them into perfection. The knights were floored. Barbarians, the very monsters who ignited the Great War a century ago. The ones who bled the Hydra Empire dry. Ethan simply shrugged, stating that techniques aren't inherently good or evil. It's the wielder who defines the blade. He had fused his family's legacy with the primal power of the Dragon Clan. He revealed his masterpiece, the dragon-slaying sword technique, a name destined to rewrite history. Whispers rippled through the air, a dragon-slaying art. Could this truly be the future of the Arden blade? It all made sense now, why he wanted them to embrace the Dragon Clan's hierarchy. This was the ultimate preparation. Ethan nodded, declaring that they would master these divine techniques under his direct guidance. They were destined to become the strongest legion the continent had ever seen. "Who's with me?" he challenged. Narian didn't hesitate for a second, shouting his name and swearing his soul to the Archduke's cause. Like a tidal wave, the other knights followed their voices, joining in a thunderous oath of eternal loyalty. As Ethan raised his hand, Lawrence realized they were building something far more terrifying than a standard army. "Are we bringing back the Black Flame Legion?" Ethan's answer was sharp. "No. The old ways aren't enough anymore." The Black Flame Legion was once the crown jewel of Arden, the pride of the entire family. They were the continent's undisputed elites, but Ethan was aiming for something even higher. The Dragon Clan was annihilated. To defy the branch houses, the Arden squad rose with a ride-or-die spirit. They vanished into thin air. Lawrence noted that the shadow war between rivals is still burning hot, and it's about to enter a deadly new phase. From now on, this order replaces the Black Flame Legion, becoming the continent's ultimate elite force, the true Dragon Slayers. Meanwhile, Shimon, still seated, smirked as he discussed the total collapse of the Atong Viscountcy. Technically, he and the Archduke were allies, yet Lugan remained clueless about the Archduke's true endgame. What a total clown. He'd dispose of Lugan first, then finalize his master plan when the time was right. Suddenly, heavy boots thundered outside. A frantic servant burst in, announcing an absolute emergency. Shimon scoffed. Was this crisis worth ditching his manners? Gasping for breath, the servant blurted out that the Archduke was crashing the Senate meeting. Shimon lunged from his chair, screaming. "What did you say?" This was happening way too fast. His hands trembled with unbridled fury. Realizing this rage wouldn't just consume Lugan, it was coming for him too. "Summon an emergency session immediately." The servant scrambled away as Shimon paced toward the window, staring into the distance. He had to accelerate his plans. Elsewhere, Ethan mobilized his army and roared that the hour had arrived. They would reclaim the duchy and purge the parasites, bleeding the Arden family dry. His knights stood in formation, hanging on their master's every word. The Senate had held power for 10 long years. His kin and allies watched with determined grins. Ethan hoisted his blade high, declaring to the heavens that they, a squad of elite dragon slayers, would crush the Senate and rebuild the duchy glory to the Arden. The knights and the crowd bellowed back. Honor to the Arden. Ethan knew this was the real beginning, staring ahead with absolute confidence. Later, the scene shifted to the city of Sinaran, domain of Viscount Remund. Panic spread as servants shouted the Archduke was at their gates. A knight barked for a communication crystal. They had to alert the Viscount this very second. The townsfolk were buzzing. Is this for real? Did the Duke actually show up himself? As his army marched and rumors flew, had he really liberated those 4 unbeatable fortresses? They begged him for freedom. Ethan pressed on, laser-focused. Meanwhile, Shimon was already at the Senate, noting all the empty seats. But because things were critical, they kicked off the session immediately. Suddenly a crash echoed outside as a servant slammed through the doors, yelling that the Archduke had breached the city. Shimon and Lugan froze, locked in a stunned silence. One man slammed the table. Why the hell were they just hearing this now? Were the guards sleeping on the job? He threatened to punish everyone for this massive security fail. The servant stood paralyzed. Shimon felt a chill. He'd fast-tracked this meeting for a specific reason, knowing the Archduke wanted in. But how did he find them? Outside, the servant tried to block the path, begging him to wait. Ethan just shoved past, crashing the meeting like an uninvited king. He strolled to the table, cool as ice, and announced he was thrilled to join the party. "Mind if I sit?" Lugan lost it, smashing his fist down. This was a total breach of protocol, shouting, "Do you even know the rules? Only specific houses can be here." Archduke or not, he had zero right to attend. Ethan just calmly fanned out some documents, revealing proxy votes from 4 absent elders. It was a total checkmate. The king himself greenlit this. Take it up with the crown. Now Ethan looked Lugan dead in the eye. Cough up those taxes immediately, and kill those fortune-telling scams right now. Lugan was shook. What Ethan's voice turned deadly. Obey now or consider this a declaration. War was the only alternative. Lugan's hands shook with rage. How dare this brat be so disrespectful? "I'll make you regret this arrogance," he spat. But in that moment, he called for the Zareth Knights and stood. But suddenly, the room exploded with Ethan's suffocating aura. Panic ripples through the crowd. Shimon freezes, recognizing the terrifying aura of a 7-star knight. The trap is set. He finally understands he used the Archduke to play Lugan like a puppet. Enter Clemen, the legendary 7-star powerhouse, and captain of the Hamilton family's Red Lion Knights. "Do you have the right?" our hero challenges. Suddenly, his chest erupts with a blinding magical light. He stares in utter shock while the crowd desperately shields their eyes from the overwhelming glare. Gale force winds howl. Logan snaps, roaring over the chaos. "What is that freak even doing?" Ethan retorts, "Using your domain here. Are you trying to add treason to your list of crimes?" Zared is floored. His domain was crushed effortlessly, It hasn't even been a single year. Since waking, Logan hasn't stopped screaming. Speak up, why the silence for Count Shimon? No need, Ethan, coolly replies. Your terms are accepted. Shimon wears a wicked, satisfied smirk. Logan's heart sinks. Betrayal tastes bitter. Soon after, the ironclad knights assemble in the square. Steel and stallions fill the plaza. Fonz strides out, eyeing Captain Narian with pure disdain. The old captain, he sneers, my bad for the late intro. I didn't recognize the trash. Too many shadows around, he mocks. Narian stays stoic, dismissing the insult with a simple, nothing. He chuckles at the Dragon Slayers. Quite the ironic name for a bunch of knockoffs, isn't it? Stealing dragon techniques. Cute. Narian just laughs back. This clown's hostility is actually hilarious. Since you're already groveling, maybe you should learn those moves yourself. It's honestly embarrassing. Fonz explodes in rage. Say that again. You dare disrespect the glorious Red Lion Order. Narian tilts his head. Wait, a loudmouth like you is actually their vice captain. That's tragic. Standards must have plummeted. Fonz grits, his teeth, his face twisting with pure hatred. Big words for a traitor. The Archduke's lost his mind, hiring a bottom feeder like you. The air turns cold. Fonz draws his blade, leveling the steel at Narian's throat. Finished yet? Draw your sword or shut up. Fonz smirks, relishing what he thinks is his rival's downfall. Relax, Narian scoffs. I won't use lethal moves. No need to waste real skill on you. I'd hate to trouble the Archduke by killing a fly. Fonz lets out a dark laugh. Thanks for the concern, but don't worry about my death. Rest assured about your own future. I'll rot you in chains for 10 years, just like your master. He ignites his mana. Narian closes the gap. Keep dreaming. I'll have you licking dragon boots for the rest of your life. Blades clash in a spray of sparks. Fonz loses it, screaming for his opponent to shut up. Suddenly, Fonz recoils. This flow. It's real. Dragon tribe swordsmanship. How is this possible? He swore off these skills. What a total hypocrite to master them in secret. He lunges forward, but a monstrous shadow suddenly looms behind Narian like a nightmare. Pure terror paralyzes Fonz. He spins around, shrieking. What kind of demonic move is this? This isn't any technique he knows. Landing gracefully, Narian reaches toward the trembling Fonz. Stay back, Fonz screams frantically, trying to break free from the crushing pressure. Time to pay up, Narian bellows. Fonz feels a suffocating, murderous intent flood the area. Stop, no, Fonz begs, but Narian's fist connects squarely with his chest, ending it. Fonz collapses, his sword clattering away. Lowenstein realizes the secret domain has finally been revealed. Level 6 mana. But the black flame is missing. Shimon watches from the table, looking smug. He smirks. Maybe Narian just isn't worthy of the black flame's power yet. How pathetic. The mana feels weak, definitely below a 7-star level. Our hero catches Shimon's watchful eye. They think they've won, he muses. Let them enjoy their little delusion for now. Ethan stands his voice, cutting through the room. Count Lugon, will you finally obey? Lugon's voice shakes with fury. I need 1 week to think this over. Ethan slams the table, the wood splintering. Cut the crap, you expect us to wait another week. They've bled the peasants dry for 10 years, so let the blood spill now. Suddenly, a spine-chilling pressure erupted from him, terrifying everyone in the room. Shimon braced himself, feeling a surge of pure murderous intent. Was he for real? He knew the man was cocky, but this was sheer insanity. Lugo's blood boiled as he realized. This maniac was playing by his own rules. Winning the war didn't mean he could kill the Archduke, but obeying him meant his entire faction would crumble into dust. Paralyzed by fear, he bit his lip till it bled, trapped in a corner. Suddenly, he bowed low over the table and surrendered to the demands. The room went dead, silent, everyone frozen in shock, faces twisted in disbelief at his sudden retreat. Whispers filled the hall. Could he really just slash their profits in half? Ethan stood tall, declaring the new law effective immediately. With a cold glance, he turned to take his leave. He vanished toward the exit without a second look. As the tension broke, Shimon signaled to his men that the show was over, the meeting was adjourned, and it was time for them to clear out. Zareth glanced at the Count, seeing him tremble with rage. Disgust and fury exploded within him as he began to scream, hammering his fist against the wood. That damned Archduke. He only talks big because of that cursed royal protection. It's a plague, Lugo stormed out, barking at Zareth to stop whining and get back to prepping the offensive. He was mid-sentence when he froze, staring ahead in disbelief. Just ahead, Narian was absolutely demolishing Fonz in a duel. He roared, asking what the hell was happening. Fonz looked back, dazed, as Lugo screamed for him to get up. Right now, his rage was so blinding that Zareth stepped in, begging him to calm down and let them investigate the situation. Zareth rushed to Fonz's side, demanding to know if he'd been jumped by some cowards in an ambush. He was ready to mobilize the entire order, but Fonz admitted he'd simply been beaten. In that instant, Zareth's brain short-circuited. He couldn't believe his ears. The Dragon Slayer army was supposed to be a bunch of nobodies. Scraped from the bottom of the barrel, how could they drop the vice captain of the legendary Red Lion Knights? Gripping his sword, he ordered everyone back to the castle. That's when Ethan sauntered over to Lugo with a mocking smirk, claiming the Count's elite knights were nothing more than a pathetic joke. Lugo stood there, mouth agape in silence, stung by the insult. Passing him by, Ethan laughed that they dared call themselves the Red Lions. What a disgrace! Lugo's face turned a sickly shade of blue as his veins nearly popped from pure humiliation. Later inside the carriage, Lawrence noted the successful meeting. Ethan smiled, satisfied that everything had gone according to plan, and now they just had to watch Lugo squirm. He ordered more shadows to infiltrate the area and prepare for the ultimate trap. Meanwhile, back at his mansion, Lugo was having a complete meltdown, smashing his desk in terror as Keston went silent. Betrayal stung worse than defeat. He glared at the glowing crystal ball, panic-stricken and lost. How was the public taking it? Surely they were happy about the tax cuts, since their burdens were slashed in half. But his servant delivered grim news. A dark rumor was spreading through the streets, claiming the taxes only dropped because Lugo was the Archduke's lapdog. Lugo lashed out in a blind fury, demanding they drag the source of these lies before him at once. The servant trembled as a glass bottle shattered against the wall. Glass shards flew everywhere as Lugo roared again, livid that the man would dare repeat such insults to his face without a hint of fear or hesitation. If those rumor mongers weren't found, the servant's life was forfeit. Shaking with terror, the man scrambled out of the room, promising to fix it immediately. Once the door slammed shut, Lugo collapsed into his chair, gasping for air in the oppressive silence. But then, a mysterious voice echoed through the room, mocking his pathetic state. His heart nearly stopped from fright as he spun around, searching for the source. Was it the butler? No. A hooded figure materialized from the shadows, revealing himself as the 8th spiritual leader of the Brotherhood and a member of the Arcana Association. Lugo hit the floor, his screams echoing through the hall. He stared up in wide-eyed shock and gasped. The Noraxis Brotherhood. The stranger nodded, offering a deal. Since the Archduke had ruined him, they would provide the solution. Lugo stammered, asking why they'd help him. The figure hissed that the Archduke was a common enemy, and by erasing him, they'd remain in the shadows. He produced a crest, the symbol of the Rimdell Kingdom, their neighbors and bitter rivals who were always looking for a reason to shed blood. This was his golden ticket out of this mess. If so, they'd deploy the captain, his second and 12 elite killers. Grinning, the mage called it perfection, promising to reach out the moment their preparations were finalized. The mage vanished into thin air, leaving Lugo in a heavy silence before he burst into a chilling, manic laugh. He boasted, the assassin led 10 elites like a god, while Ethan was nothing but an arrogant, toxic brat. His clock was ticking. Meanwhile, Ethan questioned Lawrence about any rats she'd sniffed out from the Brotherhood. 6 Lugan spies, she confirmed, noting one was linked to his own brother. Ethan sighed, piecing the betrayal together. If he was in league with them, what was the end goal? Lawrence noted. Every spy had one specific target. They were tracking his every move. Ethan demanded intel, announcing a fake inspection of a hidden tower. He was venturing beyond the borders. Solo Lawrence pressed, not questioning his power, but the sheer risk. With the Brotherhood lurking, the danger was astronomical. But Ethan knew guards would only scare the rats away. If they felt safe, they'd strike, and he intended to deal with those cowards personally. Lawrence offered a backup plan. Ethan blinked, confused. Then moments later, a familiar presence arrived. Ilya barged in her boots, thundering. Archduke, she beamed, her laughter echoing through the entire office. She claimed he was drowning in trouble and needed her divine intervention. Ethan just stared in dead silence. We're heading into a war zone. Try knocking next time, Ethan noted. He respected her magic but had doubts. He pegged her as a tinkerer, not a frontline fighter. Are you even combat ready? Ilya's grin widened. You'll eat those words once you see my battle mode, she challenged. Ethan arched an eyebrow, repeating battle mode. Damn right, she chirped. Her battle mode was the highest peak a great mage could ever reach. She brandished her staff with a flourish. Sit tight, Archduke. You're about to witness something legendary. Soon, they were weaving through the dense forest. Ethan led the way, his senses dialed to the max. Ilya noted they'd scouted for a month without spotting a single soul lurking in the shadows. You sure about this ambush? She asked. Ethan nodded. This was their one shot at flushing them out. Suddenly, Ilya stiffened. She sent a frantic telepathic signal, desperate for the protagonist to catch her drift. She kept walking, however. Ethan was impressed. She was using advanced mana frequencies to whisper directly to him. A massive magic circle lay 50 meters ahead. Whoever set this up had clearly spent a fortune on it. But to her, it was child's play. It was spatial interdiction magic designed to lock them down instantly. They'd be trapped like rats. So the plan, Ethan knew they were being watched. It was time to play along. We go in, he decided. His horse crossed the threshold, and the trap snapped shut around them. Blinding light erupted as a wall of knights materialized. A hooded figure in a flowing cloak stepped forward. Welcome to your grave, he sneered. Ethan remained calm, demanding a name. I'm Eric, the man replied coldly. The 8th leader of the Brotherhood stood before them. Ethan dismounted, his voice dropping an octave. The Brotherhood, huh? He acknowledged their lethal reputation. Beside the mage stood Zareth, watching Ethan like a predator, eyeing its prey. Zareth bared his teeth, sliding his blade from its scabbard, as crackling magic began to dance around him. He mocked Ethan's 10-year coma, calling it a peaceful era that was now ending, along with his tyranny. "It's over, Archduke." The entire squad began to glow as he boasted about their unbreakable, impenetrable barrier. This was far beyond a simple circle. It was the Brotherhood's ultimate cage. Escape was a literal impossibility. Ethan gripped his hilt, unimpressed. "You talk too much," he countered. "Let's just get to the killing part." Eric found his nonchalance amusing. He'd slaughtered countless souls, but none had been this bored, facing death. This would be fun. Too bad for the girl at his back, the Brotherhood never spared the young. Ilya didn't even flinch. Eric just laughed, telling them to blame their own rotten luck as he attacked. He unleashed a torrent of magical energy, but Ilya was already weaving her own counterspell with lightning speed. "What a clown," she spat. Radiance exploded as she raised her staff to unleash a great mage's fury. Now, there was no escape for anyone. Suddenly, the magic circle ignored her commands, erupting in a blinding explosion of amber radiance. The knights froze in pure shock. Eric's eyes widened as the realization of the unfolding trap hit him. "Ilya, is she the creator?" he stammered. Ilya smirked. "Exactly, and you're coming with her." She unleashed a surge of mana, causing his form to flicker and dissolve into the void before their eyes. "Master," the subordinate screamed, but he had already been snatched away into a fractured dimension. Confusion gripped him. He was trapped in a spatial pocket, a private realm born from the mage's own will. Desperate, he roared, channeling every ounce of his light magic to shadow the darkness surrounding him. He planned to overwrite this space with his own power. A cocky grin surfaced as he prepared to strike, but his heart plummeted. Ilya was right there, mocking him with a smile that confirmed his worst fears. All his plotting would be for nothing if he failed now. She just laughed, hovering playfully on her staff. "Wait," Eric pleaded. His voice trembled, recalling how they had scoured the entire continent just to find her. He offered a deal. "Join our Brotherhood. We'll grant you anything, every whim, every desire." Ilya's gaze turned cold. "Your cult is a cancer. Did you really think I'd play along?" Eric's hope died. "What a waste," he hissed, his face contorting, as malevolent black lightning began to bleed from his soul. Ilya's laughter echoed, "Cute. Show me what you've got, little boy." Then all hell broke loose. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood grounded, surrounded by 6 elite knights ready to tear him apart. A legendary commander and 9 6-star elites. This was the deadliest trial he'd faced since his reincarnation. Fear. He didn't know the word. A true swordsman never trembles. He remembered the gore of past monsters. That memory didn't break him. It fueled him. As the pressure mounted, he felt a familiar rush. A predatory smile crossed his lips. "Come at me," he challenged. Simultaneously, Ilya launched a rain of blades. Eric scrambled like a panicked rat to survive. Ilya mocked his pathetic struggle as he fumbled for a counter. He was a high mage, yet she toyed with him effortlessly. He had to tap into his forbidden trump card. He reached for the dragon's core, forcing the ancient power to flood his veins and reconstruct his body. Primal energy surged as he roared in agonizing joy. Ilya paused, her eyes narrowing at the shifting mana. Suddenly, a draconic monstrosity with lethal claws stood before her. Eric had surrendered his humanity for power. "Begone," the beast thundered. Ilya didn't flinch. She analyzed the dragon tongue magic with icy fascination. Eric snarled, promising to humiliate the Great Witch and bury her inside her own magical tomb. "You're hilarious," she countered. "You just turned this boring game into something actually fun." She whispered an ancient incantation, and a colossal magic circle materialized, pulsing with cosmic energy. Eric commanded his beast to strike, but Ilya met his fury with a devastating wall of lightning. As the shield held, Ethan's aura began to saturate the battlefield, suffocating the knights with sheer pressure. They trembled, cursed the Archduke for his hidden strength. They had underestimated a true monster. His power was undeniable. Ethan stared them down, his eyes glowing with the calm before the storm. "Kill him now!" Zareth roared, leading the desperate charge as the knights closed the circle. "Solar Prominence, 4th form," Ethan bellowed. A pillar of infernal fire erupted from his blade. The knights' war cries were drowned out by the roar of flames as Ethan's eyes turned crimson. The fiery shockwave expanded, incinerating the ground and pinning the attackers under a mountain of heat. "It's true fire," Zareth screamed, scrambling back. This was a nightmare they couldn't wake up from. A skill that turns the body into living embers. He realized with horror that steel couldn't kill a flame. "Don't falter," he yelled. "Arden's art has limits. Look, he's wounded, he's still flesh and blood." They aimed for his chest, hoping to pierce the Dragon Slayer's defense. Ethan parried his blade, a blur of fire. Zareth spotted a lingering scar on Ethan's neck, the mark of their previous bloody encounter. "Pour everything into your blades," he commanded. "We take his head, or we die here." Ethan noted Zareth's sharp instincts. A 7th-level knight wasn't just a title, it was a threat. But his body of fire was a lord's secret art. It didn't just deflect, it consumed everything it touched. In a shared realm, their strikes would be useless, but this god-tier technique has a fatal flaw. It burns through his mana reserves. With only half his energy left, he needs to end this fast. Snapping into a blind fury, he ignited his first move, the Solar Prominence spell. The knight stood frozen in terror. Ethan launched a savage fire fist dance, screaming as he tore into them. They dropped like flies under his heavy strikes. One knight disintegrated, coughing up a spray of crimson. Mana dipped to 40%. Watching from the sidelines, Zareth smirked, thinking their plan was actually working. He ordered a full-on blitz, giving the hero no room to breathe. Ethan countered with his fourth move, Sheath Fracture. A blinding laser of pure energy obliterated another knight in a violent explosion. Nearby soldiers shrieked in pure horror. Both Zareth and Fawns lost it, charging with murderous intent. Ethan just shrugged it off, realizing their lethal curse had barely left a single scratch. Launching skyward, Ethan dove back into the fray, even as his mana reserves hit 30%. He unleashed his third spell, the ultimate explosive sword strike. As the incantation finished, a massive wall of flames swept the field, incinerating another foe. Fawns realized they couldn't even get close. Closing the distance was impossible. Ethan slammed his foot down and activated his second skill, Detonator Sword. With total confidence, he flooded the entire dimensional cube with a suffocating cloud of dust. Zareth panicked, screaming about the curse, while the smoke blinded them. Suddenly, he went ice cold. Through the haze, he saw Ethan holding one of his elite knights by the throat. His jaw dropped. Blood splattered as Zareth stood paralyzed. Every single knight was dead, leaving only the three commanders. Ethan muttered the grim reality. He was down to 10% mana. Meanwhile, Ilya's fight raged on. Reality itself began to splinter. Ilya grabbed Eric by his hood, dragging his pathetic body across the dirt. She paused, glancing over as she entered Ethan's space. "You're still playing with these guys," she teased. Everyone froze. Ilya tossed Eric aside, calling him a weakling. The knights stared at their leader in disbelief. The realization hit them hard. Their spiritual pillar was crushed. One knight screamed that this couldn't be real. Shaking with pure terror, he lunged forward, barking for the witch to die right then and there. Ilya just gave a cold smirk. With a single flick of her finger, a flash of light erased him. Now only Zareth and Fawns remained. They stood like statues, their mouths agape and bodies refusing to move. Ilya asked how much longer he'd keep her waiting. Ethan just grinned, telling her not to rush him. He was almost done. Zareth's mind was racing. Seeing their spiritual leader defeated was a total death sentence. They couldn't even handle the Duke, let alone both of them. Ilya tilted her head, looking surprised. "Am I getting in your way?" she asked. "Don't worry, I'll leave the rest to the Duke." She promised to stay out of it. Zareth's blood boiled. He couldn't stand being looked down upon like this. He turned to Fawns, who was still shaking. Zareth announced he'd take the Duke head on himself. "Watch for an opening and strike," he ordered. "If this is the end for me, you lead the Red Lion Order." Fawns' heart sank as he yelled for his captain to stop. Zareth charged Ethan with their secret lion attack technique. Ethan braced himself, sword at the ready. He saw the move coming. He warned Fawns to stay sharp as Ethan prepared to end it. "Chatting while facing me," bold Ethan mocked. Zareth roared that he wouldn't waste his comrade's sacrifice. He gambled that even a Duke had limits. Kicking off the ground, he went for broke. He figured if he burnt every drop of his energy, he might actually stand a chance. He triggered Furious Lion's charge. Despite being out of mana, Ethan prepared to parry the massive blow. "Got him," Zareth cheered. But a thunderous boom rocked the forest as blood sprayed the air. It was Zareth's blood. Ethan's blade had found its mark. Clutching his wound, Zareth screamed for Fawns to act. Fawns dove from above, swinging his blade with everything he had left to crush the protagonist. Ethan countered with the Nine Rings Wyvern Breath. Zareth watched in utter disbelief. He realized Ethan had absorbed the energy. Ethan unleashed his final move, the Blast Wave of Fire. With his foes crushed, Ethan's power returned in full force, leaving Ilya breathless at his sheer dominance. Seconds later, the shimmering runic circle began to crumble into nothingness. Eric leaned against a trunk, his body racking with tremors as Ethan's shadow loomed over him. A chilling silence reigned. Surveying the carnage, Eric couldn't believe his elite squad had been completely wiped out. Seizing him by the throat, the Archduke demanded answers, starting with the great spiritual leader's location. Eric let out a twisted smirk, claiming he was useless now, much to Ilya's sudden shock. "A phase shift," she shrieked, as lethal electricity surged from Eric's body. It seemed they were too late. She deployed a barrier, but Eric just laughed. Ethan realized this was a desperate self-destruct mechanism to prevent capture. Blood-red energy erupted from Ethan's palms, leaving Ilya baffled by his sudden, terrifying countermove. Eric's screams echoed through the forest as flames consumed him, reducing his physical form to ash and dust. Ilya stood stunned, demanding an explanation. Ethan revealed that the Wyvern's phase shift had one fatal hidden weakness. "The technique grants godlike regeneration," Ethan explained, "but it leaves the user's mind completely vulnerable to manipulation. Even if they survive a decapitation, their memories aren't part of the restoration process. By scorching his brain, Ethan had stripped Eric of his memories, turning the threat into a mindless husk. Now Eric just sat there, a hollow shell of a man with no strength left to fight. Elsewhere, the great spiritual leader received a grim report regarding the 8th leader's disastrous failure after shifting. The servant bowed, promising that their investigation into this unprecedented defeat was already well underway. It was clear that the total collapse of their forces was caused by the Archduke's intervention. The leader noted that Burston, the dark arts priest, had already fallen at Ethan's hands, losing the mines. Even High Priest Burston was eliminated by the Archduke, signaling a systematic dismantling of their power. With his death, their propaganda publishing house was permanently shuttered by the crown. Wyvern sorcery remains illegal in Arden, yet the 8th leader had foolishly unleashed it in open combat. Was the Archduke truly the architect of this ruin? The servant confirmed Ethan was the common denominator. Intelligence reported the Archduke was only accompanied by a single woman during the entire operation. Despite facing Count Emilton's top-tier killers and Eric's dragon arts, Ethan had emerged completely unscathed. The leader pondered if this was actually a secret move, orchestrated by King Delphrion himself. The servant agreed, noting the government's eyes were fixed on the king and his mysterious Shadow Knights. Those Shadow Knights are his personal dogs, aren't they? The leader growled, his eyes narrowing. He ordered an elite strike force to hunt them down. Anyone who harmed his disciples would pay in blood. Night descended on the city of Toledo, where a mysterious figure sat reading a secret missive in silence. Manhattan stepped inside, seeking the second spirit operative known to the underworld as Marcus. The man nodded, identifying himself as Marcus, before gesturing for his visitor to take a seat. Manhattan studied him, realizing this was the man advisor Lawrence had handpicked to lead their intelligence network. Being a former member of Baron Kargas's crew made this meeting a rather interesting coincidence. Marcus confirmed that the operation was greenlit, pleading for minimal bloodshed during the execution phase. Manhattan assured him the job would be flawless, emphasizing that his results would speak for themselves. He swore on his pride as the Archduke's soldier, even as whispers of rebellion began flooding the streets. Rumors swirled that Count Lugon had botched an assassination attempt on the Archduke, leading to a massive scandal. The public whispered he'd vanished, and the local knight captains hadn't been seen for several days. Suddenly, a knight stormed into the town square, his presence instantly silencing the gossiping crowd. He barked at them for spreading lies, demanding they show gratitude for the Count's supposedly merciful demotions. A brave soul shouted back, knowing the Count was merely a puppet dancing on the Archduke's strings. Enraged, the knight leveled the man with a brutal kick, screaming for his arrest on charges of high treason. Marcus suddenly appeared, his voice cutting through the tension as he ordered the knights to stand down. He revealed the man's true identity, the legendary Liberator warrior. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Realizing he stood before the ringleader of this treacherous filth, Marcus roared, "You filthy reactionaries. Look in a mirror before judging," he spat. "Release these innocent villagers. They aren't your criminals." The knight barked for his men to seize him, but as Marcus's fury peaked, Manhattan's mana flared to shield him. "A curse! Who is this man?" the knight stammered. Tossing back his hood, Manhattan sneered. "Why should you know?" As if that mattered now. The captain's rage boiled over as he glared, wondering, who is this damn brat? Revolutionary scum led by fallen knights, and now a high-tier razor. He screamed, "Knights, form the attack line. End this now." Taking advantage of the Red Lion's chaotic hunt, they swarmed alone, surrounded Manhattan. Manhattan unleashed Dragon Sword Art Strike 1 crushing blow. An explosion of force sent knights flying like ragdolls. Stunned, the leader gasped. He'd never seen Wyvern Arts perform such a feat. But Manhattan wasn't finished. He pivoted into Dragon Sword Art Strike, 2 devastating Dragon Strike, carving through the knightly ranks with ease. The leader lunged for a desperate kill, but Manhattan dodged, countering with Strike 3 devastating single flash. In a blur of steel, weapons shattered and flew. A heartbeat later, the leader was pinned to the dirt. The Archduke's evening art was absolute perfection. Manhattan exhaled, the cold realization sinking in. Though both were level 6, the gap was vast. He had transcended his former self entirely. Back with Baron Kargas, he was just a deputy. Now he was the battle dragon reborn. Suddenly, Marcus raised a hand, his voice echoing, "The Red Lions aren't your enemies. The Count is the true monster. He bleeds you dry." The crowd erupted, their voices shaking the air. "Our warrior, our liberator." Hearing the cheers, Lugan hissed at his men. "Why is that ragged peasant still breathing? Arrest him." "Sir, he's no commoner," the servant trembled. "He has backing." Logan snapped back. "What kind of backing?" "The guards and knights have turned. The Red Lions were utterly crushed and humiliated," the servant cried. Lugo turned pale. If the Arden Knights were here, Zareth and Fawns must have met a cursed end. Silence for a week. He smirked bitterly, the grim reality finally settling into his bones. "They're dead," he growled. Enraged, Logan slammed his fist, sending his crystal ball skittering across the room. "We still outnumber the Duke. The advantage is ours." He refused to let his empire crumble. "Appoint a new captain immediately. Deploy every unit and crush these rebels into the dust." A frantic bang on the door cut him off. "My Lord Archduke Arden has seized Toledo Fortress." Lugo froze, his world spinning. What the servant confirmed, the Duke was personally leading the charge. Fury consumed Lugo. "Assemble everyone at the palace," he screamed. "We fight until the last man falls." Outside, the city streets swelled with an angry mob. A lone knight watched in disbelief at the gathering storm. "Is this it? Have all the city's bottom feeders gathered in one place?" he mocked, hiding his fear. Narion stepped forward, his boots heavy on the cobblestone. "Surrender," now the infantry captain commanded. "The true ruler has returned for your traitorous souls," the people roared, their hope finally ignited. Joy turned into a battle cry as hands reached for the sky. The captain wavered, sweat beading on his brow. "Don't falter," the captain hissed to his men. "These peasants are nothing compared to our elite. With a squad of rank 4 mages, even the legendary Archduke couldn't breach these fortress walls. Hold the line." At his command, the knights leveled their magical weapons at the defenseless crowd. Arrows whistled through the air toward the civilians. Panic flared. Were they really going to slaughter them all? Screams of terror filled the plaza, but then a shadow fell over the battlefield. The protagonist had arrived. Mana exploded as he cast Mana Shrapnel Wave. "Forward," he yelled, launching himself toward the battlements. He soared through the air, landing atop the fortress. The knight captain could only stare in paralyzed horror. A massive magic circle burned in the sky. Narion's voice boomed. "Obey your true lord's command." A barrage of strikes hammered the stone. The fortress groaned under the pressure as knights wailed in agony. "Hold your ground," the captain shrieked through the chaos. "Reinforcements from the Count are coming." Ethan glared at the captain. "The moment those gates shatter, find the Count. Take him alive." "By your command," Narion shouted, his blade ready to carve a path through the traitors. Moments later, the siege began. Deep within the shadows of the dungeon, a group struggled to drag a massive, heavy load. The cargo was draped in rough cloth as they scrambled in a panicked frenzy. Suddenly, a servant fumbled, shattering a porcelain vase. Lugon roared in a fury, calling him a brainless parasite. He hissed that if the fool didn't move faster, he'd be left behind to rot. Shaking like a leaf, the servant squeaked out an apology. Just hours ago, a loyal subordinate had begged the Count to fight until his last breath, but the defenses were crumbling. If the rebels breached the gates, tens of thousands would swarm the halls led by the Archduke himself. Surrender seemed like the only hope, but Lugon scoffed at the idea. He snarled, asking if they'd forgotten the gruesome fate of the Archduke's prisoners. He planned to use his soldiers as meat shields, letting them die to buy him time. While they bled, he would vanish into the night. His destination was the Marquis of Altarnus's lands. Escorted by his butler and a handful of servants, he took only his most precious treasures. It was a secret escape known to no one else. Deep in the tunnels, Lugon turned his trembling gaze toward the butler. He whispered a desperate question, praying they weren't being followed. The butler kept his eyes locked behind them, his nerves on edge. Suddenly, Lugon's voice cut through the dark in a blood-curdling scream. A suffocating curse gripped him, and the servants froze in pure terror. The castle had fallen sooner than expected. The exit was within reach, but a dark realization set in. They were running out of time. As they neared the light, shadowy figures emerged from the gloom. Clad in dark cloaks, one of them flashed a predatory, chilling grin. The stranger mocked them, asking if this pathetic coward was truly Count Lugon. A loyal knight charged forward, branding them as Ardan's dogs. Lugon shrieked for him to stop, but it was too late. The cloaked figure smiled at his prey, and with a blur of motion unleashed hell. He executed the knight with terrifying grace. Blood sprayed across the horrified family as the knight's severed head hit the cold stone floor. Trembling, Lugon gasped out a single name, the Brotherhood. He stammered, his voice breaking as he asked what they wanted with him. The assassin's cold voice echoed only the Count would live. The rest were expendable. They only needed his mind for interrogation. "Perfect," the killer whispered. Like a predator pouncing on its prey, he lunged at the screaming, helpless Count. The dungeon was filled with agonizing wails. Much later, Menharten stepped into the room, his eyes narrowing at the gruesome scene before him. Accompanied by Ilya and Lawrence, they found a literal bloodbath. The Count's entourage lay in pieces, a grim testament to the Brotherhood's work. Menharten noted the irony. The Count ordered his men to die for him while he tucked tail and ran through the dirt. It was a pathetic end, yet the piles of gold remained untouched. This wasn't a robbery. It was a professional hit on the Count's life. The Count had been guarded by 6 high-ranking knights. To slaughter such elite warriors so easily required a monster with godlike power. Ilya stared at the carnage, her voice low. She asked if it was possible that a single individual had done all this. Menharten nodded. The precision was identical across all the victims, but the cause of death was what truly disturbed him. These weren't blade wounds. It was a terrifying fusion of high-level magic and ancient wyvern combat techniques. Ilya's eyes sharpened. She corrected him. There were 2 attackers. Lawrence turned to her, her face pale with confusion. Ilya explained that the Count was the only one kept alive initially. They needed him to talk before they finally ended his misery. Lawrence's heart sank. This had the Brotherhood's fingerprints all over it. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the tension. Ethan stepped into the light, finishing her thought. Lawrence gasped, surprised by his sudden arrival, but she couldn't deny his logic. They were hunting for the one responsible for the death of the 8th spiritual leader. Ethan's eyes remained cold and calculating. Given the sheer level of mana used, the assassins were likely spiritual leaders themselves. Ilya nodded, confirming his dark suspicion. This was their brutal message. The Brotherhood had even sent an agent into the heart of the palace to mark their territory. They likely didn't expect the king to turn against them so quickly. Ethan smirked. Let them chase the wrong ghosts for now. He revealed the 9th ring now firmly in his grasp. The tide was shifting. At that moment, Lawrence stepped forward with a daring idea. She suggested they use this chaos to their advantage. Why not trick the Brotherhood and the kingdom into a full-scale war? Ethan leaned in, intrigued. Lawrence explained they could manipulate the pieces until the king had no choice but to strike. She requested an urgent meeting with the Marquise of Bluton and Sir Populence. Shortly after they arrived at the Grand Bluton estate, when they broke the news of the Count's assassination, the Marquise was stunned. These Brotherhood fanatics were truly unrestrained. Ethan warned that their arrogance came from the 7 noble houses backing them from the shadows. They felt invincible. The Marquise asked how he could serve his grace. Ethan's eyes flashed with a lethal intent. It was time to force the king's hand. He tasked the Marquise with a specific mission: dig up every hidden secret regarding the former royal blacksmith, William. The Marquise realized the play. Ethan wanted to flush out every Brotherhood rat hiding within the king's inner circle. Ethan confirmed the plan. If they found proof of a connection, the Brotherhood's reign of shadows would finally come crashing down. High-ranking nobles within the Wyvern tribe finally had the leverage needed to keep the king's ego in check. He realized the Wyverns had already crushed foreign nations, but his grace was ready to face this deadly gamble. A confrontation was brewing. The Marquis urged him to stay cool, while he hunted for undeniable proof of their treachery. Soon, a fierce skirmish ignited between knights on the front lines. They didn't hold back, tapping into their mana reserves. Spells collided violently. One warrior braced behind his shield, screaming in pure exhaustion as his energy faded. With a powerful heave, he tossed his foe aside. Myers hit the ground with a sickening thud as his rival roared. A finishing move was coming. In that heartbeat, the 3rd young master leaped, pouncing on his enemy like a predator. He scrambled to block with his shield. Just hours ago, Hans had entered his room questioning if he was truly ready. He doubled down. Including the Amalton estate, 5 territories were already liberated, and they were just getting started. He turned to the young lord, asking if he was feeling sick. Myers shot back a cold, "I'm fine." As the duel raged on, Myers' mind drifted to the forbidden black flame arts he had just mastered. He thought of his brothers already storming the Count's capital and dismantling their elite knightly orders. His opponent sneered, asking if he was seriously daydreaming in the middle of a high-stakes duel. Exploiting the opening, the rival lunged, pressing his blade against Myers' chest. Myers' blood began to boil. Feeling inferior to his brother, his rage hit a breaking point. Suddenly, a violent crimson aura exploded around him. His sword shimmered with a terrifying magical glow. His opponent froze, completely rattled by the sudden power surge. The slaughter continued. Myers went full throttle, unleashing a devastating strike to end the fight once and for all. His rival recoiled in terror, but Myers wasn't about to let his brother's shadow escape his grasp. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the attack until his opponent finally shrieked for him to stop. As the dust settled, the rival was left shaking in fear. That's when Shimon started clapping in genuine approval. "Absolutely peak performance," Sir Shimon praised. Myers just sighed, claiming his skills were still shameful and unrefined. Shimon laughed it off, insisting his black flame was becoming purer. "Stop being so humble and take this elixir." Myers took the box, offering his thanks, and promising to repay the favor one day. "By the way," Shimon whispered, "have you heard any updates regarding the Archduke lately?" Myers nodded, noting that word was out about him successfully toppling Count Lugon. Shimon dropped a bombshell, his spies reported. The Archduke never actually used the Black Flame during the entire siege. Even during the final execution, he didn't summon it. Myers was floored, asking if that was even possible. Shimon moved on, stating he was already prepping for the sacred Black Flame succession ceremony. Myers hesitated, wondering if the Archduke would even permit them to hold the ritual, especially since he couldn't even call upon the flame himself. Shimon just gave a dark smirk. "I'll handle him." He shot a menacing look toward the brothers' direction. That night, Ethan linked up with Shimon via crystal ball. Shimon questioned him again, reminding him he wasn't 20 yet, meaning the ban was still in effect. The law forbade the fire opening rite until adulthood, but Ethan was mere days away from hitting 20. He argued the Senate wouldn't scrap their entire agenda over a few days. Surely nothing would go wrong. "Nothing changes after your birthday, right?" Ethan stayed silent. Shimon took that as a green light to proceed. "See you in Rondinium in a month. No shows count as forfeiting your right to the Patriarchate." The call cut out, leaving the room in a heavy, awkward silence that felt like lead. His sister looked worried, wondering how they'd pull off the ceremony since summoning the Black Flame was mandatory. Rexian admitted they still hadn't seen a single spark of his flame. "Forgive me, my lord, I'm just stressed." Ethan looked at Lawrence, asking if she also thought they were doomed. She just stood there, totally speechless. Ethan let out a sigh and smirked. He hadn't grinded this hard just to miss the fire opening ceremony. He told his squad to stay focused. He was about to end the reign of those unworthy pretenders forever. Marie looked up as Ethan announced it was time to head home. Soon the palace was buzzing with activity. Servants were frantically loading crates for the journey. Lawrence stood by, managing the supply chain for their exit. As a servant logged the inventory, Lawrence heard a strange noise. Ethan asked if she was okay, but she seemed lost. Ethan confronted her, noting the rumors of her insomnia and the way she drowned her restless nights in alcohol. 2 bottles a night just to sleep. It was a slow suicide, matched by her refusal to even eat. She sacrificed her health for the cause, but did she truly have a death wish? Her fists trembled as she bowed. "I don't want to die," she whispered. Ethan warned her that self-neglect was no longer an option. He reminded her she had a full staff now. It was time to delegate because he needed her by his side for the long haul. He pressed a box into her hands. Lawrence stared at it, her mind spinning with confusion. "A gift from my sister," he explained. It was an enchanted amulet for strength, a lifeline he ordered her never to remove. Recovery started with sleep and letting go of the burdens she tried to carry alone. "That's an order." As Lawrence gazed at the bracelet, a rare blush stained her cheeks. A subordinate rushed to report the sunset deadline, only to freeze at the sight of Lawrence's soft smile. Was she actually happy? If so, the screams coming from the dungeons tonight would be especially haunting. Later in the silence of his room, Ethan focused his mana, preparing to test his limits. He breathed out a plume of fire, searching for the essence of pure flame, a heat born of agony, not nature. Unstable flames were weak. He needed to purge the bitterness and find the fire's true raw breath. Just as he concentrated the spark in his palm, a sudden noise forced him to snap his head around. His sister appeared beaming. Everything was set. The final preparations for their departure were complete. Ethan's face softened into a smile. "Then it's time," he declared. "We're going home." The grand opening ceremony arrived. As they reached the gates of Arden, the capital loomed before them. The crowd erupted. Their young lord had returned. Tears flowed as the carriage finally came to a halt. Elia scanned the surroundings, her heart sinking. The capital was in far worse shape than the rumors suggested. How could these half-breeds ruin his home? Seeing the devastation, Marie instinctively reached for Lawrence's hand. Lawrence blinked in shock. Marie looked away, wondering if Ethan would finally make them pay for this suffering. The tension was palpable. Mounted on his horse, Ethan stopped dead in his tracks before the current lord. Shimon greeted him with a fake smile, calling him a long-awaited guest. Ethan cut the small talk, demanding to know if the rite was ready. Shimon confirmed the arena was prepared. Ethan didn't waste a second. "We start now," Ethan challenged. Shimon recoiled, baffled by the boy's sudden overwhelming confidence. Shimon sneered internally, knowing Ethan still couldn't summon the black flame. "Wait," Shimon stalled. "This is a massive event." He insisted on a reception, first claiming a celebration was mandatory after decades of waiting. Ethan didn't even turn his head. "Cancel it. I won't spend a second with the vultures who bled my land dry." Rage flared in Ethan's eyes as he looked at the desert they'd created. They had no idea what was coming for them. He had meticulously planned for this moment. As the ceremony kicked off, the atmosphere turned electric. Pillars of fire ignited in the massive arena. Ilya looked around, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the hall. She spotted hidden magical seals in the center and hissed a warning. Ethan just gave a cold smirk. He never expected a fair fight. Outside, the restless crowd cheered, desperate for a new master. The era of banquets was over. The spectators whispered, placing bets on who would survive the trial. "Look, the third young master is entering," a voice screamed as the final contender stepped into the light. He approached his brother, visibly shaken by how much Ethan had changed and grown. As the brothers squared off, Shimon declared the assembly complete. Ethan's voice cut through the air. "Wait, where is Terran?" he asked. Shimon claimed the third candidate had gone silent and refused to answer the summons. Ethan scoffed. Was the coward really trying to hide while the family's future was being decided? Shimon pressed on, asking to begin the fire rite. Ethan met his gaze with a chilling silence. Shimon stomped his foot, his voice booming. "Let the 18th rite of the Arden family begin." The arena exploded in a deafening roar. The brothers locked eyes, both wearing predatory smiles. The crowd was about to witness something legendary. Mayer gripped his hilt, thinking, fine, he would show his brother the true meaning of power. With a sudden burst, he swung his blade to activate his skill. A sea of mages ignited their mana as Mayer unleashed his power across the Colosseum. But his blade suddenly sparked with something unexpected. Sinister shadows bled from the steel, shifting from crimson to a void-like black. Shimon's lips curled into a wicked, ominous smirk. "What's happening?" Shimon is flooding the domain with raw energy. At this rate, he's going to undergo a monstrous transformation. Mid-sentence, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. His brother whispered, "Don't waver, give it your all, and put your faith in me." A grin broke across Meyer's face. He let out a thunderous roar, sending the stadium crowd into a wild, adrenaline-fueled frenzy. The high-ranking lords whispered in awe, realizing this prodigy's talent had already eclipsed the former patriarch's legendary strength. Shimon tasted total victory, believing the duel was won. But then Ethan took a defiant step forward, shattering Shimon's arrogance. Shimon recoiled, baffled by Ethan's sheer audacity. The fool still couldn't manifest the black flames, yet he stood tall. Victory seemed impossible. Suddenly, Ethan unleashed his secret arts, eternal pain and endless flame envelopment. Patience was key. Black flames only ignite through pure agony. As he raised his blade, the air began to burn with intensity. An abyssal aura erupted, mirroring his brother's dark power. The crowd gasped as the eldest heir finally showed his teeth. Black flames danced around Ethan. Confusion swept the stands. Rumors of his disqualification were being incinerated before their eyes. Shimon froze, his mind reeling. This was impossible, but the ritual wasn't over. The ancient seal began to glow with blinding intensity. The seal surged, empowering the younger heir's darkness. Ethan took a deep breath and suddenly projected his voice. He commanded the attention of every Western noble. House Ardon had always been synonymous with the dreaded black flames. Black flames are chaotic and volatile, he declared. Behold the true evolution of Ardon. The spectators began to murmur in shock. What was he planning? Witness your future, Ethan roared, white-knuckling his hilt as the atmosphere shifted violently. Suddenly, the essence of the pure flame surged through his veins. He let out a pained grunt as the power intensified. His magic blazed with a blinding radiance. Ethan whispered in awe of the sensation while Shimon's mind completely shattered. Could it be the white flame? This was the mythical power belonging only to the founding father of the family. Marie stood paralyzed by the spectacle. Ethan proclaimed that while the black flames defined Arden, they were also a curse. This darkness stunts our growth, he shouted. Having mastered the founder's secret martial arts, he finally grasped the ultimate truth. Ardon's destiny was never black, it was white. In that heart-stopping moment, the tides of the ritual turned completely. Mayers collapsed to his knees, howling his submission. He bowed to Ardon law and confessed his total absolute defeat. He pledged his undying loyalty. The arena erupted into cheers, everyone celebrating this miraculous turn of events. The crowd hailed the eldest as the new patriarch. Ethan turned his voice cold. The verdict is clear, isn't it? Shimon trembled with murderous rage, teeth grinding in fury. But he was forced to announce the ritual's final outcome. Before the new lord could be crowned, a booming voice pierced the arena, demanding an immediate halt to the proceedings. Heads snapped toward the entrance. A mage stepped forward, sneering, "Who gave you permission to name a leader without my consent?" Ethan sensed a suffocating demonic aura. Marie gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in terror. "Tehran!" she cried out. As she rushed toward him, Tehran declared himself the only rightful candidate to sit upon the Ardon throne. Ethan stared down the newcomer. Tehran didn't mince words. He was here to claim the patriarch's seat by force. Tehran lunged with blinding speed. Ethan sensed a lethal curse and scrambled to bring his blade up for defense. Steel clashed in a violent dance. Ethan fought to keep up, shocked by the sheer impurity of the mana Tehran unleashed. Tehran was clearly possessed by madness. Ethan parried desperate blows, but the onslaught was relentless and fueled by insanity. Curses on the 7 great families. What had they turned his brother into? Suddenly, Ethan's strength began to wither away. It was working. The black flame's toxicity was infecting his soul, a sinister curse eating him from the inside. But the white flame had a purpose, to purify the corruption. Ethan swung his blade, determined to save his brother's mind. Tehran shrieked in agony. The nobles whispered in disbelief. How could the youngest heir rival even his father's peak power? Despite his youth, the middle brother was dominating. The spectators watched the chaotic brawl, completely lost in the madness. The middle heir was actually gaining the upper hand. Menharton glanced at the captain, who was deep in analytical thought. The white aura looked tiny compared to the abyss, but it was hungrily devouring the black energy like a predator. Ethan always had a trick up his sleeve. Driven by pure spite, Tehran lunged once more, eyes burning with hatred. Ethan's stamina was redlining. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, catching him off guard just as the world shifted. A supernova of light exploded between the combatants, engulfing the stadium. Ethan froze, sensing that everything had just changed. Standing before them was the legendary Knight Commander and Count of Razian Marlock, a transcendent powerhouse. Shimon's heart stopped at the sight. He was completely floored. With the Arden family's future crumbling, the Razian clan reigned supreme as the world's most lethal blade masters. Marlock Edwin, a rank 10 monster, led the Razian Knights. Without warning, he let out a sharp, mocking snort at the scene. What was this murderous intent? Is he actually trying to kill him? Ethan fired back, telling the veteran to stay in his lane. Interrupting a duel was a total rookie move. Realizing the man was a fraud, Ethan snuffed out the white flames with pure mana. He didn't even bother using a shield. Marlock just chuckled, asking if a brat was really trying to lecture him on knightly etiquette. Tradition demanded the fire-opening ritual be respected, didn't it? Suddenly, every eye in the room snapped toward the unfolding chaos. The Black Demon Squad leader stepped into the light. Beside him stood Roger Burgley, the Duke of Agiel's elite rank 8 mage. Marlock coolly explained that the Razian and Agiel houses only received the ritual invite 2 weeks ago, leaving young Tehran totally unprepared. He claimed the boy needed more time. Ethan just let out a heavy sigh, wondering if they actually believed that pathetic excuse. They called him a transcendent hero, but Ethan saw right through the lie. A real powerhouse wouldn't dare point steel at him. From the looks of it, he was barely holding on to rank 10. The guy was all talk and zero real threat to him. Still, his mana pool was massive, nearly matching Ethan's own reserves from back when he first ascended to a transcendent state. If he's this packed with mana, rank 11 and 12 knights must be absolute gods compared to this fake transcendent warrior. Ethan cut through the noise, asking what was next. Marlock just repeated himself, claiming the air's condition was way too unstable. The ritual had to be redone. Ethan's jaw dropped. Unstable. They were the ones who broke his brother in the first place. Were they seriously blaming him for his brother's state? Marlock just smirked, acting like he was simply offering a friendly lesson. With a heavy stomp, he declared the ritual void. He announced a private duel instead, promising to notify everyone when the time came. Marlock turned to leave, but Ethan wasn't finished. He raised his blade and roared at the man to rot in the abyss. Terror gripped Marlock as he scrambled to dodge. Pure panic flashed in his eyes while he barely escaped the lethal strike. Furious, Marlock drew his sword. Ethan blurred forward with a blinding strike, leaving the commander completely lost in his godlike speed. Steel clashed and screamed as their blades locked. Suddenly, a sinister black flame erupted behind Marlock, making Myers shriek in absolute horror. Marie gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Beside her, Praxian trembled, recognizing the move as a forbidden and lethal secret technique. This was the traitor's art. Nobody expected an outsider to master the family's ultimate weapon with such terrifying and perfect precision. Whispers filled the hall. How could the Razian commander possibly summon the legendary black flames? It was completely unheard of and impossible. Even Marlock was stunned by the power. Seizing the opening, Ethan lunged forward like a shadow, ready to end the fight. With a graceful leap, he soared through the air, attempting a devastating overhead strike, but his opponent barely managed to retreat. Marlock panicked. How was a rank 7 kid hitting this hard? His technique was flawless, sharp, and utterly overwhelming for a commander. It felt like fighting Count Durand himself. But our hero wasn't backing down relentlessly, pressing the attack against the veteran warrior. Marlock desperately shielded himself with magic, while Ethan danced around him, flickering from spot to spot like a vengeful ghost. Suddenly, a crimson beam exploded toward the commander. Shimon watched with wide eyes, unable to believe the insane spectacle before him. The young heir was actually going toe-to-toe with a transcendent. He wasn't just surviving, he was dominating the entire battlefield. Marlock swatted Ethan's blade aside, trying to force him into submission. It was clear this was no longer a simple duel. Ethan knew his flames outclassed Tehran's by a mile. It hit him then. They were using his brother as a sick test subject. To steal the secret of the black flame, they must have tortured and brainwashed him, fueling his soul with pure hate. How else could an 18-year-old carry such darkness? They had butchered the boy's mind just to reach their own twisted goals. Blazing fury consumed Ethan's soul. These bastards were nothing but sadistic torturers, and he'd slaughter them all for what they did. He'd make them pay for every drop of blood spilled. The power in his veins began to surge with terrifying intensity. Every strike held the weight of his fallen house. He would become the ultimate warrior needed to shield his loved ones forever. He glared at Marlock with lethal intent. This was just the first step on his climb to the world's absolute peak.